When Yimo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 551, Sister Yan's Whereabouts. The first person Yimo thought of was Sha Wan. Had he saved Shi Kai-jen? Regardless, Yimo decided to go to his territory and check. Why have you stayed? Yimo looked at Luo Xian and asked. Luo Xian heard this and seemed a little uneasy. Yimo waved his hand and stopped him from talking. Thanks for the info, I'll be going now. Luo Xian reacted and wanted to say something, but Yimo was nowhere to be seen. Yimo had guessed correctly. Shi Kai-jen had indeed been saved by Sha Wan, and so was Tong Zhu. What had confused Sha Wan, though, was that usually if something involved Yimo, he would get there as soon as possible, yet the gang battle had taken place nearly a month ago. But Yimo still hadn't come. Shi Kai-jen was also confused why Yimo hadn't come and why even his phone couldn't be reached. He knew that the reason why Sha Wan had saved him was Yimo. Yimo had been to the 5 states before and Sha Wan seemed to fear Yimo. From Sha Wan's power, he could tell that Sha Wan seemed to be almost as strong as Yimo. How could someone like him fear Yimo? Regardless, Sha Wan had saved him, so he was very grateful. If it wasn't for Sha Wan, he wouldn't just have been lightly injured. He wouldn't have been able to make it out. When Yimo arrived in the 5 states once again, Sha Wan was in the middle of talking to Shi Kai-jen. Neither of them had expected Yimo to suddenly appear. Yi Jianbei. Sha Wan had saved Shi Kai-jen on Yimo's account. He was a realistic person. If it wasn't for Yimo, he wouldn't do something that was of no benefit to him. Although the San Francisco gang couldn't do anything to him, he also had people under him to worry about, and in that area, the San Francisco gang was the local head snake. Shi Kai-jen hadn't been injured heavily, and with a master like Sha Wan, he had recovered a long time ago. When he saw Yimo appear, he quickly greeted him with Brother Yi. Tong Zhu isn't here? Yimo saw that Shi Kai-jen was fine and felt assured. Shi Kai-jen had been doing things for him, and if something happened to him, he would feel guilty. Shuzi went out hunting for information. As soon as he said this, Tong Zhu's voice sounded. Brother Shi, I saw Dick tonight. Gang leader Sha, you're also here. Tong Zhu then saw Yimo and called out in joyful surprise, Brother Yi, you're finally here. Yimo looked at Tong Zhu and patted his shoulder. It was his fault that Shi Kai-jen and Tong Zhu ended up like this, so, what happened? Yimo looked at Shi Kai-jen and asked. Although Luo Xian had explained it clearly, Yimo still wanted to hear Shi Kai-gen's story. Shi Kai-jen and Tong Zhu pretty much said the same thing. With the added detail that Dick had apparently kept looking for Shi Kai-jen even after knowing that he had been saved. Dick wouldn't rest until he captured Shi Kai-jen and interrogated him on the person behind the destruction of the Grey Alliance. Due to the San Francisco gang's pressure, even Sha Wan's business was also affected. You're still in the human trafficking business? Yimo felt a little repulsed by this business, but Sha Wan had saved Shi Kai-jen, so that made him feel conflicted. Sha Wan quickly said, No, ever since I saw Qianbei last time, I listened to Qianbei's words and stopped that business. I'm in weapons trade now. You're trod on weapons? Can you get the latest weapons too? Yimo suddenly thought of Luo Yu. Although Luo Yu had bought some weapons, those were actually the weapons from which others wanted to upgrade. Countries wouldn't sell weapons to Luo Yu, so most of their weapons had to come from underground dealings. Before Sha Wan replied, Shi Kai-jen said, the US is very different to China in this aspect. They are the ones being supplied by major weapon manufacturers. The US government buys from them. Of course, all of these manufacturers have some political background, so due to their private connections, it's that much easier for the US to get the latest weapons. That's right, like Thor, Universal Motion, ATK, etc. Warfare weapon manufacturers are very close to the government and the military, but that's all only a secondary point. However, the large-scale weapons are indeed restricted and we can't get them. But we can get some lighter weapons easily, Sha Wan said. Yimo nodded. In that case, Sha Wan, you will be responsible for getting me the latest weapons. As for those large-scale weapon blueprints, I will get them from the weapon manufacturers myself. My company moved to Luo Yu now, you probably know, right? Sha Wan had always wanted to mention this, so now that Yimo mentioned it, he was very excited. This time, he didn't hesitate and said, Yi Qianbei, I of course know of Luoyu Corporation, and I wish to join Luoyu City. Qianbei, hearing this, Shi Kaijin and Tongzhu also got excited. They'd long since known about the legendary story of Luoyu Pharmaceuticals. Even if they were already Yimo's men, that only made them want to join Luoyu all the more. But Yimo was talking to Shawan now, so they couldn't really butt in. Yimo knew what they wanted and smiled. Of course, since I have mentioned this, it means I am willing to let you join Luoyu City. If you want to go back to Luoyu now, that's fine, and if you stay here, then help me take notice of the US's weapons and get me some of the latest weapons. If the US has any new breakthroughs in technology, make sure to tell me immediately. From a personal perspective, Yimo had to admit that America was a very open country and in that sense much better than many other countries. If not for them trying to devour Luoyu, he wouldn't attack them either. But no matter how strong they were, if they wanted to attack Luoyu, then don't blame him for attacking first. And, in their heart, the Americans believed that they were the big brother of the world, and Yimo didn't like that. That's fine, I'm willing to stay here to continue the firearms business, Shawan said immediately, and Shi Kaijin and Tongzhu wanted that too. Yimo would of course not mistreat them for being willing to stay and help. He made 3 defensive bracelets for them which could save each of them at least once. Although Shi Kaijin and Tongzhu didn't really know how it worked, they had seen Yimo shoot fireballs before. Not to mention all the legendary things Yimo had done. They felt like Yimo was a very mysterious and powerful person. Shawan felt reverence towards Yimo. He still didn't understand how Yimo had gotten from Chunnan to Hong Kong in such a brief moment. Thus, he would think of everything Yimo gave him as very precious. Despite Shawan's rejection, Yimo still left $50 million with him. Yimo had gotten this from Jason. He rarely used money anyway, and if he wanted Shawan to do things wholeheartedly, he needed to give him some money. I still wish to get the large-scale weapon blueprints now. Do you know where the weapon manufacturers keep these things? When Yimo asked this, the 3 turned into stone. The first to react was Shawan. Qianbei, you're joking, right? Yimo smiled. Of course I'm not. I have to take care of that today, because tonight, I'll be going for a spin at the San Francisco gang. The 3 thought Yimo was crazy. Go to the US weapon dealers and steal their blueprints? But soon they realized that Yimo wasn't joking. Yimo waved his hand, just give me the details, and I will think of a way. Yimo felt that he hadn't done enough in America yet. When Shawan left to find information, Shi Kaijin patted his head and said, Brother Yi, you told me to search for Sister Yen before you left. I found something, but before I could report to you, the San Francisco gang invaded. Yimo was shocked. He knew that Sister Yen could quite possibly be his blood mother. Hearing this, he had a certain indescribable feeling in his heart. Chapter 552, Mezaka Town. Ever since he had met Yimo, Shi Kaijin had never seen such an expression on his face. He didn't dare hesitate and said, a month ago, I found someone who had been part of the Chinese gang in the past. He was called Lu Shan. After the gang war, the gang leader did indeed send someone to take Sister Yen away. After the Chinese gang was annihilated, some brothers escaped. The Lu Shan I met was one of them. He encountered Sister Yen on the way as well, that person protecting her. When the 3 met, they realized they had no money. So Sister Yen took off her bracelet for them to sell. But after that brother left, he never came back. They waited for a long time, but the person still didn't come back. A while later, they heard gunshots and didn't dare to keep waiting. It was up to Lu Shan to protect Sister Yen then, but he was quite loyal to the Chinese gang, so he brought Sister Yen to Mezaka Town and parted with Sister Yen. Where is this Lu Shan? After a long while, Yimo asked subconsciously. Shi Kaijin said guiltily, I found him in Dali City, but the second time I went to see him, he had already moved away. I think he doesn't want to have any relations with the Chinese gang anymore. I understand him. So I didn't go find him. Then, Shi Kaijin took out an accurate map and handed it to Yimo. This is the location of that Mezaka Town. The red dot is the place where they parted ways. Yimo kept staring at the map with such focus that he didn't even know when Shawan came in. After a long while, Yimo put away the map and felt worried for Sister Yen. Although he came from Luoyu continent, he still valued sentiment. Otherwise, he wouldn't treat Yi Ling and Yi Zifeng so nice. If Sister Yen was really his mother, then that would mean she was someone with important blood relations with him. Who knew if that abandoned son Yimo wasn't really his past life? Yi Qianbei, I got this information ready. Please take a look. Seeing Emo return to his senses, Shawan quickly handed his findings to Emo. Emo took the stack and put it away without looking at it carefully. After a while, he said, I'll be going out for a while. As for the San Francisco gang, that can wait until I come back. Sure, Kaijen guessed that Emo would probably be going to that town. He hesitated for a moment but eventually said nothing. Emo had come for that sister Yen last time, meaning that there was some close relation between them. Other things could wait for after he finished dealing with that. Emo had regained his composure and noticed that Sure Kaijen wanted to say something. He asked immediately. What do you want to say, Brother Yi? There was one more thing that I didn't find the right moment to say yet. Huang Mei came back to look for you once after you left. She was very disappointed to hear that you had left, Sure Kaijen replied. Huang Mei? Emo frowned. He didn't know that woman. And this was in the US. He didn't remember meeting any women in the US. What did she want from him? Seeing this, Sure Kaijen said, she was the woman sitting behind Zhu Hongsheng when we first entered the Hong martial gang, Emo immediately recalled. That woman had seemed to be helping him no matter the circumstance. He felt strange why a woman he didn't know would be helping him that much. She might have looked average, but she sure was meticulous. Thinking about this, Emo asked, how has she been after the Hong martial gang was annihilated? Sure Kaijen immediately replied, she is very smart. The day that Zhu Hongsheng rejected her proposal, she immediately left the gang. Later when Zhu Hongsheng realized his mistake, he couldn't find her anymore. Emo nodded. She was quite decisive and had left as soon as she realized Zhu Hongsheng wasn't worth helping. But why did she want to find him? He wasn't a gang leader or anything. What did she say? Emo asked again. Sure Kaijen said, she just asked whether the main reason for you coming to San Francisco had been to look for Sister Yen and when you would come back next. She knew the first part anyway, so I didn't hide it, but as for when you would come back again, I said I didn't know. After she left, I never heard from her again. Emo didn't ask anything else. This Huang Mei was quite astute, unlike that Pan Yueji. If she could go help Su Yuehua, it wouldn't be bad, but since she had already left, there was no point in thinking about it. Compared to other places in the US or even to other towns in San Francisco, Mexico was extremely basic. The streets seemed messy, the buildings were old, etc. Emo stood at the door of a cafe. It had been newly built, but the dot Sure Kaijen had marked on the map conformed to that place. Emo sighed. So many years had passed, it was highly unlikely she would have stayed at this town, and even if she had, it wouldn't be easy to find her. Emo ordered himself some coffee after coming in. It was full of bubbles at the top, so he stirred it and took a sip. It was bitter. He didn't like this flavor. He casually picked up the newspaper on his table. The headline was a picture of the U.S. Bank Reserve and a dug-open wall of the gold vault. Emo smiled. They had found out quickly. It was only the next morning, yet the newspapers had come out already. He couldn't understand the English, but he could guess what it was about. Not long after Emo sat down, a blonde girl sat down opposite to Emo with a cup of coffee and asked in English, "Are you Chinese?" Emo understood that much, but he didn't want to talk to her, so he pretended he didn't understand and kept drinking the coffee he didn't like. "May I ask if you're Chinese?" The blonde girl saw that Emo didn't answer her, so she asked again, but this time, she used Chinese. Emo nodded helplessly. "Yes, what do you want?" "Oh, great. I want you to help me." "No, I think I can help you." These words bewildered Emo. She was asking him for help? He had just met her. Also, he didn't need her help with anything. Before Emo said anything, though, she whispered in Emo's ears, "Can we talk outside? I think you might be interested." Emo was already in a bad mood and now this woman was just making it worse. Emo got up and dumped a $100 bill on the bar and walked out. He only had $100 bills on him. Seeing this, the blonde woman quickly took the bill and paid with her card. The waiter saw her with Emo and thought they were together, so he didn't think too much about it. After the blonde walked out of the cafe, she suddenly came up to Emo and grabbed his arm, intentionally rubbing her huge bosom on Emo's arm. Emo frowned. He had no interest in this woman. Compared to Ning Qingxue, Emo didn't even want to look at this woman. Emo was sure now that she had to be some street prostitute. However, he felt strange, because they usually came out at night, and this woman was already out in the morning. Emo pulled her arm away and questioned unhappily, "What do you want to say?" If you want to sleep together or something, then don't bother, I'm not interested in you. Unexpectedly though, the woman had an embarrassed look and quickly said with a smile, oh, I know. But I really like you. You're a true man, you have the smell of a real man. Chapter 553, Underground Fighting. Guillermo sneered, I repeat, I am not interested. Please go away, the blonde suddenly said, it's quite rare for a Chinese person to come to this town. You here on holiday? Perhaps I can show you around town. I know of a lot of places other people don't. The ghost house, spinning battlefield, underground fighting. Anywhere you want to go, I can bring you there, and I charge very little. Just give me 300, no, 200 US dollars, and I can serve you for a day. Guillermo thought, this is my first time in town, and it's not like I'm familiar with the place. If someone could show me around, it would save me a lot of time. And the blonde girl's Chinese was fluent, so they could communicate just fine. Thinking about this, Guillermo suddenly asked, what's your name? And, are you in need of a lot of money? Hearing this, the blonde quickly said, I'm Annie, and yes, I really do need all the money I can get. If you get tired, I can even go to bed with you, you just need to give me 200 US dollars, no need to go to bed with me. First, just tell me if there are a lot of Chinese here, and where do they usually live? Also, how much do you know about the history of this town? How long have you been living here? Guillermo asked. The blonde quickly answered, I was born here. My father is a blacksmith, so I know the place very well, just like Dash. She wanted to use a fancy metaphor, but her knowledge was limited, and she couldn't think of one. Guillermo didn't mind. He nodded and said, take me to the Chinese region. There's someone I wish to find someone? Oh, great. As long as you're looking for someone Chinese, I can help you find them. You know, people call me the white Chinese, Annie kept talking. If you want to find a Chinese person, you need to go to the Mengtang Street underground boxing ring. That place has the second greatest amount of Chinese people in town. Perhaps the person you're looking for is there, there was no way Sister Yan would be there. Guillermo shook his head without thinking, why take me the second best place? Take me to the place with the most Chinese. Oh, okay. Mister, what's your name? Annie asked, I'm Guillermo. Now, just take me to the place with the most Chinese. After Guillermo spoke with her for a while, he found that she wasn't as annoying as he had thought. Perhaps she simply really needed money. If she could take him to find all the Chinese around, he wouldn't mind giving her some money. Annie said, Mr. Guillermo, the place with the most Chinese is the Chinese backstreet, but we have to pass the underground boxing ring to get there. That way, we will also spend less time to see all the Chinese we can. Guillermo looked at her glimmering eyes and knew that even if she was right, there must be some other reason she persisted on going there. To Guillermo, no matter what it was, he wouldn't care at all. As though realizing her words might arouse some misunderstanding, Annie quickly explained, you can see Chinese masters fight there, but if you're really not interested, we don't have to go, it's fine, we might as well go. Guillermo waved his hand casually. No matter what masters were there, he wouldn't have to worry. This was only some small American town, after all. Seeing this, Annie was even happier and exclaimed, oh God, you're the best. What a gentleman. Alright, just hurry up and go, and call me Mr. Yi from now on. Although Annie was clearly in financial trouble, she wasn't depressed about it at all and made things quite cheerful. Guillermo also felt a lot better. Hey sweetheart, a white man chewing gum walked by Annie and Guillermo, and said with very broken Chinese. Annie ignored the man and pointed at an alleyway, saying, you can enter the underground boxing ring from there, let's go. The man saw Annie ignore him, so he walked past Guillermo and Annie and also entered the small alleyway. They only walked for a bit before people started brushing past them hurriedly. The Chinese amounted to 40% of everyone present. No wonder even some random white man knew a bit of Chinese. After walking past the alleyway, Annie took Guillermo to a very big hall. There were a lot of people there, and it was very boisterous and rowdy. Small stalls were everywhere, people were drinking, playing card games, eating and even taking drugs. Guillermo found the place had people of all sorts of skin colors. Annie smiled to Guillermo apologetically, Mr. Yi, it'll get better after we properly enter, this hall is a bit too chaotic. But there are also Chinese here, perhaps there might be someone you know. Annie seemed to know a lot of people here. As soon as she came in, a bunch of people started greeting her, but Annie knew what her main purpose was, and seeing that Guillermo didn't like this place, she took him further underground quickly. At the entrance, Annie stopped and looked at Yemo awkwardly. "Mr. Yi, could you lend me $200 for now? Trust me, I won't cheat you out of your money." A couple $100 was like a couple of leaves to Yemo. He took out $200 and handed them to Annie. "Thank you, Mr. Yi. Let's go in." Annie's expression seemed like she didn't just get 200 but 20K. Yemo sighed. Those who were content with what the small things they got were always happy. The two came to the door and Annie gave the $200 entrance fee and took Yemo in. Yemo saw the boisterous crowd and immediately knew that Annie probably had her own thing going on and that was why she had wanted to come there. But Yemo saw that there were indeed a lot of Chinese. A few of them were shouting in front of the stage. "Annie, you're here so early," a very fluent Chinese speaker said. It was an Asian young man in his 20s. He seemed to have some head injuries and was bandaged. He looked at Yemo. Annie was going to make Yemo wait while she looked for the young man, but he had come out unexpectedly. Annie gave $300 to the guy awkwardly and said, "Yemo is my new friend. Don't worry about anything and go sign up first. I came to see your match tonight." Yemo realized that $300 had completely come from him. The young man hesitated before taking the money and said, "I won't let you and Sister Cece down." Then, he turned into the crowd and entered the competing area. "Sorry, Mr. Yi, I might have tricked you a bit, but don't worry, I will take you through this entire town for sure. If the person you're looking for is really here, I will find them for you." Annie apologized. Meanwhile, as Yemo looked at that young man, he felt a sense of familiarity. Chapter 554, Longing for Home. His name is Injia. He came here because he needs a lot of money. At least tens of thousands of dollars. "I want to help him, but I don't have money either." Annie explained. Annie didn't really grow up the American way either. Her father was from Hong Kong and came to this town in the US many years ago. Her father met her mother, and they got married, but as soon as Annie was born, her mother passed away. Although her father wasn't able to give her the best life then, they had still been able to survive. But due to the economic crisis, her father went bankrupt and could only live in the poor region of the Chinese backstreet. Due to them living in an off-the-grid way, her father and her didn't get much help from the government either. Furthermore, her father was an alcoholic, so most of their money was used for buying alcohol. She had very little money to spend. Annie met the sister and brother of the Yin family in the Chinese backstreet, and she fell in love with Injia. Injia and his sister needed money desperately, but she had no way to help, so Injia could only come fight here. Because he had some power and 2 or 3 normal people were no match for him, Annie supported him to come fight here. Recently, the town started holding a Boxing King of Mexico town tournament. The first place could get you $100,000 US, the second and third could get you $50,000 and $30,000 respectively. Thus, Injia had signed up without hesitation. Although the sign-up fee was only $300, the competitor needed a backer who also needed to pay $1,000 as insurance. The two of them only had $1,000 together, so Annie had gone out to earn some money somehow. Hearing this, Yemo was speechless. This woman went out to sleep with others to help the person she loved raise money. Should she be praised, or was she an idiot? Yemo soon thought that perhaps she simply thought differently to him. Perhaps she thought sleeping with someone wasn't too big of a deal. Although Yemo couldn't understand her actions, he knew that everyone had their own means to keep in mind, and perhaps from her perspective, she was doing the right thing. Seeing Yemo be silent, Annie felt like she should keep apologizing. She had already given the money to Injia to sign up. If this Mr. Yi didn't want her to lead the way anymore, she wouldn't know how to give the 200 back. Yemo looked over and saw a Chinese guy get beaten down from the stage. Yemo had been watching the fight ever since he came in. The Chinese guy spat blood and he slowly stopped breathing. The black man who had won was full of excitement. Many people threw money on the stage and a woman wearing a bikini picked the money up. She did all sorts of seductive poses to attract people to throw more money. People casually got beaten to death? Yemo looked at those people in shock. Noticing Yemo's surprise, Annie quickly said, "If you want to go further inside to take a look, you have to pay more. By the way, just like that man, most winners get rewarded even if they don't reach the top 3, the government doesn't care?" Yemo asked with a frown. Annie shook her head, "Of course they don't. Sometimes, some people come here for a check, but before they do, everyone here gets notified, so there can't be any problems at all. Aren't you worried that Jia might also be beaten up like that? Yemo thought it weird that being Jia's girlfriend, she wasn't being the first to stop him from going up there. Instead, Annie seemed very supportive of Jia fighting. Annie shook her head. Jia can win. I trust him, so why should I worry? Yemo was speechless. But he didn't care either way and just scanned the underground fighting ring. It was just as he had thought. Although there were a lot of Chinese here, he didn't recognize anyone. In fact, there weren't that many chintz women. Let's go, take me to the Chinese backstreet, Yemo said. He had some hopes for that place. If Sister Yen was in the town, there was a 90% chance she was there, because that was the ghetto for Chinese people. She had come there by herself, so she wouldn't have had anywhere else to go. The Chinese backstreet really was a slum indeed. Seeing the place, Yemo realized that even in the US, not every place was rich. The street was narrow and dirty and actually pretty hidden. If it wasn't for Annie taking him there, he would never have known about the place. 80% of the people there were Chinese, with a few black and white people. Yemo subconsciously looked at Annie. Her father was from Hong Kong, so why did she look completely white? Yemo even considered the thought that her mother might have cheated on her father. Annie was obviously very welcome. On the street, many Chinese would greet her. Annie had a smile on her face and talked with everyone. No wonder her Chinese was so good. Annie, something happened to Insi. Hurry up and find her brother. A Chinese man rushed over with a trolley and stopped Annie. Something happened to Sister Cece? Then, Annie didn't even say anything to Yemo and ran out in a hurry. Yemo saw this and didn't blame her. But Jia and Insi, the two added together formed Sijia, which meant the longing for home. The man was about to leave when Yemo suddenly asked, "Where is Annie going?" What happened? The man studied Yemo and didn't hesitate much since Yemo had come together with Annie. He said, "Insi was working at a restaurant, and I heard she offended a customer and needed to compensate a lot of money, so she's being held back at the restaurant." Where is the restaurant? Also, isn't America supposed to be a very lawful society? How come something like that is happening? Yemo asked in confusion. The man had a face full of contempt and said coldly, "Lawful? That's only for some people. I think you've been reading too much democratic propaganda. It's as easy as drinking water for rich people to have you put in jail here." "Young man, you must have only just arrived here, right?" Then, the man walked off and didn't even tell Yemo where the restaurant was. Yemo felt helpless. He knew he didn't understand life in the US, but even he knew that there was a difference in the lives of the rich and poor. Although that man's words had been a bit extreme, he wasn't completely wrong. Yemo stopped a middle-aged lady and asked her about the restaurant. This time, Yemo was pointed the right direction. As soon as Yemo got to the restaurant, his spirit sense noticed a white man on the second floor raging at a girl in her 20s. But Yemo didn't understand a thing he said. A Chinese man beside him was also joining him in cursing at the girl. Annie held the girl, who had a slap mark on her face and seemed full of worry. Yemo was surprised. Annie had been a very optimistic American girl all along, so he felt strange seeing the worry on her face. Chapter 555. This isn't over. Yemo went up to the second floor and said to Annie, "Annie, you took my money, so why aren't you leading the way for me now?" Annie was already worried and at a loss about what to do. Now that Yemo suddenly appeared, she became even more worried. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, please wait for me outside for a bit, I will be out soon." Annie knew she wouldn't be getting out anytime soon, but she knew who that white man was. Perhaps Yemo would be dragged into trouble eventually too. What is going on? Yemo looked at the girl who had been slapped and walked over. Seeing this, Annie could only say, "Sister Cece broke the customer's belongings, and she can't afford them." Yemo immediately understood what was going on, after Yemo's sudden intervention. The white man and Chinese man finally reacted. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man studied Yemo and asked in contempt. "I'm a friend of Annie's." "What did they break? And why are you hitting people?" Yemo scanned the man and asked casually. Yemo soon found that the white man had a gun in his pocket, and not far away stood two robust-looking guys. Hearing this, the middle-aged man sneered and said slowly, "Insi is a worker at my restaurant, and Edward is our honorable guest. Insi broke his white jade statue. Don't you agree that needs to be compensated? Because Insi is my worker, I'm only asking her to pay 10% of it. The remaining amount will be paid by me. But if she doesn't even want to pay 10% of it, what should I do? If she keeps refusing, I can only send her to jail. Mr. Ross, you know she can't pay that much, yet you still ask her to pay 1 million. Moreover, can that thing really be worth 10 million? You're doing this intentionally, aren't you? Annie wanted to argue but then looked at the white man and swallowed back her words. You don't have the money? Ross glanced at Annie and Incy and sneered but didn't say anything. After Emo came, the white man no longer cursed at Incy. Instead, he signaled for his bodyguards to block the entrance downstairs. What is this thing that has a 10% cost of 1 million? Emo suddenly asked again. Ross sneered. However much the customer says it's worth. That's how much it's worth. If you can't pay what you broke, shouldn't you at least know how to kneel down? Suddenly, Ross felt that he actually shouldn't be answering Emo. Who was this guy, and how dare he question him like that? He scanned Emo and said, Who are you doing so anyway? Do you want to pay for it? If you don't, what's the use of asking this and that? Emo smiled. I want to pay, but I don't see the object in question. If it really is worth 1 million, perhaps I will pay you. Ross wanted to speak in derision, but before he could say anything much, he froze. Emo was holding 3 stacks of freshly printed dollars. There had to be at least 20K in his hands. Before anyone could react though, Emo waved his hand, and the money magically disappeared. Ross's eyes went green. If this young man could casually take out 20K, he must have more. Those dollars had seemed fresh from the bank. Edward also saw the USD, and his eyes started glimmering, but he soon covered up his greed. His eyes moved around as he began scheming. Emo looked at the two and sneered. It was just 20K, yet these two were getting greedy for it. It was impossible for them to have a statue worth 10 million. Annie's eyes also brightened up. She couldn't understand how Emo could have put the money in his thin layer of clothes, but she didn't accept Emo to be this wealthy. Everyone used credit cards. So who would carry so much cash like that? But Annie knew the situation wasn't good, because Edward had also seen the money on Emo. And Edward was a notorious man in Mexico. Incy subconsciously looked at Annie. She knew all of Annie's friends. Since when did she know someone this rich? Before Ross could say anything, Emo continued, Since you want me to compensate, shouldn't you at least show me what I'm compensating? I need to know where it's broken. If he weren't concerned that Annie and Incy might be affected, he would have killed the two already. Things wouldn't be so troublesome then. Oh, of course. Ross then took out a white jade statue from the room behind him and passed it to Emo. This is it. Edward spent 10 million to get this from an auction. It's from ancient Roman ruins, Emo sneered. He didn't even need to look at it to know that it had been made from a modern type of glass. The thing was worth at most $10. Emo saw a crack at the back. These two were obviously scamming Incy, but Incy didn't look rich. In that case, why were they scamming her? Emo looked at Incy. Although she looked clean and decent, it wasn't like she was mind-blowingly pretty. How could someone like Edward and Ross be interested in her? Emo then looked at the statue. He was a cultivator who could make proper high-level artifacts. The little thingy was repaired in a brief moment. He looked at the statue and then said, Ross, I don't see any damage on this. I just took a strand of hair away, and the statue seems perfectly fine. Maybe you saw wrong. Perfectly fine? If that statue is perfectly fine, I'll eat it and give you $1 million. Ross sneered and took the statue from Emo. He glanced at Emo, ready to point out the crack. Incy also looked at Emo in stupefaction. The lie would be broken immediately, so what was the point of telling it? She had seen the crack herself, but Ross had to be disappointed. He looked again and again yet didn't see any cracks. He turned it around and around, but there were no marks at all. Had it really been a strand of hair? There was no way. This wasn't good. Thinking for a second, Ross simply dropped the statue. Like that, the glass would crack for sure. Ross sneered, even if there wasn't a crack before, now that it will, as long as I deny that it dropped, what can you do? But before the statue fell to the ground, Emo caught it with his foot and then flicked it into his hand. Emo held the thing and sneered, Mr. Ross, this statue is perfectly fine, so if you drop it on the ground, you will have to pay for it. Ross looked at Emo and was dazed. He hadn't expected his trump card to fail. Emo passed the statue to Ross again. "Mr. Ross, if you drop it again, that means you're throwing it around intentionally." Ross gave the statue to Edward. Edward also looked at it and confirmed that there were no cracks at all. Had they really seen wrongly? "Since we were wrong, never mind." Edward sneered. He would think of another way. Ainsley's whole family was here anyway, they couldn't escape. This youth in front of him looked rich, though. He wouldn't be letting him go. Although he didn't care about that $20,000 of cash, if the guy could take it out so casually, he definitely had more. "Huh, it's over just like that?" Annie almost screamed. Ainsley also felt like she was dreaming. With Edward having said that, Ross could only glare at Ainsley and say, "You were lucky this time." Emo suddenly intervened. "Mr. Ross, this isn't over yet. The misunderstanding before was about the white statue, but we haven't resolved you hitting Ms. Ainsley yet." Chapter 556, Price is Negotiable. Everyone looked on dumbly at Emo. Who was Edward? Who could dare question one of his men in front of him? That was asking to die. "What's the big deal with me beating her? She did something wrong, can't she be beaten then?" Ross was so angry he started laughing. Emo's tone went cold. "What did Ainsley do wrong? She broke." Ross suddenly stopped. The white jade statue was completely fine. Ross looked at Edward and knew that their target should now be changed to Emo. Thinking about this, Ross quickly took out a $100 bill and gave it to Ainsley, saying, "One slap for $100, you're lucky." Emo took that $100 bill and gave it a look. After which he took out a $100 bill from his own pocket and gave it to Ross. "How could I take your money?" "Here, I'll give you this 100. Ross subconsciously took the money, sneering, "I thought you were tough, but you don't even dare take my money." Slap, slap. 2 slaps landed on Ross's face, making his mind stop for a moment. He was spinning on the spot. He really didn't get why he was being hit suddenly. "Although I have quite a bit of money, I can't waste too much on a pig." 2 slaps for 200 it is, Emo said, but these 2 slaps were of a different caliber. Ross spat out a bunch of teeth and felt a burning sensation on his face. He couldn't even speak as he slumped to the ground. Everyone was dazed. No one had expected Emo to have the guts to hit someone in front of Edward, and so harshly at that. Edward's face went bleak. Just when he wanted to speak, Emo stopped him. "Edward, I'm very interested in your white jade statue. I believe it's very valuable, and I'm wondering whether you have any more valuable antiques over at your place. I'd gladly go back with you and buy some from you. Of course, as long as it's valuable, the price is negotiable." "What?" This young man wanted to go back to his place and buy his antiques? Edward wanted to laugh. There was still such good luck in the world, and he had encountered it? He had been troubled trying to come up with a way to bring the young man away all along. The young man knew the jade statue was worth 10 million yet still wanted to go with him. Didn't that mean he had a lot more money? Thinking about it, Edward's heart was on fire. While he was getting excited, Emo sighed, "I wanted to buy some treasures from America before going back, and today I finally found someone who owns real treasures." Then, Emo took out a card and waved it in front of Ross. "I really need to thank you for giving me the opportunity to get to know Mr. Edward. Otherwise, where would I go to spend all this money?" It was as though Emo had so much money that he didn't even know how to spend it. Edward's bleak expression disappeared immediately. It turned into a fervent smile. He looked at Emo as though he was looking at dollar bills. "Mr. Yi, you dash." Annie was dazed. She really didn't get how Emo could be this dumb. He was asking to die trying to do business with Edward. Ainsley was also worried. She didn't know Emo, but even if she did and she tried to stop him from making Edward earn a fortune, her family wouldn't live to see tomorrow's sun, and this young man would still be tricked into doing business with Edward afterwards. Before Annie could finish, Emo said, "Annie, wait for me at Backstreet. I'll come back immediately after completing this business with Edward." Just as he was about to leave with Edward, Emo seemed to have thought of something and turned back to Ross and smiled. "I almost forgot. You said that you will eat the statue if there was no marks on it and give me 1 million. But the white statue is worth so much, so of course I can't let you eat it. Although 1 million is just change to me, but it's still my money. I will have to take it, Mr. Ross." Ross covered his mouth and wanted to go to the hospital as soon as possible, but he didn't dare to move. This youth was really asking him for 1 million? Was he crazy? "You don't want to give it to me?" Seeing how Ross wasn't talking, EMO didn't leave with Edward and walked back in front of Ross again. Ross looked pitifully at Edward. He knew that Edward was going to do business with EMO now and wasn't going to do anything to him. But 1 million was a big sum to him. His total fortune amounted to only 2 million. Ross, you said it, so you should give it to him. Edward's words made him understand that all hope was lost. He hatefully transferred EMO 1 million. That represented many years of his savings. EMO waved the card in his hand again. Ross, to be honest, 1 million is like a drop of water in the sea in my account. It's your honor for me to be taking your money. Mr. Edward, let's go do business. This place is too boring. Ainsley and Annie couldn't do anything as they watched EMO and Edward leave. Annie, who is this person? How did you meet him? Ainsley asked desperately. Annie said, I needed a couple $100. So I found him. What, Annie? Don't tell me you. Ainsley's face changed drastically. She knew her brother was in a relationship with Annie. If Annie had gone to bed with someone else, what would she do? Annie had indeed planned on doing that. The reason why she chose to do it in the morning and with a Chinese man was because Yin Jia needed the money by tonight. She also thought that someone who was up that early wouldn't be too lustful of a person. But those who lived in the town all had a very loose lifestyle and thus wouldn't wake up early. EMO was a foreign Chinese man, and he looked clean. When she approached EMO, she did indeed like the refreshing smell on him. Going to bed with someone she didn't dislike while earning the money she desperately needed, of course. That was more than Annie could have hoped for. She just hadn't expected EMO to be unwilling, even though Annie didn't really care about it. When she saw Ainsley's face, she immediately knew that Ainsley was disgusted by it. So she waved her hand and denied it. No, I didn't go to bed with him. How could I? I was just showing him the way. Hearing this, Ainsley finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked, You were showing him the way? Our town is so small, why would he need you to show him the way? I don't know. He said he's called EMO and he's here to look for someone. That person is Chinese too, so I took him to the underground boxing ring and then to Chinese backstreet. Annie said. Suddenly, the man with the trolley rushed in, and as he saw that Annie and Ainsley were fine, he felt relieved. Uncle De, thank you for today, Ainsley said. Cece, you're fine? That's great. Your auntie heard what happened and wanted to come look for you too, but she's a bit weak and fainted, Uncle De said quickly. Huh, auntie fainted? Ainsley immediately ran back to her house. Annie also followed. Chapter 557, Neighbor coming for a chat. Mexico might have been only a small and poor town in the U.S., there was one significant figure there, Edward. Although he wasn't that significant, his family, the Boer family, were a member of the famous Black Hand Gang in the U.S. In reality, Edward no longer counted as a member of the Boer family, but other people didn't know that. The reason why Mexico town had stayed the way it was greatly due to Edward. Edward used his family's name to earn money in the town, but since he never stepped out of bounds, he'd stayed on good terms with the local government. At times, they would even work together. The largest private manor in town, Alsai, belonged to Edward. He had around 40 to 50 men working for him. Sometimes, he would even commit some robberies at nearby towns, but what was clever about him was that he never touched the government's bottom line, since EMO had come all the way into his manor and the people outside were all his men. Edward didn't even bother putting up an act. He was sure that no matter how good EMO was at explaining himself, he would have to give Edward the money obediently with his means. Edward, your house is really big, you must have earned a lot in this town. EMO suddenly said. Edward shook his head. This Chinese young man was probably dumb. He didn't even understand that he had fallen into a hunter's trap. Edward couldn't wait to see how this young man would be begging him for mercy. I think that compared to my manor, you would be much more interested in my collection. Many look like mere glass but are actually beautiful antiques. I'm sure you would love to buy them, ha ha. Edward laughed. What he hadn't expected was that the young man would nod and seriously say, yes, compared to antiques, I in fact prefer glass collectibles. Glass products need to be modeled, burned, and even intricately marked. They are much harder to make than those antiques you can just dig out from underground. Edward was stunned. Was this guy really an idiot? EMO sneered. He knew that the reason why Edward had brought him here was to force him to give up all his money. EMO wasn't a cold-hearted person. He could see how much authority Edward had in this town and that if he left just like that, Annie and Ainsley would be doomed. Hence, EMO couldn't leave just like that. Moreover, he could maybe even earn a little fortune here on the side. The moment Edward spoke, Emo knew that the man would be going for the attack soon. This guy was really desperate, he couldn't even wait for them to go inside. Emo wanted to sneer at him but suddenly stopped in his tracks. Seeing Emo stop, Edward thought that Emo had realized that he was going to harm him and that he wanted to run. So he had been acting dumb. Edward signaled to the people at the door, and the gates were immediately closed, but what unexpectedly Emo didn't try to leave at all. Instead, he started walking faster towards his manor, as though he were attracted by the beauty of it. Edward was in fact right. Emo had truly been attracted indeed. More than that, he was shocked. Edward's manor was full of lush green plants and fresh air that was of unimaginable quality. Emo was feeling much stronger spirit chi than on the outside. That's right, spirit chi. What shocked Emo even more was that it was as though all the plants in Edward's manor were being fed with spirit water. Could this be a spirit mine? Or is there a spirit well? Emo was dazed and excited. If not for him being super lucky and having a good heart, how could he ever have found a place like this? Mr. Edward, your place is just too nice. I love it already. Emo cooled his heart and acted as though he hadn't seen the men behind him. Edward smiled bleakly. Heh. That's great. Since you love it so much, go ahead and take a good look. Emo sent his spirit sense out but found no spirit wells or spirit mines. What was this, Mr. Edward? Am I imagining things, or are your flowers and plants different from others? I feel like the air here is great, Emo said casually. Although Emo was already dead meat to him, Edward didn't want to pass up on the chance to show off. He laughed and said, I've had specialists take special care of the place, and it's perfect for living. Emo thought for a while and then asked in confusion, Mr. Edward, what is your secret to such a good environment? Of course, if you're willing to tell me your secret. It'd be more than worth it to give you tens of millions for it. How much you give won't be up to you. Edward snarled and then turned to the men behind him, ordering them, drag him in. I want to see just how much I can get out of him. Wow, you're boring. Emo looked at Edward and shook his head. Before Edward could react, Emo shot out a couple of fireballs, and those 7 men were quickly turned to dust. Edward looked at his men as they disappeared in the blink of an eye and rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. The next moment, Emo held Edward's neck and dragged him around his manor. A short while later, Edward realized that all of his men had been turned to dust. Except for some servants, Emo then dragged him to the guest hall and dumped him on the ground. Edward just realized what predicament he had put himself into. This King Chinese, what magic was he using? He was killing people without leaving even the slightest of marks behind. He was too scary. Sir, excuse me, sir, I have large amounts of antiques here. No, actually, they're all glassware. But if you like them, you can take them all. Edward didn't dare stand up nor even wipe the sweat from his head. Emo picked up an ashtray and threw it on Edward's head. Are you an idiot? Glassware I can find everywhere on the streets. Do I need to come to your place to buy them, M? No, I have money too. At least tens of millions of dollars. I can give it all to you. And if you like this mansion I can also give it to you. Edward quickly changed the topic. Emo shook his head. With the size of this mansion, he had thought Edward would have at least a couple $100 million, yet he only had mere tens of millions? What a poor guy. But something was always better than nothing, so Emo threw a card in Edward's direction. AMD said, hurry up and transfer it to me. Edward picked up the card carefully and glanced at Emo, wanting to ask if Emo would spare his life afterwards, but he saw a fireball suddenly emerge from Emo's hand, and he quickly did as told. A while later, Edward handed the card back to Emo carefully. Emo took it and then said pleasantly, Edward, I actually really do have some interest in your place. What's the secret as to why the air in your garden is so good? If he hadn't seen Emo kill tens of people with his own eyes a moment earlier, Edward would have believed Emo was just a neighbor who had come over for a chat. Chapter 558, Source of the Spirit Chi. Seeing Edward's mind wander off, Emo patted the armrest of the chair, and it immediately got shattered. Edward, I'm asking you something. Didn't you hear me? Yes. Edward wanted to crawl up subconsciously, but when he glanced at Emo, he went back down and didn't dare think about anything else anymore. He said, it's all because a few years ago, I found an animal that can seek treasure. An animal that can seek treasure? Emo stood up. That sounded like a spirit beast from the cultivation realm. Yes, yes, Edward quickly said yes as he saw Guillermo get up. Guillermo waved his hand and said, "Continue." "What sort of animal is it? Be specific," Edward continued. "It's a fox-like animal. The person that gave the small thing to me said that it's a snow fox from the Mayani snow mountains in China," Edward said. "I just thought it was very cute, so I kept it in my manor. At that time, I didn't know it had the capability to seek treasure. Then one day, a friend of mine was showing off his shooting skills with me and killed it." Then, Edward peeked at Guillermo. Meanwhile, Guillermo was considering whether that might have been that white fox he saw at the Mayani snow mountains. Guillermo blared at Edward, "Edward, since it was such a cute fox, why did you kill it, you fool? What has this got to do with the spirit chi in your garden anyway? Talk more bullshit with me and I'll give you a fireball immediately." "Spirit chi?" Of course Edward didn't know what that was, but seeing Guillermo's anger, he quickly said, "No, hold on, I told people to carry the fox away, but my men said they found a stack of diamonds beside the fox. I quickly went over and found that those weren't diamonds. The material wasn't as hard as diamond. It was a pretty, milky white crystal, and I found that the plants nearby it seemed much prettier and that the air nearby was also much better, so I dash. What did you do?" Guillermo had a bad feeling. Edward shivered. "I told the person to grind it to powder and mix it with water to water the plants in my garden. In the end, all the plants in my garden became pretty and the air quality became very good. I even get rid of my migraines after living here for a long time. I know those crystals were good things, but dash," slap Guillermo broke the other armrest and said in anger, "But what? Did you grind all the crystals?" Yes," Edward said. His sweat was dripping to the ground. Guillermo was sure those milky crystals had been spirit stones. What a waste! Such a magical creature was killed by an idiot, and the spirit stones were grinded to powder by another idiot. Seeing Guillermo's face, Edward quickly said, "There are more snow foxes 9 in the Mayani snow mountain." As soon as I understood the snow fox's power, I immediately told Erickson to go to the snow mountains again. Was the snow fox really that small fox he had seen before? If the snow foxes had such abilities, then they would be top-grade spirit beasts even in the cultivation realm. A spirit beast that could find spirit stones, that was too absurd. Thinking about the white man he had killed in the snow mountains, that guy had indeed been called Erickson. Good thing he killed him. Otherwise, if that small fox had fallen into his hands, it wouldn't have been good. Thinking about the snow mountains, Guillermo immediately thought of Song Yangzhu who had made him lose his virginity. That fiery tent and her snow-white, bouncy skin. Had he still not forgotten about her? He wondered how she was now. Guillermo shook his head and cast those thoughts aside. Guillermo was sure that the small fox he had seen was the snow fox. Firstly, these snow foxes should obviously fear strangers, but it hadn't feared him, because he was a spirit cultivator. There were no spirit cultivators on Earth except for him. The fox must have felt that he was different. Secondly, when the spirit well exploded. The snow fox had been the first to find it. The cute creature was such a precious treasure? If the snow fox were to follow him and look through the entire Earth, who knew if he might not find more spirit stones? Snow fox. Spirit-seeking beast? Thinking about this, Guillermo wanted to go back to the snow mountains immediately. Seeing that Guillermo wasn't talking, Edward was getting very uneasy. Just as he was pitying his own fate, Guillermo suddenly said, "On account of you telling me so much useful information." Edward rejoiced, but before he could talk, a fireball flew over and the last words he heard were, "I'll reward you with a fireball and give you a quick death," after leaving the manor. Guillermo felt like the trip had been worth it. Tens of millions of dollars might not be significant, but finding out about the value of the snow fox definitely was. There was one thing Guillermo had forgotten to ask Edward before leaving, which was why he had cared about Insi. Chinese Backstreet had always been the poorest place in Mexico, but of course, a few people still became wealthy. Ross was one of those people, but he had forgotten about his roots. He changed his name from Luluasi to Ross and looked down on the poor people in Chinese Backstreet, but because there were some people he knew from the past, he still sometimes hired workers from there. At the moment, he was lying in the best hospital in Mexico, receiving oral surgery. He knew that Guillermo would be dead for sure, having followed Edward along, so he didn't expect Guillermo to be able to compensate him or anything. In a small house in Chinese Backstreet, a very skinny and ugly woman sat on an old tattered chair. There were two girls by her side. One was a blonde-haired girl and another a clean-looking Chinese girl. They were Annie and Insi. The group was silent and seemed to have been like that for a long time. Insi suddenly said, "Auntie, if something happened to Emo, we can report it to the mayor. And if we can't, we'll fight it out with Lou Lousy. Now that I think of it, he must have conspired with Edward to scam us. But I really don't know what they can scam from us," the woman on the chair said after a long while. "Cece, we can't beat them, that Emo, he dash." The woman's voice was very beautiful. It was like the voice of a teenage girl, yet her face was that of an ugly old woman's. The woman said those few words and seemed to sink into reminiscence. "Sister Cece, you said the jade statue was really not broken? Why did they say you broke it?" Annie suddenly asked. Insi had forgotten about it, and now that Annie asked, she immediately thought, "Yeah, I saw that white jade statue with my own eyes, and there really was a crack on it. How come that after Emo touched it, the crack was gone?" "I don't know either. I really did see a crack on it," Insi confirmed firmly. This incident was too eerie. "By the way, Annie, what did you say you were doing at the underground boxing ring?" Insi asked. Annie was going to tell them after Injia won the prize money, but now that Insi asked, she could only say, "Jejia wants to participate in the tournament, so we went to sign up dash." "What?" Insi got up abruptly. Her brother had gone to fight there? People die there. What were Annie and Injia thinking? She didn't dare imagine the consequences and charged out without thinking. Seeing this, Annie also closed the door and followed. Chapter 559, A Woman in Chinese Backstreet. When Emo returned to Chinese Backstreet, he thought he would find Annie immediately but saw that she wasn't waiting for him there. Emo didn't mind, though. He could search even the entire street with his spirit sense in an instant. There were at most 1,000 or 2,000 people there, so it really wasn't a big deal for him, and he knew he was looking for a woman, so his search parameter was much smaller than that. As Emo went along the street to the corner of it, his spirit sense made him stop because of a suspicious room. The room was dark and had only a tattered chair, and an ugly and old woman inside. It was when Emo saw this woman that he stopped. This woman had masqueraded her looks. She wasn't actually that ugly, she had just rubbed a layer of substances on her face. For the first time, Emo sent his spirit sense inside her clothes. As expected, although her neck and hands looked black, the skin inside her clothes was very white. Emo didn't continue looking. However, regardless of whether or not this person was Sister Yen, she probably had no relation to him, because Emo saw that behind her ear was some baby hair which signaled she was a virgin. How could she be related to him then? But since the woman had changed her face, he had to go check. Why would a woman be making herself that ugly in this slum? Who was this woman? Emo frowned and walked over before pushing open the door. The woman on the chair had only just woken up and suddenly found that Cece and Annie had left, when a stranger entered her room. She was shook and subconsciously took a shirt to block herself. This was just a subconscious action of self-protection, but soon, she realized that her actions weren't appropriate. She put down the shirt and looked at Emo. "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" Her tone was coarse. Emo suddenly sat down and studied this woman before asking, "I came to find a certain someone, some people call her Sister Yen. Do you know this person?" Emo's spirit sense clearly noticed the woman shiver. "Don't worry. Sister Yen might be related to me. I bear no ill will. My name is Emo, and I come from China." Emo suddenly had the feeling that perhaps this woman was the Sister Yen he was looking for. "You're Emo? The person who helped Cece? Edward didn't make you stay?" The woman's voice suddenly became crisp. Emo nodded. "Yes, I'm Emo. And no, Edward didn't keep me. He actually sponsored me with some dollars," after which I left. The woman fell into silence. She had calmed down and studied Emo for a long time, before shakily standing up. "You're ill?" Emo went up to help her. When he held her, he felt her body shake once more. "You don't need to help me, but thank you for helping Cece." Although she told Emo not to help her, she didn't even have the energy to push Emo away. She probably knew what Edward sponsored me meant. She had been in the Chinese gang for long enough to understand that. Emo took out a bracelet and handed it to her. "I came here thanks to this bracelet." When she saw the bracelet, she suddenly grabbed it as tears flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably. Emo saw this and guessed that she was most likely that Sister Yen. The bracelet belonged to her. Emo took out a lotus life pill and fed it to her without hesitation. Then, he grabbed her hand and started helping her treat her meridians. 10 minutes later, the woman spat out some blood, and impurities started seeping out of her body. Under the intense nourishment of his chi and the lotus life pill, she fell unconscious. Yi-Mo sighed. He knew that it was due to long-term stress. Good thing he had come in time. If that had dragged on for another year or even only half a year, she would have been done for. Yi-Mo didn't wake her up, because her meridians were in the process of rapidly developing. A few minutes later, she woke up by herself, and as she smelled the putrid smell coming from her body, she screamed and rushed into the shower without saying anything to Yi-Mo. Yi-Mo laughed to himself. No matter what age a woman was, she would of course still care about that a lot, but Yi-Mo soon heard another scream in the shower and charged over without hesitation, finding her unconscious in one corner of the shower with blood on her head. Yi-Mo didn't know how she had fallen, but he hesitated about helping her. Suddenly Yi-Mo thought, what am I hesitating about? Annie and Ian both weren't there. Although she had taken off her clothes, she was at least 40 years old. Furthermore, he had already seen her now, so it would only be more awkward if he woke her up like that. Hence, he might as well help her get dressed, but as Yi-Mo started washing her with waterball magic, he found that he might have been wrong. He thought she would be quite old for sure, yet now he realized she wasn't like a woman in her 50s at all. Her skin was even whiter than Song Yangju's, and her chest wasn't slumping at all. Yi-Mo didn't dare to keep looking. He quickly cleaned her up and put a set of clothes on her. He even removed the scarring on her head. He also helped her remove the stuff on her face. Then, he put her on a layback chair and waited for her to wake up, while he studied the house a bit. The house was very old, and the living room was very small. It had 3 rooms. Yi-Mo half thought In-Si and In-Jia were her children, but now he knew they weren't. Si-Jia, so this woman had given them the name, huh? That meant that she was longing for home. Yi-Mo sighed. Life had really been hard on this woman. Yi-Mo looked at her again and was dazed. She wasn't Sister Yan? He had Sister Yan's photo, and they didn't appear to be the same person. He had hurriedly washed her up and didn't even realize that this woman was so beautiful that she was actually on par with Luoying. In fact, Yi-Mo could see a shadow of Luoying in her. Was she related to Luoying? That was impossible. While Yi-Mo was busy guessing who she was, the woman opened her eyes. She looked up and saw Yi-Mo and suddenly thought of something. She touched her clothes and immediately, her face drastically changed. It turned first red and then white. She had seen that the scars on her waist had disappeared in the shower and had fallen over in shock on the spot. But now, she had been washed clean and even had clothes on. She didn't need to think much to figure out that Yi-Mo had done that. Sorry, it was an emergency, so I helped you a bit. He saw the woman look at her clothes again, so he could only say, I didn't know where your clothes were, so I could only take out a set of my wife's clothes. You're already married? Her expression eased a bit. Yi-Mo nodded, although we haven't had a wedding yet, but yes, I'm married. The woman obviously misunderstood Yi-Mo. She thought Yi-Mo meant that they hadn't gotten married yet but were already living together. Then, she took out the bracelet again and couldn't help but tear up once more. Chapter 560, Sister Yan. Because of the woman being seemingly lost in nostalgia, Yi-Mo could only break the silence by saying, I got this bracelet from an antique shop in San Francisco. Trying to find the owner of the bracelet, I found my way here. Wait, what relationship do you have with this bracelet? Why did you try to find me? The woman suddenly asked. Because I also have one just like it. Then, Yi-Mo took out his bracelet. Seeing it, the excitement in the woman's eyes became obvious. She grabbed Yi-Mo's bracelet too and stared at the 2 bracelets. More tears appeared on her face. Yi-Mo didn't stop her and just waited quietly for her to calm down. Who are you? The woman looked at Yi-Mo for a while before asking shakily. Yi-Mo sighed. I'm Yi-Mo. I come from Beijing. Yes, you're Yi-Mo. I know that you're really. Really, your father is Yi Kai, your mother is Yi Qingcheng. That year, you had only just learned to walk, yet now you're so big already. I should have long thought of it. Your eyes are exactly the same as his, the woman murmured and even grabbed Yi-Mo's hand. Yi-Mo didn't speak. He didn't know who this woman was to him, but since when was his father Yi Kai? Yi-Mo saw that the eyes the woman looked at him with were filled with joy from the bottom of her heart. Yi-Mo's heart shook. How much love was needed to look at someone with eyes like that? The woman dragged Yi-Mo to sit down next to her and looked at him carefully. The care in her eyes was so explicit that even an idiot would be able to notice it. Emo suddenly felt warm in his heart. This was the first time he received such care. Qingxue gave him love, but that was different to this kind of care. Tell Sister Yan, how have you been all these years? Ever since Emo had said his name, the woman had never let go of Yemo's hands. Sister Yan? Emo was confused for now, but he didn't intend to hide anything from her. He simply told her that he had been kicked out of the Yi family, because he didn't remember anything. After hearing that Emo had been kicked out and left to fend for himself in Ninghai, Sister Yan breathed heavily until her face burst red, and she stood up cursing, "You Indian, you idiot, hypocrite." Emo looked at Sister Yan in confusion. "Thinking you seem to have been living in worse conditions than me in Ninghai," but before he could say anything, Sister Yan embraced him in her arms. Although she was skinny, she did have quite the chest. Emo happened to be hugged into her chest, and the softness touching Emo's face made him feel very awkward, but he couldn't really struggle away. He still didn't even know who Sister Yan was to him. He had a lot of things to ask her, but he hadn't even gotten the chance to yet. Even Emo couldn't endure being embraced by such a beautiful woman's chest and felt a little hot. Just as he wanted to push her away, Sister Yan seemed to have thought of something and let him go. Her cheeks were a little red as she held Emo's face. "You're big and very capable already. I can rest assured now." Emo wanted to say something, but Sister Yan seemed to know what he wanted to say and stopped him. She just looked at Emo with fire in her eyes that made Emo even a little worried. That fire wasn't like the care of an elder looking at their younger generation, but more like the fire of a lover. Emo was shaken. Although Sister Yan was very pretty, Emo knew she had to be at least 40, and apparently she was an elder of his. After a long while, Sister Yan's eyes still appeared strange, and she suddenly said, "I have masqueraded my face. I want to wash it and let you see me." That sentence was already a bit intimate, and Emo was feeling uncomfortable, but he still said, "Sister Yan, I already washed it off, huh?" Sister Yan quickly picked up a mirror and saw that the makeup was gone indeed, and her face shone with a long-forgotten beauty. She touched her face subconsciously as tears rolled down her face once more. Emo didn't understand how she felt at that moment, but he knew not to disturb her. Then, she put down the mirror and started asking about every detail of Emo's life, especially about Ning Qingxue, but she never mentioned her own life. After confirming that Emo was indeed living well and that she didn't need to worry, she finally felt assured. After a while, she seemed to have made up her mind and suddenly looked at Emo sweetly. "Wait here for me. I'll be back soon." As she went into a different room, Emo could scan with his spirit sense to know what she was doing, but he didn't. After a long while, Sister Yan carried a bag with 2 books into the room. It seemed a little old. Emo just realized that she had gone to masquerade her face again. Indeed, if her face were to be seen, that would be a big problem. Emo got up, and Sister Yan looked at him again, but the fire in her eyes turned into melancholy and then into emptiness. Emo was a bit worried and grabbed her hand, sending some chi over. She came back to her senses and seemed shocked at Emo's chi. "Can you hug me?" Sister Yan suddenly said something Emo didn't expect. Seeing Emo's shock, Sister Yan suddenly smiled. "I'm the closest person to family you have. What are you embarrassed about?" Just then, "Didn't you dash?" Emo smiled and hugged her. He felt she must have a reason. When Emo embraced her, Sister Yan shook a bit, and after a long while, she pushed Emo away. Although her face was ruddy, she had now recovered and smiled to Emo. "These 2 books are for you, and I will be going." "What? You're going?" "I'll go with you, then." Emo understood she would be leaving far away. Sister Yan smiled. "My greatest wish was for you to be safe. Since you're fine and have such great power, my wish has been fulfilled. Since Yi Wendian, that bastard, is already dead, he could be called lucky. However, there are still things I need to take care of myself. I can't go with you." Emo was dazed. He still had a lot of questions to ask her. He didn't even know how he was related with her. "I know what you want to ask, and I've given it to you. You don't need to worry about me, either. I can protect myself." Seeing Emo's worry, she wanted to stay, but she quickly cast the thought aside. Emo could tell that she had cultivated ancient martial arts before, but she wasn't very strong. She wasn't even at the yellow level. Emo had looked at her meridians and knew that the cultivation method she used was very strong. Though, seeing Emo open his mouth, Sister Yan stopped him yet again. "You don't need to try persuading me. I like going alone. After I leave, please look after Jia and see if you can." they are siblings I found here, Emo sighed. He knew that Sister Yen had made up her mind and that there was no use in trying to persuade her. Oh, and I really like your wife's clothes. Thank you. I don't have anything to give you, but that bracelet had been with me for a long time. I might have lost it, but since you found it, go ahead and keep it. Well then, I'll be going. Suddenly her eyes turned red again. Hold on. Emo stopped her and gave her 2 jade bottles. These are some pills my master gave me. This is called the face-preserving pill, and this is the chi-increasing pill. It can increase your power. As though fearing that she didn't believe him, Emo continued, these 2 pills are as good as the Lotus Life pill. Oh, right, I'll give you one more. Sister Yen took the pills and nodded. I might have been out for many years, but if I hadn't been sick, I wouldn't be in this state. Don't worry. Hearing this, Emo realized something else, quickly took out a card and gave it to her. There's a bit of money in here, take it. The pin code is all ones. No, I can't take that. I have some savings. I know that you're not short on money, but I can't take it. Sister Yen pushed the card back to Emo. Chapter 561, Worse Than a Chick. Emo knew that Sister Yen must not have much money since she had been forced to sell even the bracelet. There was no way he would take the money back. He pushed it towards Sister Yen again and said, Sister Yen, it really is just a small amount of money, maybe a couple of thousand dash. Emo suddenly felt something didn't seem right. With the bracelet being that important to Sister Yen, how could she have sold it? Sure, Kaijen couldn't have lied to him, so it must be that Lu Shan who tricked Sure Kaijen. Okay, I'll take it. Sister Yen smiled and took the card. She thought that if it was only a few $1,000s, it was fine to take it. Looking at her leave, Emo regretted he couldn't stop her, but she had her own things to do. Sister Yen. Emo couldn't help but call out her name once more. Although it had been only a short time, Sister Yen had given him warmth. The love she felt for him was from the depth of her heart. There was no faking it at all. Emo was sure that even if he were a beggar on the streets, even if he were unimaginably dirty, as long as Sister Yen knew it was him, she would hug him without hesitation. Sister Yen turned back and smiled at Emo, but with his spirit sense he could clearly see the tears in her eyes. Sister Yen, I live at Luoyu City now. If you want to find me, just go there. Emo didn't know if she would, but he wanted her to. She had said that whatever he wanted to know was already in his hands. Emo subconsciously looked at the 2 books. One was a thick diary, yellow due to the passage of time, and the other was an ancient martial arts cultivation method. Recognizing the cultivation method, Emo knew why he had felt familiar when he saw Yin Jia. This cultivation method was called the Yi family Qi Gong. He had seen Yi Zifeng cultivate the same manual as Yin Jia, so the 2's actions looked similar. Emo shook his head and put the book away. He really wasn't interested in that. Sister Yen probably knew that without some power, one couldn't achieve much in this place, so she passed the method on to Yin Jia. Emo picked up the aged diary again, and as he wanted to open it, a young Chinese man in his 20s ran in. He looked at Emo standing at the door and was dazed, but he soon reacted. Who are you? I mean C's friend, Emo said. Oh, then quickly go see Yin Si and Yin Jia. Something happened to them at the boxing ring, and I came to tell their auntie Dash. Before he finished his sentence, he noticed that the youth at the door had already disappeared. He rubbed his eyes. Did I see wrong? How could he let something happen to Yin Jia and Yin Si? He had just promised Sister Yen to look after the 2, so Emo immediately went to the underground area. It was the afternoon already, and the boxing ring was full of people. Emo's spirit sense quickly scanned the ring. Annie and Yin Si's hair was messy, and Annie's eyes were blue as though she had been punched by someone. Yin Si's eyes were red, and she was holding on to Yin Jia. Yin Jia's mouth was bleeding, and the bones in his chest were broken. Emo could tell that he was near death, and even if he was sent to the hospital right away, he would be paralyzed for life. But since he was already like that, why weren't they sending him to the hospital? Emo was confused, but then Yin Si's words made him realize the situation. Please, I beg you, let my brother go to the hospital. Yin Si's voice was coarse. She had repeated those words countless times. 2 black-clothed men were standing in their way. I already agreed, so let my brother go to the hospital. Yin Si said, but the 2 men didn't have any intention of moving aside. A woman with a cigar in her mouth walked over and coldly looked at the 3 on the floor before slowly saying, You may have agreed, but your auntie hasn't yet. She has to agree too. At that moment, Emo walked over and put a lotus life pill in Injia's mouth. Mr. Emo, it's you? How did you manage to come back? Oh my, this is great. As Annie saw Emo again, she seemingly forgot that she had been hit in the eye and rejoiced. But soon, she remembered the predicament they were in, and her face turned bitter. What happened, Annie? Emo just asked that when the two black-clothed men started coming over to pull Emo away, but Emo didn't even turn around and simply sent out a kick. The two men were kicked away by more than 10 meters, and as though it had been previously arranged for, their legs heavily smashed into the corner of the wall at the same time. With a few cracking sounds, the two fell unconscious. The woman had wanted to say something, but seeing Emo attack so ferociously without saying anything, she quickly retreated in fear. If this woman had come over, Emo wouldn't mind kicking her as well, but she had hurriedly left. Emo's actions immediately dispersed the onlooking crowd. Almost everyone understood this Chinese young man wasn't easy to mess with. As soon as he attacked, he had paralyzed two people. It was best not to mess with such a person. Annie looked at Emo in shock. She didn't expect the random Chinese man she had guided a bit to be this strong. He was almost a godlike being. She soon reacted and jumped up, hugging Emo's arm. Oh, Mr. Yi, you're amazing. Emo was speechless. Her boyfriend was still lying right there on the side, right? Insi also almost forgot about her brother too as she looked at Emo in a daze, but she soon remembered that her brother needs to be sent to the hospital immediately. Your brother is fine. Don't touch him. And let him lay still for a while, Emo said. Huh? Insai knew how badly injured her brother was, and she couldn't just believe Emo when he said Injia would be fine, but she soon stopped her doubt. Injia was already opening his eyes, and the blood stopped flowing from his head. A scab was even already forming. Insi couldn't believe her eyes. I'm fine, Injia said, seeing his sister's worried face. Jia, you're fine now. Annie realized that she still had a boyfriend and quickly went to help him. Hey you. You might be strong, but if you think you can do whatever you want just because you have some power, you're wrong. This place is easy to enter, but not so easy to leave. A skinny man walked in and said coldly, Brother Do. As soon as the man appeared, almost everyone greeted him. Emo shook his head. A yellow-level primary stage guy dared be cocky in front of him, who said, I'm leaving. I'm not finished here yet, how could I leave? Emo smiled coldly and walked in front of this Brother Do. Suddenly, he reached his hand and grabbed Brother Do's neck as he flung him up. Brother Do's face bursted red. He didn't think the day something like this happened to him would come. He couldn't resist at all. Everyone around them was shocked. Emo kicking away those two men wasn't much, but holding Brother Do by the neck was absurd. Who was Brother Do? The #1 master in Mexica. Even Edward feared him a little bit. Yet in front of this young man, he was worse off than a chicken. The boisterous boxing ring fell silent. Emo waved his hand and threw Brother Do out. Don't worry, it'll be a good while before I leave. Chapter 562. Who set them up? Brother Do had been thrown into a garbage can, so he looked at Emo in shock. He knew that, although his power was the greatest in town, in the eyes of real ancient martial artists he was the weakest of them, yet, the young man had easily grabbed his neck and he hadn't even been able to move. He knew that the young man was at least at black level or above. The master who had taught him ancient martial arts said that black-level martial artists were usually in the hidden sects and they didn't come out. So it was unlikely to meet them, but if he did, then he must not offend them, because in their eyes other people's lives were worthless, like insects. They could kill him at any time. Brother Do, who had been acting cocky before, started to have cold sweat. He knew that he had been at death's door. If the young man wanted to kill him, he would have been long dead. Those who had wanted to suck up to Brother Do stopped in their tracks and retreated. Even the fighters on the stage stopped. Those who had come there all knew about Brother Do. He was called Do Yuezhu. Since the moment he started coming there 5 years ago, he has beaten every single fighter there. No one was a match for him. Hence, the boxing ring's boss Jim hired him as the #1 fighter for the ring. He even had his share in it. Do Yuezhu struggled out of the rubbish bin. He didn't even bother wiping the trash off his body and just quickly walked to Emo. The woman with a cigar in her mouth ran to Do Yuezhu and said quickly, Brother Do, I'll go get some more men, this kid is too cocked. Piss off. Before she had finished, Do Yuezhu slapped her in the face. She spinned on the spot before falling down. Although Do Yuezhu had pain all over his body, he knew that the young man hadn't hit him with a lethal blow or he wouldn't be able to stand now. Zhenbei, Wanbei Doyuezhu was too blind to see Mount Tai. I deserve to die for offending you. Other than a few smart people, everyone thought Doyuezhu had gone up to Emo to fight him again, so what he said shocked them all. Everyone could tell that Brother Do was scared, even Brother Do fears him. Who is this young Chinese man? Is he here to open a new ring so he came to ruin this one? Someone said carefully. Are you an idiot? Can't you see he's here for that young man on the ground? Moreover, Annie knows him, someone rebuked. Emo scanned Doyuezhu coldly. He had some wits and knew that he needed him to do something. If he hadn't come over immediately, Emo would have thrown a wind blade at him. The reason Emo didn't kill this Brother Do was because he felt something wasn't right. Yin Si and Yin Jia were just average people in Chinese backstreet. Even if Yin Jia had lost, why would they be stopping him from going hospital? Yin Si was pretty, but not to the extent of them wanting to coerce her into submission. However, from what they said, their target was Sister Yin. Seeing Emo not talk, Doyuezhu got more anxious. Luckily, Emo didn't make him wait for long before saying coldly, find a place for Yin Jia to rest. Take me to your boss, he's very bold. Yes, Doyuezhu was fine with it, of course. Emo then said to Annie and Yin Si, Annie, you and Yin Si take Yin Jia home to rest. He should be fine now. I'll go do some business and then I'll look for you guys. Don't worry, no one will dare do anything to you here. Thank you, Brother Yi. Yin Si quickly got up to thank Emo. Okay. Brother Yi, we'll wait for you, Annie said. Then, Emo followed Doyuezhu to a luxurious office. As soon as they got to the door, a fat white man approached them shakily. It seemed like he had gotten the news and wanted to come and see. The fat man walked up to Emo and Doyuezhu and said in Chinese, Honorable Boxing King, you're my real VIP. I'm Jim, the dash. Emo kicked him in his fat stomach and Jim was thrown many meters away, crashing into a chair. The two bodyguards immediately raised their guns, but before they could make a movement, Emo had thrown two wind blades and their hands had been cut off. No, stop. Jim kept waving his hand. He wasn't as ignorant as other people. Doyuezhu cultivated ancient martial arts and had told him some things. Although he found it hard to believe, he knew that in China there was a small group of people who were really strong and disregarded the law. The two bodyguards were laying on the floor. Doyuezhu was sweating even more. He hadn't clearly seen Emo use any projectiles nor hack the two bodyguards' arms off, but he didn't dare to believe his conjecture, because he had never seen anyone who was able to use his chi to slice someone's arm off from that far. Emo walked up to Jim and kicked him far away again. Emo then walked up to Doyuezhu and said, Doyuezhu, I didn't kill you, I know you're a smart man. I won't say it again, tell me why you have a problem with Yin Jia. Even when Yin Si agreed to your request, why didn't you let them go? Remember, one more lie and I will kill you. Yes, I understand, Doyuezhu said. It's because Ross of the hotel restaurant said he wanted Yin Jia's life and then make Yin Si and her auntie find him. I don't know why specifically. Jim took the job and I was just there to guard the ring. It has nothing to do with me. Doyuezhu wanted to keep calm, but the thought of Emo's invisible projectile haunted him. Emo looked coldly at Jim, but before he said anything, Jim started crying. Xianbei, this has nothing to do with me. Jim wanted to find an excuse but he couldn't. Emo kicked him on the head and said coldly, call that Ross and the person who beat Yin Jia over immediately. Yes, Jim could utter anything else. Emo frowned. At the restaurant, he had already seen Edward and Ross set them up. Although Emo didn't know why Ross had a grudge against the Yin siblings, that woman had said Sister Yin must come. Were they targeting Sister Yin? If so, why not just abduct her? Emo was sure they could do that in this town. Chapter 563, Patient but Cruel Luluasi. Emo didn't have to wait long before some Chinese man and Luluasi arrived. Doyuezhu closed the door as he saw the intense killing intent in Emo's eyes. He knew what Emo was thinking, and the only way to save his life now was to please Emo. Emo looked at the Chinese man and asked coldly, you're the one who beat Yin Jia, who are you? Brother Do, what's this? If the man saw Jim sitting on the ground and Doyuezhu being so reverent towards the unknown young man and frowned, but Doyuezhu didn't even look at him, so the man felt something was up and thus replied to Emo, that's right, I beat Yin Jia. Mr. Edward ordered Emo didn't even bother listening to the rest of his explanation and said to Doyuezhu, kill him. Doyuezhu hadn't expected Emo to make him kill the man, but nonetheless. He walked up to the man and sent out a punch. The man didn't expect at all that Doyuezhu would suddenly kill him. Even if he had, he was no match for Do Yuezhu anyway. He could only stare in shock as Do Yuezhu's punch landed on his heart. He felt like his heart had been smashed by a hammer and exploded. He looked at Do Yuezhu while he fell down, as he didn't die right away, and said, "You dare kill me? I'm one of Edward's men, you dash." Do Yuezhu was expressionless. He had to save his own life now. Even if he had to kill Edward himself, he wouldn't hesitate for a bit. Ross had understood that the situation wasn't good as soon as he came in. Looking at Yemo, who sat at the top, his heart skipped beats left and right. Hadn't Yemo been taken away by Edward? Why was he here? Do Yuezhu, you dare kill my nephew? He's Edward's underling, you. Ross was very angry. The reason why he had good relations with Edward was because his nephew was such a capable fighter and helped Edward with a lot of his business. Ross was furious, yet what he saw was Do Yuezhu looking down as though he hadn't heard his words. Ross's voice died down. He finally understood the gravity of the predicament was in. As long as this young Chinese man ordered it, Do Yuezhu would be killing him next. How can you be here? Mr. Edward, how could he? Ross suddenly shivered. He felt cold. He felt like he was missing something important. There was an intense feeling of uneasiness in his heart. Edward? I killed him, of course. Yemo's words paralyzed Ross. That was probably true. Otherwise, how could he have escaped Edward? If he could kill even Edward, then what about him? Ross started sweating heavily. Do Yuezhu didn't dare say a thing. He didn't expect this young man to have even killed Edward. This god of slaughter made him extremely scared. If the young man was planning on killing everyone before he left, how could he survive? Tell me, why do you have a problem with Insi and Injia? This is your only chance to explain, Yemo's cold voice sounded. I'll say it, so please have mercy on me, Shenbei. All my money is yours too. Ross knew his life was no longer in his own control. You talk too much garbage. Do Yuezhu cut off one of his legs. As soon as Yemo spoke, Do Yuezhu pulled out a dagger and sliced off one of Ross's leg. Then, Do Yuezhu helped Ross stop the bleeding and seal the wound. Yemo nodded. This Do Yuezhu did things well. He knew that Yemo still had to question Ross and didn't let him faint. Ross was extremely fraught. He knew it was best not to talk conditions with the young man in front of him. Are you still going to talk CRP? Yemo's cold voice sounded again. I'll talk. My original name is Luluwasi. And I used to love in Chinese backstreet in the past. Get to the point. Yemo slammed the tea table. Yes. Luluwasi shivered and quickly said, one day, I asked Insi to help me with something. I came to her house and found that both Insi and Injia weren't there, but I saw Insi's auntie as she washed off the makeup on her face, and I saw that she was a rare beauty. I was sure that I'd never seen a woman as pretty as her before. For the first time, I fell in love with a woman. But then, I found out that she rarely came out, afraid of people recognizing her. I didn't dare startle her in any way, but ever since that day, I couldn't calm down either. Luluwasi seemed to have forgotten about his predicament and continued. I used to be an assistant in a painting workshop, so I drew her according to my memory, but I knew that the painting didn't represent even 1/1000th of her true beauty. On that day, I swore that I would earn money, lots of it, and then give it all to Insi's auntie and marry her. Humph, a pig like you dared think of marrying Sister Yen? Yemo said in contempt, but Luluwasi didn't seem to hear that. Then, my opportunity to earn money came. The brother of Annie's dad came from Hong Kong to this town, wanting to find Annie's father, and he asked me for help. I saw him take out large sums of money, so me and my nephew abducted him, interrogated him about his bank account and killed him. Luluwasi's voice had turned dark, resembling a demon from hell, but he still continued unknowingly. With that, I had gathered my first 2 million and wanted to start the restaurant hotel. That's when I found out that money alone wasn't enough to survive in this town. At first, I couldn't even open my hotel for a single day, so I had to join Edward, and my nephew became his hitman, but Edward leached on me too much. He took half of my profit each month. So after all the extra expenditures, I didn't have much left. Luckily, Edward was very lustful. One day, he told everyone that if someone could find a woman like Marilyn Monroe, he would give that person half his wealth. I immediately thought of Insi's auntie. In my eyes, she was actually much prettier than Marilyn Monroe. Ross's expression became much softer, but to others, it would just look creepy. I said that perhaps I could actually find such a woman. Edward took me seriously and immediately said that if I could fetch the woman I had in mind and make her willingly stay with him, he would give me a manor. But I didn't want that. I knew his character all too well. Even if he did give it to me, I wouldn't be able to enjoy it for long. When I took out the painting I had drawn of her, Edward was immediately interested. I said that all I wanted was to be able to keep all of the profit of my hotel. Edward agreed without hesitation. Slap Emo slammed the table. Animal, you just said that you were going to earn money for Sister Yen, yet now you're saying you were going to give her to someone else? Garbage. Yemo's roar pulled Luluwasi back to reality, and he quickly said, I just wanted to earn my first big money like that, then gradually take over Edward's businesses, and eventually kill him. Then, I would be able to make Nsizani happy. Emo and Doyuaju now understood what sort of a person Luluwasi was. He was patient but cruel. Cut off his limbs and kill him. Emo waved his hand to Doyuaju. Emo didn't have any questions left to ask of such an evil person. Chapter 564, to Luoyu City. I have money, and I can give you all of it, so please. Luluwasi begged, but even Doyuaju had been shocked by Luluwasi's calculations and ambitions, so with Emo's order, he wasn't going to let Luluwasi live no matter what. He quickly cut off Luluwasi's limbs and then stabbed his heart. Emo was happy with Doyuaju's quick actions and looked at Jim, who was still sitting on the ground. Jim knew it was his turn. He said with a stutter, Shenbei, I have money too, a lot of it, and I'll give it all to you. Emo said to Doyuaju, bring In's, Injia's, and Annie's bank cards. Yes. Doyuaju rejoiced. He knew that his life was spared now. A moment later, Doyuaju brought their cards. Although Annie and company didn't know why Emo wanted them, they didn't object. If Emo had told him to get it, they had no reason to object. And if Emo didn't, then they had no power to object. How much money do you have? Emo looked at him and said coldly, I have 19 million in available funds. Jim couldn't care less about his money now. He just wanted to live. Emo dumped 3 cards in front of him and said coldly, transfer 6 million to each as fast as you can. 1 cent less and you die. You can keep the remaining million for your retirement. Jim rejoiced, not about the million but about the word retirement. That meant that he wasn't going to be killed. He still had a lot of assets anyway. Jim did as told as fast as he could. Emo oversaw the wild procès, and it all went perfectly. Then, Emo scanned Jim and said, you can call the police, but an hour after you do will be the time you enter heaven. If you want to go to heaven, call ahead. Oh, no, of course not. Shenbei, I won't call the police. Jim waved his hand. He wasn't an idiot. Even Edward had been killed, so there was clearly no use in calling the police. And you, aren't you a Chinese man? It's fine that you didn't help your fellow Chinese actively, but you actually abused them. I would have wanted to kill you, but considering how you did what was necessary, I'll let you go this once. Emo scanned Doyuaju and walked out of the room. Despite saying that, Emo knew that this wasn't something he could change. There were so many Chinese here, there would be countless people like Doyuaju. Yes. Doyuaju had been sweating terribly and finally, he could sigh in relief. I'm done, let's go. Emo stood outside the room of the 3 waiting for him and called out. Annie was holding Injia and didn't say anything. When Emo gave them their cards back, though, Insi asked, Brother Yi, you took our cards so that they would pay us compensation. Emo smiled. Yes, I made Jim compensate you guys. Oh, God, Mr. Yino, Brother Yi, you're really kind. Annie quickly brushed past Insi and rushed in front of Emo wanting to kiss him on the face. But Emo predicted it and dodged her. Annie didn't mind and quickly ran to a nearby ATM. A few moments later, she screamed so loud she scared some nearby people away. What's wrong, Annie? Insi and Injia ran over. Oh God, I'm not seeing things, am I? There are 6 zeros. This is 6 million, 6 million USD. I'm a millionaire. She had gone from 0 to 6 million. What? 6 million? Insi and Injia were also shocked. Emo gave Annie 6 million? Did he like her or something? Injia also inserted his card and was shocked all the same. He also had 6 million. Seeing that, Insi couldn't resist and also checked her card. There was 6 million on it too. That was 18 million altogether. For a long while, the 3 stood still in a daze. Then, Injia said, Auntie can go back now, let's go tell Auntie quickly. Yes, Auntie can go back. Insi's hand was shaking. 6 million, that was a huge amount of wealth, and it had simply appeared in front of them out of nothing. She suddenly thought of Mo and quickly walked up to him and handed the card back. Brother Yi, that's too much money. We don't dare take it. Mo pushed the card back. Take it. Also, I have some things to tell you guys later. Although they properly accepted the cards afterwards, they still couldn't control their excitement. They went back to their house with Mo. Where's Auntie? Insi was the first to notice that her auntie wasn't there. She rarely went out. How come she had gone out that day without telling them? Do you know that your auntie is different from ordinary people? Mo asked Injia and Insi. Injia shook his head obliviously, but Insi looked down, not saying anything. Mo could tell that Insi knew that Sister Yen had been hiding her real looks, but apparently she hadn't told anyone. Since she knew, Mo didn't ask further and said, Your auntie and I are dash. Mo thought for a long time but didn't know what to say. He could only say, You just need to know that she's my family. Having finally found her, I already cured her. She had business to take care of, though, so she left. However, before she left, she told me to look after you guys. If you're willing to come with me, leave with me today. Auntie left? Injia and Insi asked at the same time. Mo nodded but didn't explain. Now, it was up to Insi and Injia to decide. Even if they didn't go with him, they could live comfortably with 6 million. But Chinese Backstreet really wasn't a place for staying long. Insi was sure that Mo wasn't lying to them. If he had something to lie about, he wouldn't have had to give each of them $6 million. Injia and Annie could only look at Insi now. Although she was only a few years older, she was the best person to make the decision. Brother Yi. We know very little of the world. Ever since I was 10, Jia and I have been living with Auntie. Auntie even gave us our names. Without her, we wouldn't be alive. Since Auntie told us to go with you, we'll go with you. Insi didn't know what to do either, but she knew that they couldn't stay there. Mo thought of that diary Sister Yen had given him. He didn't have time to look at it before. He opened it now and found a letter for Insi and Injia inside. Mo breathed out in content. With that, they should firmly believe him. Insi took the letter and looked at it. She nodded. Mo wasn't lying to them. Her auntie had left that letter for them, and in it, she told them to go with Mo. Annie looked at Insi and Injia. What would she do after they left? Where are you guys going? Annie asked worriedly. Insi and Injia looked expectantly at Mo. They didn't know where they would be going either. We are going to Luoyu City, Mo said. What? Luoyu City, the three screamed at the same time. Chapter 565, New Radar System. Annie, what are you planning on doing? Mo looked at Annie. He didn't know whether she'd be willing to go with them. Annie, come with us, you can't stay here anymore, Insi quickly said. Annie looked conflicted. But my dad. After Insi explained it, Mo understood that Annie's dad was an alcoholic and had drunken the family into bankruptcy. Mo shook his head and said, Go explain the situation to her dad. If he wants to come along, then we can leave immediately, and if not, then never mind. I'll wait for you here. After the three went out, Mo went into Sister Yan's room. It was a very simple room with just a bed and a mirror. Mo sighed in front of the mirror, wondering how many times Sister Yan had done the same over the years. Now, she could finally do some of the things she had to do. Mo didn't stop her, because everyone had their own trouble to take care of. Sister Yan hadn't had freedom before, but she did now. The sky blue quilt on the bed was old but washed clean, and you could even smell a faint aroma come from it in the small dark room. Mo shook his head and stored the mirror in bed into his ring. Sister Yen had used these things, so he would keep them. Suddenly, Mo noticed a paper slip fall from under the quilt, and he picked it up. It had some words on it. Beauty ages easily, while yearning is slow to fade away. Mo was dazed. Who had Sister Yen been yearning for? Did someone as pretty as her even need to yearn for someone? While Mo was being dazed, Insi and Annie's voice sounded outside. Mo's spirit sense scanned them, and there was an old man behind Annie. Mo could tell that that was Annie's dad. Since they had come wearing backpacks, that meant they were willing to leave. Mo took a closer look at Annie's father. Due to the long-term drinking, he looked shabby and even a bit dull. Mo sighed and didn't tell him that the person who had come looking for him had already been killed. The Yin siblings didn't have a lot of possessions and packed up really quickly too. They hurriedly bid their neighbors farewell and gave their neighbors all the things they didn't need before leaving with Emo. Emo took them to Shurkaijen and told him to send the group to Flowing Snake. Yin Si and Yin Jia hadn't expected they would ever be able to go back to China. Even Annie's father said, "I can finally go back." After Shurkaijen and company left, Shawan said, "Shanbei, hundreds of millions of dollars from US banks disappeared in one night, shocking the entire country." "I heard that." "Heard what?" Emo looked at Shawan. He could tell Shawan was worried about him. He probably suspected that he was the perpetrator. Shawan quickly said, "All the banks in the US have changed to a new generation of surveillance systems. And all secret bases have tightened up security as well." "Change in surveillance systems?" Emo frowned. Would they be able to see through his invisibility? Other than that, is there any other news? Emo thought of the few thousand tons of gold. Surely, they discovered that by now. Unexpectedly, Shawan shook his head. "No, they just found that the banks had suddenly lost a couple $100 million. And they're already suspecting this to have been an inside job. No matter how strong someone from the outside may be, no one can just take that much without anyone noticing." Emo knew that the US must have found out about the gold but for some reason hadn't announced it. Emo sunk into silence. "After a while," he said, "find a few of those latest surveillance cameras and install them in a room. I want to see the effects." Shawan returned quickly with 3 surveillance cameras and said in disappointment, "I only got the civilian use cameras, but these are also the newest cameras they're switching to. They're based on the principle of ray divergence. I can't get the military versions for now as I will need some time for that." Emo nodded. "The civilian version is fine. Set them up in the room." 20 minutes later, Emo walked out with a stern face. He didn't expect the US technology to be this potent. It had only been a while, yet they already had cameras that could clearly see his shadow. And these were only the civilian use ones. The military ones would be much stronger. The only possibility was that they already had such cameras but for some reason didn't use them up until now. But why wouldn't they have seen Emo's face? Shawan confirmed his suspicion that it was probably Emo who did the bank robbing. Although he looked calm, his heart was in rupture. Emo took a few $100 million in cash from the bank and no one even knew about him? How much power and skill did that require? No wonder he said he would be taking those weapon blueprints. Emo knew that he might have missed an opportunity. If those weapon merchants also all changed to these new cameras, then he might not manage to get the blueprints. But he still needed to test it out. Thor's, one of the US's large contractors, HQ was in Lexington, Massachusetts. Their famous product was the Patriot. And the US Mobility Corporation's HQ was in Virginia. It was said to be the place where the Virginian nuclear sub had been created. It was also the home of Northrop Grumman, the creator of the B-2 bomber, one of which was said to be worth $2.1 billion, and of Lockheed Martin, creator of the F-22 and F-35 stealth bomber, etc. What a pity, Emo sighed. It had only been 2 days and the US had reacted this quickly? Is there any other news? Emo felt that he had only been hearing bad news today. Shawan knew what Emo wanted to know and said, according to some websites, the new camera uses some special ray convergence and divergence to capture things the eye can't see. The reason why the US was hiding this technology was because they were the first to invent it and didn't want to expose it too early. But now, the radar and surveillance system of the military will all use the latest technology. Applying the technology to the radar system can allow it to detect any intruders at first glance, so that was it. Emo immediately understood that if he went where he had planned on going now, it would be full of traps. Even if they wouldn't be able to capture him, they would be able to capture an image of him. Emo truly wasn't scared of the traps, but he couldn't expose himself now. If he did, then the US might go all out on Luoyu. It seemed he could only go back for now and cultivate and wait for the technological development of Luoyu. But Emo had to at least go check things out to see whether they had really changed their radar system to the latest one. If they did, and he had never found out, that wouldn't have been good. Only when his power was at a certain level could he do what he wanted and crush them under his feet. To Emo, that time didn't seem too distant. Though. Chapter 566, Dumb, just like him, back when Emo annihilated Jason and the Grey Alliance, the ones who benefited the most weren't the Tang Gang, Hong Marshall Gang or Mountain Gang, it was the native original San Francisco Gang. they took over almost all of Jason's wealth, including his private mansions. And even EMO had been amazed at how luxurious it was. Tonight was the second night that EMO came there. He had come for the San Francisco gang and had only brought Shawan along this time. When EMO and Shawan came to the meeting room from before, they found that almost all of the San Francisco gang was there. There were more than 100 people, and when EMO and Shawan came in, they instantaneously surrounded the two. Our leader Smith already knew gang leader Shaw would be coming, so he has been waiting. A white man was sitting at the top. He was probably the leader of the San Francisco gang. But the man speaking was a Chinese man wearing glasses who stood next to him. A tall foreigner was also sitting beside the big boss. EMO scanned with his spirit sense and found that the guy had guns all over him. EMO couldn't help but shake his head. This guy was undoubtedly the gun king. Dick, you have a traitor among your men. EMO looked at Shawan and said. Shawan's face was quite bad. He didn't expect a traitor would be able to pass on news of him so quickly. They'd already gathered everyone to wait for him. I'm sorry, Yi Chenbei, Shawan said guiltily. EMO smiled. There's nothing to be sorry about. It's good that you had a traitor. Now they're all gathered up, so we can sweep them away in one blow. This San Francisco gang isn't simple. They already knew where Sher Kai-jen was but actually didn't do anything. They probably wanted to wait for me to appear. The big boss said something and then the glasses guy said, our boss Smith says, you killed Jason, so now give us the money you got from him and we can let you live. If you refuse, the man scanned the area below, and those 100 people all took out their guns, so this was about that mere 50 million? EMO sneered. The San Francisco gang has killed a lot of Chinese. It's time for you to pay. Then, EMO jumped up as wind blades flew out from his hands. The air around them seemed to condense before then slicing out. Being at stage 5 meant that EMO could use 60 simple wind blades consecutively. He didn't need to worry about the quality of the wind blades he used to kill ordinary people. EMO hadn't come to get revenge for the Tang gang but for Sher Kai-jen. Sher Kai-jen hadn't died though, so he was in truth just using that as an excuse. Blood splurged out like a fountain. Time seemed to have paused and the air condensed. No one could react. Even though Shawan was at the earth level, he too was stunned at this harvest-like slaughter. 100 people in a mere moment's time had all been slaughtered clean by EMO, and they all died the same way. It was as though they had been measured by a ruler and then cut in the same place. Looks like I'm getting more and more used to mass slaughter. EMO's voice sounded casual, but Smith and the glasses man shivered. Demon, this person was a demon. They finally understood how the Grey Alliance, even with that much power, had disappeared in one night. If they had known this demon EMO was this powerful, there was no way they would have dared bother him. Bang bang 12 gunshots sounded, but EMO just made a grabbing motion in front of him, and 12 bullets appeared in his hand. He dropped them on the ground as they made clinking sounds. Dick had a pistol in each hand, but for the first time ever, he forgot to reload his gun. He simply stared dumbly at the bullets on the ground. He heard that some Chinese people would be capable of catching his bullets, and even Johnson could block his weaker bullets, but he had never thought someone would be able to catch all the bullets of his newest gun. Shawan, I'll leave him to you, EMO said. Yes, Chenbei. Shawan jumped from his spot and charged at Dick like a gorilla. Dick reacted by reloading and firing rapidly. As fast as Shawan was, Dick still reloaded his gun 6 times and shot out nearly 100 bullets. Even a black-level fighter wouldn't be able to survive in the face of that many bullets coming at them from so many angels, but his power was still far inferior to that of Shawan. Shawan was at the earth level, while he was just a yellow-level gunmaster. Chinese ancient martial artists rarely used firearms, since they were useless against real masters. With the exception of those extremely high-tech weapons, of course, as Dick reloaded yet another powerful pistol, Shawan grabbed his neck and dragged him up. Dick was choking, and his pistol slunk to the ground. EMO walked up to him and sneered, You dared try to get revenge for Jason in your pitiful state? To be honest, you're far weaker than that 3 breaths flying dagger Johnson, Dick growled. But EMO had no interest in what he had to say. Shawan crushed Dick's neck and threw him onto the floor like a dead dog. EMO then looked at Smith and the glasses man and shook his head. Shawan, kill these two too. Don't, please. I can tell you who the traitor is. The glasses man actually wet his pants, but EMO had no intention of letting him go. If Shawan couldn't even track down a traitor among his underlings, then he would never have been able to make it out from Rinsha. Shawan killed the two without hesitation. This mansion is really attractive, though. EMO looked at the mansion inside. Seeing Yemo burn the bodies away with fireballs, Shawan felt cold on his back. Yemo was still stronger than he had estimated. After a while, Yemo and Shawan left the luxurious mansion behind them in a veil of fire. That night, another big gang in San Francisco was annihilated, the San Francisco Gang. Perhaps the US government would claim that it was their work again. 2 days later, Yemo got a new identity and boarded a plane from San Francisco to Hong Kong. The clouds outside drove him into contemplation. He took out an old diary and caressed it before placing it in front of him. Yemo slowly flipped open to the first page. At the same time, an ordinary-looking woman walked the streets of Chinatown. She was carrying an old bag and looked lonely on those roads. She sighed after walking for a long time. "I'm going back. I once stayed here for quite some years, though, so perhaps I should bring something back." Then, she took out her wallet. There was only money for the plane ticket in there, perhaps not even enough. She carefully took out the card Yemo gave her and smiled before saying to herself, "I'll use your money now, but I'll get your wife a good present in the future." She walked to an ATM that says 5.000 US do-. She smiled, but her smile froze soon. The screen was showing 50 million US dollars and not 5.000. Suddenly, she felt her nose get sour. She didn't withdraw any money and just pulled the card out, murmuring, "You're very dumb. What will you do, giving all your money to me? You're dumb, just like him." Chapter 567, Sister Yan's Diary. The diary's first page had the picture of a young girl. Yemo could tell that was the young Sister Yan. Yemo felt that even now, there wasn't much of a difference between the two. On the right side, there were the words In Ching Yan's Diary, but In Ching Yan? Was that Sister Yan's name? Yemo suddenly remembered how she had said that his mother was In Ching Cheng. Was she his auntie then? Yemo frowned. If she was, then wasn't the way she had acted with him a bit over the line, although it was fine in Luoyu continent for aunt and niece to marry the same person? This was Earth. Yemo soon shook his head. Perhaps she was missing his mother. Yemo banged his head. He was thinking too much about it. After having done that with Song Yangzhu and after living with Ning Qingxue daily, his thinking seemed to have become dirty. Yemo shook his head and flipped to the next page. The words were much more obscure and crooked. Yemo suspected a little kid must have written it, and there wasn't much content. 1980, the 8th of April, a sunny day. Today we were at the Mao Ciwan marketplace. My dad and sister brought me along, and I used the money Dad gave me to buy a diary. I really like this book. I'm 6 now, and I finally have my own diary. Afterwards, there were some trivial things, like the things she did with her sister. From her words, it would seem that her sister protected her a lot. 1981, the 25th of January, a snowy day. A big brother came to our family. He's a few years older than sister, and he became our martial brother. We call him Yi Kai. 1982, the 16th of February, a sunny day. Dad always liked to make us practice martial arts every day, but I didn't like it. I only liked that ancient music instrument. Later on, martial brother and sister practiced martial arts, while I practiced music. At the start, my dad would tell me off, but later on, he didn't say anything and supported me instead. 1982, the 27th of March. A rainy day. A friend of Dad's came over. He said I was very talented and said I should participate in a tournament and say I can win #1 in the country for the young generation. He wanted me to go to Beijing, but I didn't want to. Dad just asked me and afterwards declined that person's offer. 1983, the 19th of November, a cloudy day. I wasn't in a good mood today. I have the feeling that the music I play isn't good at all. I feel Dad's mood also isn't good. 1984, the 21st of June, a cloudy day. Martial brother and sister are both very nice to me, perhaps because I'm the youngest. When there is good food or good toys, sister lets me have a pick first. Sister never fought over anything with me. Dad is also very nice to me and has never criticized me, but he always reproaches sister. Sometimes, she would even cry, and he always lets me pick the good stuff first before letting sister choose. That's why I've been thinking, is sister not his real daughter? The plane suddenly shook a bit, so Yemo sent out his spirit sense. There was some turbulence. A flight attendant still pushed her trolley over and looked at Yemo and asked, "Sir, do you need anything to drink?" "Sure, I'll have a cup of orange juice," Yemo said casually and took the orange juice from her. Then, as he subconsciously glanced at this flight attendant, he smiled intriguingly. He noticed that there was a pistol under the trolley. The flight attendant saw Yemo smile and blushed. She was very pretty, and she knew that those who could fly between Hong Kong and San Francisco were usually rich people. The young man who smiled at her was quite good-looking, and the main thing about him was that he had a certain special temperament. At that moment, she even forgot to keep going. Yemo patted her trolley and quickly grabbed the pistol under the trolley, and he destroyed the internal structure while leaving a spirit sense mark on it before putting it back. He originally thought the pistol belonged to the flight attendant, but apparently it was not. She didn't even know there was a pistol there. Yemo put the diary away. He could look at it after he went back. Since he found a pistol, something had to be wrong with this plane. Yemo thought of Ning Qingshua's plane that had also been between Hong Kong and San Francisco. The flight attendant quickly pushed the trolley further down the aisle and gave a cup of coffee to some man. Yemo kept his spirit sense scanning around, but even after the flight attendant had pushed the trolley all the way back and forth, no one had taken the pistol. Yemo was confused. Did someone forget the pistol there, or did it belong to the flight attendant after all? The flight attendant stopped the trolley, and she started chatting with other flight attendants. There were 5 of them altogether. Yemo retrieved his spirit sense. He had marked the gun anyways and would know who took it. Are you going to San Francisco on holiday? The person sitting next to Yemo broke Yemo's train of thought. Yemo just then took a proper look at him. It was an old man in his 60s. He looked like he was in good spirits, but Yemo knew that this old man was about to die. Yemo was curious to see what disease he had. Why would he still travel to the US when he was about to die? The old man's condition was very strange. Although Yemo didn't use his chi to check the old man's body, his spirit sense was usually enough to see what the disease was, but this time it wasn't. If it wasn't for him being able to sense the death chi circulating around the old man, he wouldn't even have known that the old man was sick. Yemo smiled and replied, "You could say that. I went to find someone, and then I went around here and there." He wasn't interested in talking to this old man. He just felt the old man's condition was strange, but it didn't matter to him that much. "Young man, you seem quite strong. You're probably from an ancient martial arts family, right? About that gun, I'm sure that it doesn't belong to you, but you know that since someone put a gun there, it means that he has other plans. The passengers are innocent, so why did you put the pistol back?" The old man's words shocked Yemo. Yemo immediately focused and properly scanned the old man with his spirit sense. He really didn't have any power chi inside of him. How could someone like that see through Yemo's actions? Even though he didn't intentionally try to mask his movements with magic, he was sure that even most black levels wouldn't be able to see his actions. Yet the only thing the old man didn't see was that he had damaged the gun. "You're very strong too. You could tell that I touched the pistol, so you're probably not going to San Francisco on holiday, right?" Yemo's voice went cold. He even suspected that the old man had spirit sense, and that he might be a cultivator as well, one far stronger than him at that, when it came to ancient martial artists, even if they reached a state Yemo didn't know about. He would still be able to know how strong they were, because they couldn't hide their chi waves from his spirit sense, but it was different for spirit chi cultivators. If their power far surpassed his, he wouldn't be able to tell there was anything abnormal about them. Don't worry. I'm just a useless person who can read a bit of feng shui," the old man explained. There was no way. Yemo was still doubtful, but he didn't question the old man. Seeing that Yemo didn't speak, the old man said again, "Young man, if you don't mind, I can look at your palm for you." Yemo wanted to just reject the old man, but thinking about how the old man had been able to notice his actions, he changed his mind. As soon as Yemo reached out his hands though, a young man at the back stood up and said, "Grandpa, your body isn't well. You shouldn't do that." Yemo didn't turn back, but he did scan the young man. He was only in his 20s but also had death chi surrounding him, even though it was much fainter. The old man waved his hand. "Xiaoku, don't worry, I know." Chapter 568, Master Meng Jiushan. The old man looked at Yemo and explained, "My health isn't too well, so Xiaoku brought me to San Francisco to look for medical treatment while visiting old friends just like you. But it's all right, give me your hand." Yemo realized that the old man also knew he was sick. But Yemo couldn't even see anything other than the death chi surrounding the old man, so how did he know that he was sick? The old man was shocked. Yemo immediately asked, "Is there something wrong?" the old man contemplated for a long time before saying with a frown, "Young friend, your palm is very strange. I can't see your past or future." "Hold on, your fate seems to have been changed?" "No, it has been changed for sure, yes. Speaking up till that point, the old man closed his eyes for a while before saying, powerful being, if I'm not wrong, 2 years ago, your fate was changed. Your destined death was changed to something that even I can't tell." The old man put Yimo's hand down and saluted with his fist. "Young friend, I've proven myself useless. I can't see your fate, but there's one thing I would like you to enlighten me on." Yimo was trying to calm down from his shock. This old man was the first person to see through his fate having been changed. His fortune-telling art was too scary. He could actually see one's past and future. "Shenbei, ask whatever you like." Yimo's tone also became respectful. This was a truly capable old man. "May I ask who the person who changed your fate is?" "I would love to meet this Qianbei." The old man's tone was very careful and serious. Yimo didn't expect him to ask about this, so he could only say, "That person is a woman, and after she helped me change my fate, she left. I still haven't found her up until now, so I'm also looking for her." As the old man heard this, he looked disappointed. After a long while, he said despondently, "I, Meng Jiushan, am a frog at the bottom of a well. I thought myself to be at the pinnacle of fortune-telling, yet now I came to realize again that there's always a taller mountain. Such power is not something I can see through." The two people in the row in front heard those words and turned around immediately. One of them was a middle-aged woman, and the other was a young girl. The woman looked worried but had a royal temperament to her. "Are you Master Meng Jiushan?" the woman suddenly said. Clearly, she couldn't contain her excitement. The old man came back to his senses and nodded. "That's right, I'm Meng Jiushan." He had always been very confident in his fortune-telling art but had been struck down today. "Master Meng, I didn't expect to be able to encounter you here." "I'm Master Meng, this is a bit disrespectful, but I want to ask you to look at my fortune," the middle-aged woman asked desperately. She knew it was luck amongst luck to be able to see Meng Jiushan. So even if it was disrespectful, she had to ask. Meng Jiushan said, "Madam, since you know that I am Meng Jiushan, you should also know that I have an unpleasant rule. I can only tell fortune 3 times a day. Hence, I cannot see your fortune today, but you only did it once today, right? I can pay double the price." The woman was desperate. She knew that if today passed, she wouldn't have another opportunity like that ever again. Although her family was wealthy, Meng Jiushan wasn't someone who could be invited by wealth alone. As soon as the woman said this, Meng Jiushan's face sunk. It was as though he did fortune-telling for money. He didn't ask for money from Yimo at all, and Yimo didn't propose to give him money either. He was very happy with what Yimo did. Yet this woman spoke about money immediately. This made him unhappy. If he were to need money, where couldn't he earn it? Sensing Meng Jiushan's displeasure, the middle-aged woman realized her mistake and quickly apologized. "Sorry, Master Meng, I didn't choose my words carefully. Please forgive me." Meng Jiushan waved his hand. "Don't worry about it, but I really did fortune tell 3 times today, so maybe next time." Then, he stopped talking. The young woman beside her suddenly said, "Mom, these fortune tellers are just liars. Dad and I told you so many times, but you don't believe us. We'll go back and think of something else." "Xiaoyin, don't say that. Master Meng is one of the 3 most famous masters in China. How can you say that?" the woman reproached immediately. Yimo looked at the middle-aged woman and could tell that she was sick too. Her eyes seemed tired and her breathing uneasy. Yimo didn't look too carefully, though, because she was still a woman. "Sir, I have some things I wish to ask Master Meng about. Can I switch seats with you for a bit?" the woman asked. Yimo sighed. He could tell this woman was well-mannered, so someone like her persisting after being rejected meant that she really was worried about her condition. As Meng Jiushan heard her words, he just shook his head. Usually, Yimo would have switched with her, but this time, Yimo also had some questions for this Meng Jiushan. He felt like Meng Jiushan was very extraordinary. He needed to know why Meng Jiushan could tell his fate had been changed. He didn't want to let other people be able to see stuff like that casually in the future. Thinking about this, Yimo said apologetically to the woman, "I'm sorry, but I can't switch with you this time. However, I'm also a doctor, so Suddenly Yimo paused. He realized that the pistol was gone. Chapter 569. Thought of as a fraud, Yimo sent his spirit sense out and soon found his spirit sense mark. Meng Jiushan looked at Yimo strangely and thought, this woman wants to swap seats with me because she wants me to look at her fortune. What has that got to do with you being a doctor? That wealthy lady looked at Yemo in shock, however, and thought about what that meant. Did he dash? Yemo's spirit sense stayed focused on his spirit sense mark as he smiled to the woman and said, I said I'm a doctor, because I can help you with your condition. Perhaps you don't need Master Meng Jioshan for your condition, you know I'm sick? And you can help me? The woman looked at Yemo in shock. Yemo nodded, that's right, I can tell you're sick, and I especially treat those hard and rare diseases. I can cure what others can't. Although Yemo was telling the truth, to others, it sounded very arrogant. A young man in his 20s dared say he can cure what others can't. Even Meng Jioshan felt like Yemo's words were a bluff. He knew that there were people stronger than him. But this young man was uttering truly big words. He liked humble young people as he was very humble himself, so as soon as Yemo said this, his opinion of Yemo lowered. Mom, I told you not to believe these people, yet you still don't listen. Sit down for now. That young woman dragged the wealthy lady back down on top of her seat. Then, the young woman looked coldly at Yemo and said, you can trick other people, but don't try to trick my mom. If you try one more time, I will call the police. Yemo felt his chin subconsciously and was speechless. He saw that the woman was really desperate, and so he decided to help him, but now he was thought of as a fraud. The woman continued. My mom has visited a lot of countries for her condition, and not a single hospital was able to give a foolproof method, yet you just looked at her and you say you can cure her. Do you think you're an immortal or something? You might look a bit handsome, but apparently you're someone who does such dirty deeds. Don't joke about other people's condition, karma will strike you. She had gone with her mother for checkups to even the US, but what they found out was that it would be very hard for her to undergo surgery at that moment, so she had to come back to rest up first. Yemo wasn't feeling too happy. He clearly had good intentions. It's fine if you don't believe me, but there was no need to say that much. If I say that one charm I draw can instantly cure a person who has been in a vegetable-like state for many years, would you believe me? If I say that your stomach will hurt for 2 hours after we arrive, will you believe me? Yemo retorted. Yemo's spirit sense and observation was very strong, and he could see everything clearly. The forehead between her eyebrows was a little faint due to being cold, and the tip of her tongue was also a bit white with a faint slab of green. Yemo was sure that she had some light food poisoning and had stayed in the cold for too long, so she would have stomach pain for about 2 hours for sure. It wouldn't be anything grave, though. After 2 hours, her own immune system would cure it. You will get stomach pain when we arrive, the woman retorted. Yemo was speechless and shook his head, not wanting to talk anymore. Meng Jioshan did think that Yemo had spoken like that with reason, so he also shook his head when the girl retorted. The woman pulled the girl back, but then, the girl turned to the woman and said again, Mom, don't believe that fortune teller. What, Master Meng Jioshan? He's obviously in cahoots with that young man, trying to trick you together. They must have tricked countless people. That probably isn't right. How could they have known that we're looking for Master Meng Jioshan? Also, I have the feeling that that young man is rather honest. And he did know that I'm sick, the woman said hesitantly. The young girl persuaded again, Mom, do you trust me or do you trust strangers? Have you ever seen Master Meng Jioshan? Even if that man is Meng Jioshan, so what? How can we believe something like that? Besides, it's easy to tell that you're not well from your complexion. Even I can do that much, so others can too, right? Furthermore, liars like this excel at stuff like that. He's even saying that my stomach is going to hurt tonight, so why don't we wait and see whether it will hurt? Yemo and Meng Jioshan both heard this but didn't mind. Xiaoyin, don't talk about others like that, the middle-aged woman reproached her daughter. The young girl sneered, Mom, he even said that his charms can save vegetable-like people. Do you believe that too? The woman sighed and said no more. In her heart, she believed it, because according to her, magical masters like that did exist. Meanwhile, ever since Yemo said that he was a doctor and that he could cure what others could not, that he needed only one charm to save someone in a vegetable-like state, Meng Jioshan didn't want to talk to him anymore. He even suspected that that gun might have belonged to Yemo. Yemo could guess what the master was thinking, but as his spirit sense was still on the gun, he had actually found out the identity of the owner of the gun. It was a young man not much older than him. Although he knew the young man, it's not like he had any connection to him. They had just been in the same class at Ning Hai, and this student had actually been the lowest in the class, and he rarely spoke. Yemo didn't have a bad impression of him, though, because he was one of the few people who didn't jeer at him for getting kicked out of the Yi family. Yemo remembered his name was Luo Dongsheng. Luo Dongsheng was sitting on his seat without moving. Yemo couldn't be bothered with what he was going to do. This Luo Shangdong didn't seem like someone who would hijack a plane or anything, unless he had gone mad. No matter what, the gun was already damaged. Yemo's spirit sense scanned the resting room of the flight attendants, where he saw a tall, skinny flight attendant rip the cloth from the trolley. Yemo immediately knew that TH9 and C2 had to be working together. The stewardess who had given Yemo juice might have taken the wrong trolley before. A few hours later, it was time for food, and the flight attendants gave boxed meals to the passengers. "Remember to call me." The flight attendant who had given Yemo the juice passed over a pink card with her number on it as she gave Yemo his boxed meal. Yemo took the card speechlessly and nodded. In the meantime, many people went to use the bathroom, and Yemo saw Lu Dongsheng glance at a fat merchant as he clenched his fist. Yemo immediately knew that was the person Luo Dongsheng wanted to kill. What Yemo didn't understand was why he would do it on the plane. There would be a much greater chance of him getting exposed, and it would quite hard to succeed. After most people finished using the bathroom, Yemo noticed that fat merchant also leave his seat. Luo Dongsheng immediately followed. Yemo thought for a bit and also followed. Seeing this, Meng Jiushan stared at him and at Luo Dongsheng's back and frowned. Chapter 570, Group of Frauds. Because he knew Luo Dongsheng and because they had been classmates, Yemo didn't want him to be pointing a broken gun at people. He quickly walked over to Luo Dongsheng and repaired the gun before quickly putting it back. Yemo did this very rapidly, and Luo Dongsheng didn't notice at all. All his focus was on the fat man in front of him. Luo Dongsheng saw that fat man go to the toilet and all of a sudden squeezed in with him. "Who are you? What do you want?" The fat man wasn't dumb and immediately knew something was up. "If you scream, I'll shoot." Luo Dongsheng pointed the gun at the fat man's temples. "Who the hell are you?" The fat man was sweating a little, but he was rather calm. Luo Dongsheng ignored him and gave him a bank card, coldly demanding, "Transfer 5 million onto this account immediately, and don't play any tricks. If you take longer than 3 minutes, I will shoot. All I have is my little life. So scream all you want if you want to die together, I don't care, don't get agitated, I'll transfer it immediately." "Immediately," the fat man said and took out his phone to perform the transfer. "There's no signal," the fat man said shakily. Luo Dongsheng sneered. "Give me the card and tell me the password." The fat man answered Luo Dongsheng without hesitation. Yemo felt like the man had given his stuff away too easily and suspected that the fat man had something up his sleeve. Probably if Luo Dongsheng went to withdraw money from that account, he would be exposed. Surely Luo Dongsheng wouldn't be that stupid, right? Yemo sensed that Luo Dongsheng's hand was shaking. He shook his head. This was likely Luo Dongsheng's first time doing anything like it. Luo Dongsheng took the card, and his hand started shaking even more. He said coldly, "1 year ago, you and a police officer raped a girl called Xiao Yun. When she went back home, she committed suicide. Today, I will get revenge for Xiao Yun at the same place. Xiao Yun, rest in peace." Luo Dongsheng then fired while covering the fat man's mouth. Yemo shook his head. Luo Dongsheng wasn't too dumb at least. He had fired quite quickly and even covered the fat man's mouth so that he wouldn't scream. Yemo went back to his seat. Seeing this, Meng Jiushan suddenly said, "You didn't do anything, so why did you go over? To watch a show?" Yemo knew that Meng Jiushan was capable, but he didn't understand why Meng Jiushan seemed sure that he himself hadn't been responsible for killing anyone. Hasn't his impression of him become pretty bad? Yemo didn't reply to the question and said instead, "Mr. Meng, I said before that I'm a doctor. Regardless of whether you believe me or not, your checkups in the US won't be useful. Your condition will not be able to be diagnosed. But I really wonder, how did you know that you're sick?" Meng Jiushan heard this and was shocked. Had he been mistaken? Was this young man really a master? But how was that possible? Usually the older a doctor was, the more skilled he would be. Yemo was only in his 20s. Furthermore, he had seen many ancient martial arts masters, but none of them had been able to tell that his condition wasn't something a hospital could diagnose. "Mr. Meng, if I say that I can cure you, would you believe me?" Yemo suddenly spoke again. "You?" If Yemo hadn't said that he knew the hospital wouldn't be able to diagnose his condition, Meng Jiushan would have reproached Yemo for being boastful. But no matter what, Meng Jiushan still wasn't comfortable. "You can cure my disease?"
Young man, do you know how many people have looked at my disease?
Many talented medical masters weren't able to cure me, yet you dare to think you can. Emo smiled. There are all sorts of capable people in this world.
It's an overstatement to say that no one can cure your condition. You just haven't met the right person yet.
Hence, it's your luck that you met me today. Their conversation caught not only the attention of the young man behind them, which was Meng Jioshan's grandson, but also of the two ladies in front. The young girl heard Yemo's words and whispered to the middle-aged woman, "Mom, I think the two are performing some act trying to cheat us." Yemo couldn't be bothered arguing with them.
He no longer had any intentions of helping the woman.
His attention was on Meng Jioshan.
Meng Jioshan had such excellent fortune-telling powers. If Yemo could learn the concepts of it and predict his own fortune,
perhaps it would benefit his cultivation. The main thing was that Yemo had the feeling that both Meng Jioshan and his grandson were people of abundant essence and had good spirits. So he wondered why there would be death chi around them. Meng Jioshan heard Yemo's words and laughed in anger.
Ignorant and arrogant.
If he had known that this young man was like this earlier, he wouldn't even have talked to him. He had seen Yemo's power wasn't bad and assumed that he was from some ancient martial arts family. But now, he really had to start believing that young girl's words. This young man was just a fraud. Yemo saw the sneer on Meng Jioshan's mouth and that he didn't seem to want to talk to him anymore.
Yemo wasn't worried, though. He would first see if Meng Jioshan had any books on fortune-telling and the like. If he did, he would read it once and give it back. He would be able to remember everything with his spirit sense. "Anyway, sir, can you really cure my grandpa's condition?" That young man who had listened as well asked excitedly. "Xiaoku, you have no business here, don't talk," Meng Jioshan reproached. Before Yemo could reply, that young girl said to her mother again, "Mom, see. They're a group of frauds. If I hadn't stopped you in time, you would have been tricked." Yemo kept ignoring her and said to Xiaoku, "Of course I cannot be 100% sure. I still need to examine your grandfather first. But if your grandfather isn't willing to be treated, he will only live for about half a month." "What? You can tell that I only have half a month left?" Meng Jioshan was truly shocked this time. He had merely come to try his luck in the US, precisely because he had only half a month left. This young man had seen through that just like that. Was he really some hidden master? Yemo sneered. "Not only that, but I can also tell that your grandson has this disease as well, but that it is just not as serious, huh?" Meng Jioshan's hand shook, and he almost knocked over the cup of juice. Then, he immediately got up and bowed to Yemo. "I deeply apologize, young friend. I was looking at you through the eyes of a dog. Please forgive me. May I ask for your honorable name?" Yemo got somewhat of a good impression of Meng Jioshan in the end. He apologized as soon as he realized he had been wrong. However, Yemo couldn't say his real name, he was too famous in the US at the moment. "I'm Moing." Chapter 571, Bitter 10 Years, Yemo waved his hand. "No problem, Grandpa." This dash as Xiaoku saw that Yemo could even see when his grandpa would be dying, he rejoiced. If Yemo could really cure his grandpa's condition, then their family could finally be freed. "I was rude before," Meng Jioshan interrupted his grandson. He knew what his grandson was going to say, but it was better for him to say it. However, he was a little embarrassed. Yemo continued, "Master Meng, I said I will treat you, and so I will. If I didn't want to treat you, nothing you said would change anything. Yes, I am just too desperate. You must not call me master anymore, though, I don't deserve that title. If you don't mind, just call me by my name." Meng Jioshan said, "In that case, Mr. Meng, tell me about your condition. What I'm bewildered about is that your essence is very potent and you have no disease, so why are you still like this?" Of course Yemo wouldn't say that there was death chi around Meng Jioshan. Meng Jioshan looked troubled and immediately asked, "Would you have the time to come to my place and have a chat?" Yemo knew what Meng Jioshan meant, but he really didn't have time, so he said, "I am very sorry Mr. Meng, I'm a busy person. After I land in Hong Kong, I will be going back immediately. Although the business under me isn't big, there are still some things for me to do. If you are willing to say it, then please say it here and now. If not, then I can't help you." Although Yemo could check Meng Jioshan's meridians, he knew that this wasn't a physical disease, so checking Meng Jioshan's meridians wouldn't help that much. Although it involved some important secrets, Meng Jioshan clenched his teeth and explained the Meng family's situation. "The reason for my condition is simple. Our Meng family has always only had one son a generation,
and no one has ever lived past their 60s. Everyone dies for sure on their 60th birthday. According to the family records, there have been 7 generations already, and still this curse is yet to be broken. There's still half a month left before I reach 60. So when Dr. Mo said that I have half a month left to live, that is when I knew that you are a capable man. Mo frowned. There was such a thing? If this was a man-made curse, what means would that require? In that case, please give me your hand so that I can check your meridians. Mo thought for a long while and said, Meng Jiushan's meridians were calm and normal. Even after checking it with his chi, Mo didn't find anything abnormal. Mo was only more confused, but he had the feeling that he was overlooking something specific. For now, it would seem that death chi couldn't be cured that easily through physical means, although Mo could easily dispel the death chi. That would only save Meng Jiushan himself. According to him, all the sons of their families every generation had this condition. Wait, Meng Jiushan's blood contained faint spirit chi. He had almost missed that. How could a fortune teller have spirit chi inside his body? How is it, Dr. Mo? Meng Jiushan asked desperately. Seeing Mo sunk into contemplation, Mo didn't reply and said to Xiao Ku, give me your hand too. After looking at Xiao Ku's meridians, Mo started to get the gist of the situation. Xiao Ku also had some faint spirit chi inside his body, but actually a little bit more than Meng Jiushan. Mr. Meng, have you and your grandson eaten the same type of unique fruit? Mo asked. His heart was beating fast. If this concerned a spirit fruit, then he would be earning big. Meng Jiushan looked shocked and saluted with his fist after a while. How did you know, Dr. Mo? Our family does have a special type of fruit, but it should be safe to eat. It has been passed down from our ancestors, and before we learn our fortune-telling art, we need to open the spirit, and for that we need to eat the fruit. Meng Jiushan forgot to speak softly, because he was so shocked, but he wouldn't care even if others heard. Quite a few people knew about their fruit tree, but only people from the Meng family could eat the fruit. Others who tried would die for sure. Many people knew of this. Is it somehow related to with our fruit tree? Meng Jiushan then asked. Mo thought, if it really is a spirit fruit, it should only make people live longer and not shorter. First, Mo needed to confirm if their fruit was a spirit fruit. It should be a spirit fruit for sure if it had spirit chi in it, but the lifespan reducing effect made him doubtful. He said, that might not necessarily be the case, but please tell me the characteristics of the fruit. Meng Jiushan trusted Mo a lot already, and their fruit tree was no secret anyway. The maturing process of this fruit is completely different to that of normal plants. It blooms each year but never bears fruit. One must wait for 10 years of consecutive blooming before it bears 3 fruits. This fruit is very precious, but it's very bitter too. You can't even eat it. If you try to force it, you will only faint on the spot. So in the end, we started using honey to eat it, and that way, we barely dash. Mo stopped Meng Jiushan. Mo was sure that this had to be the second main ingredient for his foundation establishment pill, the bitter 10 years. Even if Meng Jiushan didn't let him go to the Meng family, he would still go no matter what. If he let this opportunity pass by him, he wouldn't be. Mo, I can cure your condition, but I need to go to your house, Mo said. Anything had to make way for his cultivation progress. Mom, look at those frauds behind us being really patient. They've been acting for so long, yet they're still going, the young woman commented in contempt. The wealthy woman was dazed. She knew a lot about Meng Jiushan's legends. In the Meng family there had indeed never been males who lived past 60. They said that was because the Meng family had leaked too many heavenly secrets and that it was divine punishment. After hearing this, she immediately became certain that the 2 men weren't acting. They were really Meng Jiushan and a capable young doctor. Besides, Meng Jiushan's air of seeming like an immortal Taoist really didn't appear fake. Thinking like that, the wealthy woman could no longer calmly stay seated. She got up and said to Mo, Doctor, could you help me as well? I apologize for what my daughter has been saying. She's a young student who doesn't understand a lot of things, please bear her no mind. Mo smiled. Big sister, I don't dare help treat you, or else, police would come for me immediately. Hearing the irony in Mo's tone, the woman blushed and wanted to apologize again, but the young girl stopped her once more. Mom, you still don't believe me? Are you really going to trust a fraud? The woman's face burst red, and she slapped away the hand of the young girl. She said with red eyes, Xiaoyin, I know you're acting in my benefit, but do you really want to see me die? If it wasn't for Nan, I might as well die, but now, I absolutely can't yet. You call Master Meng fake, a capable doctor fake.
Money, 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 is money really that important to you? Can you even spend all the money you have now, Mom? That young girl was dazed. She didn't expect her gentle mom to become this angry. Emo didn't mind the two as he noticed that Luo Dongxing had returned to his seat with an anxious complexion. Chapter 572, Simple Scam. By then, most people had started coming back to their seats, but that fat man still hadn't come back. Emo estimated that it wouldn't take much longer before a flight attendant found out. And obviously, it was no good that Luo Shengdong was acting like that. Other than his facial expression, everything else about his body said that he had killed the man. Meng Jiushan wasn't very happy about being interrupted, but knowing that other people were also worried about their condition, he thought it to be understandable. I'm sorry, doctor, I'm really sorry, but I can't die yet. There's some people I can't leave behind, please help me, the middle-aged woman begged Emo. Because she was so anxious, her voice was inevitably getting louder, and the people around her all looked over. At this moment, a flight attendant walked over as well and said apologetically to the woman, Madam, please fasten your safety belt and don't leave your seat except for in the case of an emergency. Emo rubbed his head. He really didn't feel like having everyone looking at him, so he said, Big sister, please sit down and then we can talk. The middle-aged woman sat down. I do charge a fee, and it's going to be very expensive. If you're not willing to spend money, you shouldn't ask for my help. Emo wasn't too nice. But he wasn't heartless either. He had a good impression of the woman, just not so of her daughter. Another thing he took into account was that he could tell the woman was wealthy from her clothes and jewelry. It would be fine to make her pay up. If she didn't want to pay, or if she was scared of getting scammed, then he would save himself the trouble. Hearing this, everyone listening in from the side had that look of realization that said, so in the end, it's still about money. Meng Jiushan knew of Yemo's power, and he knew that masters usually wouldn't do things for free, so he thought it normal for Emo to ask money. But asking for money on the spot ruined the master image, so he would usually perform his services first and then his clients would pay him with whatever they could, and this woman was already certain that Emo had great power. Otherwise, Meng Jiushan wouldn't have believed him. Hearing Emo ask for money, the young woman had an extreme look of disgust on her face. She opened her mouth to speak but eventually didn't say anything. Of course I will give money, but I don't have that much cash on me. I will make sure you receive it after we get off the plane. The woman quickly nodded. Emo immediately said, just give me your card and its password. Sure, sure. She took out a gold card from her bag without hesitation. The password is 765,690. There's 3 million inside, and you can take up to 10 million from it. If that's not enough Emo took it and waved his hand, that'll do. Actually, these few millions were in fact merely a few $100,000, so Emo really didn't think much of it. The young woman glared at Emo. Emo didn't even look at her and said to the woman, give me your hand. The young girl couldn't do anything to Emo, so she looked at the wealthy woman and called out, but that woman only gave her back a look of disappointment and sadness. She ignored the young girl and gave her hand to Emo. The young woman saw this and made up her mind to get the people in her family to freeze the card as soon as possible. The people around admired Emo for tricking a few million out of someone in the blink of an eye, and he hadn't even diagnosed the patient yet. Now they wondered how the young fraud would fulfill his lie. Emo put his finger on a meridian and checked it with his chi. He immediately found out what had happened to the middle-aged woman. There was a mutation in the blood vessels in her brain, which had brought about a mutation to all the blood vessels in her body. The vessels were all covered with small black dots. It would be very hard for modern medicine to cure that. After she got this disease, she would have at most only a few months left to live, and even then, she would be tortured by the disease a few hours each day, and not some usual torture. Her entire body would be in pain. Normal people wouldn't be able to endure it. Luckily, her cerebral neurons hadn't been damaged, or she wouldn't even have been able to keep thinking properly. Emo had some sympathy for the woman. The hospital wouldn't be able to cure this, but Emo could do so in an hour, although he could do it right now. Emo didn't. He didn't want to expose himself on the plane, considering that Emo took out some things from his pocket and took 20 minutes to draw a charm on the chair. No one knew how he could fit so many things in his pocket. After he finished, he put the things back in his pocket. Meng Jiushan looked in shock. He didn't expect Emo to really be curing a disease through charms. Meng Jiushan believed in charms. He could make a few simple ones himself, but he had never seen life-saving ones.
In that instant, Emo became all the more mysterious to him. Emo gave the charm to the woman and said, "This is a perversion and sickness removal charm.
Put this on your head at 5 a.m. tomorrow. When the charm turns to ashes, you will be fine, huh?"
Although the middle-aged woman really believed in Emo, she was still dazed at Emo giving her a charm. Even if she put that on her head 1,000 times, it wouldn't turn into dust for many years. Thinking about this, she asked, "Doctor, I want to ask how long it would take to turn into dust." Emo looked at her. "According to your condition, it should take around 30 minutes. The dust will actually be the poison inside your body, so you mustn't just throw it away casually. Find a remote location to bury it." At this moment, many people applauded Emo for being an expert in scams. People thought he would be trying to cure her on the spot. Yet he used such a method to delay time. By the time the lady found out it was all fake, he would be nowhere to be seen. Finally, someone couldn't keep watching and said, "Young man, doing such things is immoral. You took her card, and you're just going to give her a charm." Emo scanned this person and said casually, "We mutually agreed on this. What has this got to do with you? By the way, although I can cure your condition with a charm too, I won't sell it to you even if you give me 100 million. Huh? I'm sick too now?" "You're really funny," the middle-aged man retorted. Emo said plainly, "Yep, you have a very hard-to-cure heart disease, you." The man wanted to get up and fight Emo but was stopped by some people beside him. He had such a strong body, yet this young fraud said he had a heart disease? Bullshit. Then, the middle-aged man said to the woman, "Big sister, you need to be careful of frauds, there are too many of them these days." The woman smiled but didn't reply. The man could only shake his head. He realized he wasn't really minding his own business. At that moment, Emo saw a flight attendant start to ask around about the empty seat. Chapter 573, Assistance. Soon 2 undercover airline police officers appeared, and the captain of the plane spoke through the microphone. "Dear passengers, welcome aboard our flight. This is your captain speaking. My name is Yu Yeming. I regretfully have to inform you that there has been a murder aboard this plane. A passenger was killed in the restroom, so in order to ensure everyone's safety, please don't leave your seats right after the plane lands." The plane immediately erupted into chaos. Everyone became anxious, afraid that there might be people trying to hijack the plane. Emo scanned Luo Dongsheng. Although he was clearly nervous, he was much better than most passengers, but Emo immediately judged that this Luo Dongsheng had no potential to be a killer. He was still keeping that gun on him. Emo shook his head. Why keep the gun after killing the target? That was asking to be caught. But then, he considered Luo Dongsheng might have a reason for keeping the gun. The flight attendant on his side was pushing a trolley anxiously. And it seemed like he had wanted to use the trolley to relocate the gun, but for some reason, a different flight attendant found out about the situation sooner than he'd expected. He should have dealt with the gun immediately. Maybe he was afraid of leaking his fingerprint? But couldn't he have washed it with water? Or was it impossible to just wash fingerprints away with water? But then the dead person would have his fingerprints on him anyway, right? Suddenly, Emo remembered that his fingerprints were also still on the gun, and he cursed. He wasn't scared of anyone, but this flight was sensitive, and if anyone investigated, they might find out that he was Emo. If the US knew that Emo had gone to San Francisco, they might suspect him for the robberies. Meng Jioshan was the only other person who knew who the killer was, but he didn't seem to even hear the captain's words as he carefully asked Emo all sorts of questions. Although he was more interested in the bitter 10 years, Emo was also interested in Meng Jioshan's fortune-telling art. Hearing the conversation between the two, the wealthy woman wanted to ask more questions, but she was afraid Emo would be annoyed at her, and so she didn't say anything. But she didn't talk to her daughter anymore. One could see how disappointed she was at her. After the murder, the atmosphere on the plane became weird. People all focused their attention on the people next to them. Fearing that they were sitting with the killer, a few more policemen appeared. No one wanted to be suspected, so those who wanted to go to the toilet also resisted the urge to go. A few hours later, the plane landed at Hong Kong International Airport. The passengers got off and had to go through a temporary detector that was set up. The detector would sound an alarm if any weapons were detected. Luo Dongsheng obviously realized that, and his face looked pretty bad. According to his plan, the pistol should have been moved away already. He didn't expect the murder to be exposed that early. As Emo saw this, he knew that Luo Dongsheng had no way of hiding the gun, so he could only take the gun and put it in his ring when they got off the plane together. When Luo Dongsheng walked past the detector and no alarm sounded, he started suspecting his own ears. He was dazed for a moment as people on the side pushed him before he walked into the foyer subconsciously. He felt the place where he had put the gun, but it was gone. He suspected that he might have left it on the seats, but he couldn't go back and check anymore. The flight attendant who was on Luo Dongsheng's side was very worried too, so when she saw Luo Dongsheng being fine, she was overjoyed. Before Yemo left, he heard Luo Dongsheng say to the girl that they should go check out Luo Yu. Yemo nodded. It seemed like Luo Yu was quite famous, which was good to attract all sorts of capable people. Although they knew the culprit was amongst the passengers, they didn't have any incriminating evidence, and almost everyone had gone to the toilets, so no one knew when the fat man could have been killed. The passengers couldn't be kept there, not to mention that there were important people among them, and they couldn't be held back there for some dead merchant, so after a simple interview, everyone left. Before Luo Dongsheng left, Yemo put the gun back on him again. Before the wealthy woman left, she expressed her gratitude to Yemo many times. Although she hadn't been cured yet, she could tell from Yemo's eyes that Yemo hadn't scammed her, yet that young girl was getting more and more impatient. Due to Meng Jioshan's case popping up suddenly, Yemo had to go to the Meng family to see the bitter 10 years. Hence, he followed Meng Jioshan to their house. The Meng family had been in the Fuzhou province in the past, but they moved to Hong Kong during the Cultural Revolution. After Luo Dongsheng and that flight attendant left the airport, they took a taxi to Hong Kong Miaopu. Although it was very chaotic there, that was where the housing was the cheapest. After getting off the taxi it was already 10 p.m., and the flight attendant asked, "Dongsheng, how was your pistol not found?" "I was so worried." "Luckily, you actually had a way to hide your gun." Luo Dongsheng was very worried and said immediately, "Ingzi, it's best if we leave this place as soon as possible. Come with me to Luoyu. I heard that the city lord of Luoyu is very powerful. We can go there. Luoyu is open to the world now, and they need all sorts of capable people to go and welcome Chinese settlers. Why? Didn't you say we would go after finishing up everything here? Besides, I still want to get my end-of-the-year bonus," Ingzi said. Luo Dongsheng shook his head and said, "I suspect they might know I was the culprit by now, because I might have left the pistol on the seats." "What?" Ingzi's face changed drastically. If the pistol was left on the seats, then they would be caught through the fingerprints for sure. Suddenly, Luo Dongsheng felt his pockets and said in a daze, "At the checkpoint, I searched many times through my pockets, yet I didn't find it on me, so why did it suddenly appear now?" Ingzi said, "Could it be that you were too nervous and didn't feel it?" Luo Dongsheng shook his head. "There's no way, it's not like it's just some piece of cloth." Furthermore, the detector would have detected it. The two looked at each other for a long time before saying at the same time, "Someone is helping us, Dongsheng, let's go to Luoyu. I don't want to live here, anyway. I want to live a peaceful life." Ingzi suddenly made up her mind. "Okay, let's go to Luoyu." Luo Dongsheng also made up his mind. At the same time, in a 5-star hotel in Hong Kong, that wealthy lady was holding her charm with an absent mind. Her young daughter carefully went outside, calling back home to tell about the card scam and request for the card to be frozen. "Mom, I already told you, don't believe this. A charm thingy should be able to cure you? Is that possible? The US hospitals all agreed you should stay there for extended diagnosis. We should go back to the US after we deal with the family business," the young girl said. She was still not happy about her mom being tricked and still refusing to listen to her. Chapter 574, No Medicine for Regret. That middle-aged woman carefully put away the charm and sighed. "Xiaoyin, there are a lot of capable people in China. My dad once told me, Qingkue, you shouldn't underestimate anyone nor should you blindly follow others. Sometimes, the ones who can help you best might be those who casually pass by you." "Mom, Grandpa comes from the old society." Before she finished, she was interrupted. "Xiaoyin, call me auntie from now on and don't call him Grandpa. If the Shin family people hear that, they will gossip about it. The words I said on the plane were a bit over the line. Please don't take it personally. Nan Nan sigh, never mind. Nan Nan has his own fortune." The woman's tone was melancholic. Xiaoyin was dazed. She suddenly thought that it wasn't right for her to have let the people in the family freeze the card. Even if the money was scammed, it was what Auntie Qingkue wanted herself. Sensing the sadness in the woman, Xiaoyin suddenly said, "Mom, you'll always be my mom in my heart. I'll call you auntie in front of others from now on, though. Don't worry, we'll go back home and prepare a bit, but then we'll go to the US for treatment."
I believe you can get better for sure. As for Nan Nan, don't worry, I can take care of him. The middle-aged woman waved her hand. After a long pause, she said, no matter whether I get better or not this time, I won't go back for treatment anymore. Nan Nan is also a part of the Shin family, so he can stay there. But I've clearly been in the mortal world for too long, I shouldn't keep thinking about these things. Mom, you dash. Xiaoyin looked at the middle-aged woman and saw how strong her decision to become a nun was. The middle-aged woman didn't talk for a while and fell into silence. Arg. Xiaoyin suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. What's wrong, Xiaoyin? The middle-aged woman woke up from her reverie and quickly helped Xiaoyin up. My stomach hurts so much. Xiaoyin screamed. At that moment, both the middle-aged woman and Xiaoyin seemed to remember something, and they looked at the clock on the wall at the same time. It was 12 a.m., midnight. The young doctor on the plane had said that her stomach would be hurting for 2 hours. I'll call a doctor. The middle-aged woman saw the young girl rolling on the bed in pain and was very worried. No, Mom, Xiaoyin pulled her mother's hand. That person said it would only go on for 2 hours. I should be fine after 2 hours. We'll see tomorrow. The middle-aged woman believed Jimo's words, and Xiaoyin's current situation proved that the young man's words were right. Wasn't he a magical doctor? She sighed. If Xiaoyin hadn't treated him like that, then perhaps he could have saved her this pain. Xiaoyin felt her pain get better and asked, Mom, could it be that he purposely made my stomach hurt? Xiaoyin, don't say that. That young magical doctor didn't even touch you, how could he make your stomach hurt? The middle-aged woman was clearly a bit unhappy. Yes. Mom, I know. I truly hope he is as capable as this makes him seem. Maybe you can really get better. Suddenly, she stopped. Did she really think like that so easily? She clearly knew what she thought before. She was sure that that guy was a fraud and never held the faintest belief that he would be able to cure Auntie Qingkuei's condition. That's why she froze the card. But now, she was doubtful too. How would a fraud know her stomach would hurt tonight? After a long while, Xiaoyin crawled up and said, I'm fine now. My stomach doesn't hurt anymore. The both of them looked at the clock, and it was 2 a.m. It had been exactly 2 hours, Mom. The young girl called out. The two looked at each other for a long while without speaking. Everything that young man said was confirmed. If it was just a guess, then his luck was too absurd. Mom, why don't you putting that charm on your head and trying? Xiaoyin suddenly really wanted to see if that charm would work. The middle-aged woman shook her head. It's not 5 a.m. yet. He said it must be 5 a.m., so I'll wait till then. Xiaoyin didn't argue for once and nodded. 3 hours went by quickly and it became 5 a.m. The middle-aged woman picked up the charm and put it on her head reverently. She wanted to lie down to prevent the charm from falling, but when she put the charm on her head, she felt it get stuck to her head automatically, before she could think about anything else. Her body started to heat up. There was a pins and needles kind of sensation all over her body. There were clearly many things the eye can't see being sucked away by the charm. She couldn't see it, but she could feel it. Mom, how is it? Xiaoyin also looked astonished, seeing that the charm wasn't falling off. The middle-aged woman didn't talk. She felt a lazy, warm sensation all over her body, and she didn't want to talk. Half an hour later, she woke up abruptly as the charm slowly fell to the ground. It turned into dust, which then didn't separate at all. As the middle-aged woman witnessed that, she suddenly teared up. No one knew better than her that her condition had truly been cured. In a short 30 minutes, some magical charm had cured her. After standing shocked for a while, the middle-aged woman took out a handkerchief and carefully wrapped the dust. The doctor had said it would be very poisonous and that it had to be dealt with carefully. Mom, it really turned into dust. Is it? Xiaoyin looked at the middle-aged woman in disbelief. She could feel her worldview get shattered. She remembered that young man's words, if I say that one charm I draw can instantly cure a person who has been in a vegetable-like state for many years, would you believe me? If I say that your stomach will hurt for 2 hours after we arrive, will you believe me? Funnily enough, her stomach really had hurt, and the charm did turn into dust. That magical Dr. Mo, he's a real master. He could cure my disease in half an hour, but the money I gave him isn't even 10% of the value of this treatment, Qingkuei said. Xiaoyin just murmured to herself, it actually worked, actually wore dash. Suddenly, she said desperately, Mom, he said he could cure even vegetable-like people with charms. Great uncle has been dash. Before Xiaoyin finished, the middle-aged woman shook her head. You can't meet such masters whenever you want, Xiaoyin
Sigh dash, at this moment, she suddenly realized why Auntie Chinkue had called it luck amongst luck to be able to see Meng Jiushan. It had been even greater luck to meet that magical doctor. Yet she didn't even ask him for a charm, and instead, she called him a fraud. She suddenly thought of the card. If that doctor went to withdraw money and found the card frozen, what would he think? He must think the real fraud is Auntie Chinkue. Thinking about this, the young girl really regretted Hong Kong Meng Mountain Villa. This villa was more famous than even the Mo family's half-mountain mansion due to the Meng family being renowned as one of the 3 great Chinese feng shui families. There were countless people wanting to ask Master Meng to look at feng shui or tell their fortune, but only those very significant people could actually invite him. Each time, they would treat him with the highest respect they could. Yet today, Master Meng was carefully accompanying a young man in the Meng family mountain villa. Chapter 575, Earning Big. At this moment, Mo stood in the fruit garden of the luxurious mountain villa of the Meng family. Looking at the fruit tree in front of him, his mood swung from extreme excitement to deep disappointment. Why? Because the 3-meter-tall tree in front of him was indeed a bitter 10 years tree, but due to neglect, it was on the verge of death. Bitter 10 years was something hard to find even in the cultivation realm. It was the hardest to find of the 3 main ingredients needed to make the foundation establishment pill. It was the rarity of this ingredient that resulted in the foundation establishment pill being so hard to get. It wasn't rare to find one fruit be sold for tens of thousands of spirit stones. It was very hard for the bitter 10 years to grow. It only grew a centimeter each year. This one was obviously close to 300 years old, which was very rare. The only pity was that even though it seemed to have been taken care of properly, its own spirit chi was dissipating, and thus it was near death. Even if Mo wanted to save this tree, he would have to have spirit stones to build a spirit gathering formation. But even if he had spirit stones, he wouldn't be able to waste them for building formations. He would use them to cultivate, but this also meant that the Meng family had quite the skills to be able to keep the bitter 10 years alive for 300 years. There was a saying about the bitter 10 years to bloom, one morning to bear fruit. Bitter in the heart, but sweet in its Tao. In the cultivation realm, you were only considered a proper cultivator when you reached the foundation establishment state. If one wanted to reach the foundation establishment state, the bitter 10 years was a must. Dr. Mo? Meng Jiushan saw Mo stand in front of the bitter 10 years and sigh in disappointment, so he called out. Mo looked at Meng Jiushan and said, "This tree only has a few years left to live." Hearing this, Meng Jiushan looked despondent and nodded. "Yes, you are right, Dr. Mo, this tree indeed doesn't have long left." Mo nodded and asked, "How do you know this tree only has a few years left to live?" "This is what my ancestors said. When this tree leaves the place it grew up, it will have lived for only 300 years. There's only a few years left until those 300 years. Meng Jiushan felt sad. This tree was very important to the Meng family. Leave the place it grew up, so not its birthplace? This tree wasn't planted by your ancestors? In that case, how could you let it live for 300 years? Mo was bewildered. This was a miracle. Yes, when my ancestor first found the tree, it was less than 3 inches big, but he dug it out with 1 meter of earth and brought it away. Mo understood now. With that much earth dug away, its growth wouldn't be affected, but after all these years, the nutrients from the original earth had all been absorbed, and now it was dying. Then, Meng Jiushan said, when we moved it to Hong Kong, we dug 6 meters of earth around it and shipped it here. And now, there's no way for us to save it anymore. Mo suddenly considered something and asked, "Where did your ancestor find the tree?" Hearing this, Meng Jiushan's face looked pained. Mo could tell he didn't really want to say it, so he immediately said, "I can cure your Meng family's disease as long as you can tell me where you found the tree." The bitter 10 years must have come from a place with abundant spirit chi. Mo had some understanding of the Meng family's disease. It was caused by their ancestor wrongly eating the bitter 10 years. The bitter 10 years couldn't be eaten with honey. If there was a lack of spirit chi, it was best made into a medicinal soup or pill. Otherwise it could cause a blockage of life force, despite making the person healthier. And if there was an abundance of spirit chi, the life force wouldn't be blocked. If the bitter 10 years weren't withered, it would be hard for Mo to cure the disease, but since it was withered, he only needed to dissipate the spirit chi blocking their life force. They wouldn't have to eat the bitter 10 years anymore anyways. Thank you, Dr. Mo. Meng Jiushan was waiting for these words. When our ancestor found the place, there were 2 of these trees, and one was already 5 meters tall. Mo was shook. 1 was already 5 meters tall then, so now that 300 years had passed, Wouldn't that tree be 800 years old?
And 800 years old bitter 10 years. Yimo's heart burned with intensity. If he managed to acquire that, he would be earning big.
A fruit from that tree would be worth more than 100,000 spirit stones. Meng Jioshan could tell that Yimo was very interested in the tree and continued, yes, my ancestor could only take the small one, but he decided to go back later on to get the big one, but he couldn't find it. This was in the depth of the Duanhong Ranges, in the Sea of Clouds. The ancestor said that he had seen a natural North Spoon 7 stars formation, but our ancestors have been unable to find anything even after looking for 200 years. Yimo calmed down a bit, but he definitely had to go to that place no matter what.
Yimo said calmly, okay, now, recite your Meng family fortune-telling art for me to see where the problem lies.
Yimo already knew where the problem was, but he was saving the entire Meng family, so he felt it reasonable enough to take something from them. Meng Jioshan didn't doubt anything. He believed there was no way to learn the Meng family fortune-telling art by just listening to it once. There were a lot of words that required explanation word by word, and sometimes, it took a whole day to explain one word. The art formula wasn't long, about 10,000 words, but what shocked Yimo was that it was the closest thing to spirit chi cultivation he had ever encountered on Earth. The difficult words didn't bother Yimo at all as he knew much more than Meng Jioshan. This art gave Yimo much more inspiration than the book he had seen at the Nine Moon Sect. He had understood a lot from it, and if he went back into solitary training now, he would even be able to have some breakthrough. The trip had not been a waste of time. Okay, I understand now. Call all the male members of your family over. I'll remove this disease for you. Because the tree couldn't live anymore anyway, Yimo didn't tell them to stop eating the fruits. Meng Jioshan rejoiced that Yimo was willing to help. There weren't that many males in their family, only 6, so Yimo didn't require much time to dispel the condensed spirit chi inside of them. As for the women in the Meng family, Yimo gave the family a recipe for making some medicine for that. Eventually, Meng Jioshan took out a check with a huge sum on it, but Yimo rejected. Although it was a lot of money, it was nothing to Yimo. Moreover, he had already acquired quite a lot from Meng Jioshan, a master indeed. Meng Jioshan saw that Yimo might have asked for 3 million from that wealthy lady on the plane. But he rejected the tens of millions on the check, and this changed his perception of Yimo greatly. The Duanhong Ranges, North Spoon 7 stars? Why did that sound like the entrance Luo Xian had talked about? Chapter 576, Enough Foundation, Ready for Relocation, Jing City. This place wasn't far from North Korea, at the borderline of China. Even though it wasn't winter, Chinese New Year had just passed, but there was still a lot of snow. It was March, early spring already, yet Jing City still had endless snowfalls. Most of the people in the city always stayed in their houses with their heater on, watching TV. Yimei Mountain was the tallest mountain in Jing City. Although it sounded the same as Mount Imei in Sichuan, there was a huge fundamental difference between the two mountains. Yimei Mountain was constantly covered in snow. Except for some individual places and at special times. One couldn't see green anywhere. At this moment outside a village at the foot of the Yimei Mountain, a stressed-looking young woman was walking arduously on the road. It seemed like she wanted to enter the village and take a break. Her bulging stomach made it hard for her to walk, her steps were weak, and she was obviously powerless. In the end, she accidentally slipped and fell to the floor. The woman used her hand to protect her stomach as she wanted to get up, but she failed again and again. The snow was getting more and more intense, and there was no one to be seen on the small road. Why is someone laying on the snow? A nun with a huge backpack thought in wonder, but she walked up to the woman very rapidly. She looked at the woman on the ground and helped her up. She muttered to herself in shock, such a pretty girl, and she's not from here. She's pregnant? Wait, it would seem she has cultivated ancient martial arts before but is just heavily wounded. Without even checking the woman, the nun quickly carried her in the big backpack up Yimei Mountain as she ran even faster than before. Cultivation was truly a matter with no ending. As soon as Yimo came back and gave Su Yuehua what he had to give her, he started cultivating again. He had understood some things useful to him from the Meng family's fortune-telling art. In the turn of an eye, a few months passed, but today, Yimo couldn't focus his mind anymore. He felt annoyed and restless. Yimo got up and checked his power and found that he was at the middle stage of stage 5. He was quite happy that he had been able to improve in only a few months. After Yimo came out, Su Yuehua, Su Ping and company quickly came.
Ning Qingxue arrived by Yi Mo's side on first notice too. Surprisingly enough, Yi Zifeng and Yi Ling also came. Yi Mo felt strange and asked Yi Zifeng, why have you come?
What happened to the Yi family in Beijing, big brother? We're brothers.
I know Grandpa is right, but if we hide in Beijing while Luo Yu is in hardship and come back after Luo Yu overcomes the difficulty, what kind of brothers would we be then?
Brothers need to share hardship together too.
Not just the good times. Even Yi Ling knew to come help you, how can I fall behind? Yi Zifeng's words touched Yi Mo.
He knew that Yi Zifeng quite possibly might not be blood related to him, but he would always see Yi Zifeng as his blood brother nonetheless. Soon, the entire management level of Luo Yu assembled at the meeting hall.
They were preparing to discuss the complete relocation of Luo Yu Pharmaceuticals to Luo Yu City.
Luo Yu had achieved some level of self-protection by now, and they believed that they were nearing the end of the US's patience. Luo Yu was wealthy, and large amounts of assets flew into Luo Yu, but what shocked everyone was that no matter how big Luo Yu got,
they just wouldn't enter the stock market.
People could buy Luo Yu's products but not their shares, and because Luo Yu had plenty of money, they had started looking for large military countries with weapons to sell for some transaction opportunities. Those countries only looked at money, and so they all accepted some form of dealings with Luo Yu, but it wasn't like Luo Yu could buy all sorts of weapons left and right. Even if a country were willing to let Luo Yu buy their military-grade weapons, they would have to acknowledge that Luo Yu was an independent government first. That condition stopped a lot of countries in their tracks. America, Russia, Germany, France, and England were all powerful military countries.
The US couldn't admit Luo Yu's independence, nor would they sell weapons to Luo Yu, as they were just waiting for Luo Yu to mature before they would start trying to seize it. Germany, France, and England were all on the same team, and they knew what the US was thinking. Although they were interested in the money Luo Yu could bring them, they couldn't just casually sell Luo Yu weapons taking the US into account. But Russia was different, they didn't care. Although Russia wasn't as militarily potent as the Soviet Union had been, they had developed on a broader scale. While England, France, and Germany were in the middle of hesitating, they admitted Luo Yu's independence without hesitation and simply sold their weapons to Luo Yu as they pleased. Large amounts of money fell into Russia's reserves, while large amounts of planes, nuclear submarines, and tanks went into Luo Yu. Seeing this happen, Germany finally couldn't resist anymore. They didn't expect that some small Luo Yu would have that much power, gobbling up batch after batch of weapons. But to them, it was still a bit hard to admit Luo Yu's independence. America immediately stood out to criticize Russia, saying that they were increasing volatile factors in the world, but Russia soon retaliated by saying that the US was the largest distributor of weapons in the world, so especially the US had no right to criticize Russia, Marshall brother, after making our latest nuclear weapon. We've modeled the explosion, and it shouldn't be weaker than any nuclearly armed country's weapons. Our newest intercontinental missile can easily bomb the US.
We have the ability to send a nuke right to their dinner table, Yi Xing said joyfully. Yi Mo nodded. He was very satisfied with Yi Xing's capabilities, and he trusted him unconditionally. Yi Xing is right. Our greatest achievement is the newest nuclear reactor engine. Without the new computers and mechanical stations you bought, we really wouldn't have been able to produce it. Su Ping nodded. Russia is giving us rather average things, so I think we still need to produce our own weapons.
If you give me 3 years, I'm sure that Luo Yu will be the center of the world's military technology.
Yi Xing said pridefully, making weapons is a means, not the goal. Although weapons earn money, there are plenty of other things we can earn money with.
For now, Luo Yu's population is too small.
When our population reaches a couple million, then we can become truly independent, Yi Mo said. Su Yuehua nodded and said, many of those working at Luo Yu have moved their families here.
Now, there's almost 200,000 people here.
60% of them are Chinese, and the rest comes from other countries around the world. We've also established airplane routes from many different countries, allowing those who want to move here to come for free. Okay, in that case, let's move Flowing Snake's Luo Yu here as well.
It is time. Yi Mo was really pleased with how fast Luo Yu had developed.
If the US still wanted to attack them, they would have to think about their chances first. Once we move Luo Yu here completely, the US will react. They might even attack Luo Yu at first notice and try to rob us of our things. We need to be ready for battle, Su Yuehua said. Luo Yu was already completely different from when they had first come there. Not only did they have the new air defense system, they also had Yixing's newly made electronic interference and GPS location systems. In fact, the electronic interference system might be seen as one of the main reasons why Luo Yu could be so confident. Yi Mo suddenly got up and scanned everyone. We will be moving all of Luo Yu pharmaceuticals to Luo Yu, including the population of Flowing Snake. We have more than 200,000 people now. At the same time, let the 200 nautical miles of sea around Luo Yu also belong to Luo Yu. Chapter 577, Want War or Wealth? Su Yuehua commented worriedly, the Commonwealth sea laws state that the regional sea of a nation must be no more than 12 nautical miles. Wouldn't we be giving the US a reason to start the war that way? Yi Mo smiled. We wouldn't be the only ones with a sea region of 200 nautical miles. Many countries have surpassed 200 miles.
Luo Yu City is special too, we face the sea on 3 sides. So we need to increase our regional sea. Our main military power will be at sea. Besides, even if we don't assume even an inch of a regional sea, they will still start a war anyway, hence Yi Mo looked at everyone sitting down. As soon as Luo Yu Pharmaceuticals comes to Luo Yu City, we will immediately test the nuclear bomb. We need to flash our power in front of the eyes of those who have bad intentions for Luo Yu City. I will say now that no matter whether it's on my land or in my regional sea, I am the one who decides things. Yes, that's the spirit. I shall be the first to support you, City Lord.
Huang Yinian stood up excitedly. Yi Mo's words had gotten to everyone's hearts. Luo Yu didn't have their own plane, tank, or gun production line. Instead, their first production line was a ship production line. The first product made there was their own carrier ship. This was a nuclear-powered carrier ship Yixing had designed in northern sand. Of course, we have the latest air defense system and electrical interference and positioning systems. Now, they can come anytime they want, Yixing said satisfyingly. Yi Mo stopped Yixing. Although we have made great progress in some areas, our overall military power is still far below that of the US. We're no match for them yet, but we merely need to have the capability to threaten them and make them have some concerns. The situation is such that we shouldn't start a conflict, at least not yet. We don't have the necessary power yet, Su Yuehua nodded. We're just able to compare our trump card with the mere superficial, openly visible portion of their power. Who knows what greater cards they have hidden?
So I agree with City Lord's opinion.
We're far from a match for the US at the moment, not to mention that they have a lot of allies. If we were to fight, most parties would be helping them. We'll definitely fight sooner or later, but we don't know what the fight is going to be like. Right now a few of our medical factories are making money, but once we start fighting, the costs will be huge. So increasing our tactical assets is still very important to us.
Yi Mo said. He knew there was too little time left for Luo Yu.
If they had a few years more, the US would only be a slightly large stepping stone for them, Zhang Jiayan continued. We have stored quite some food already, and large amounts of usable factories, a lot of foreign factories too, have started operation. We just haven't reached an appropriate scale in the agriculture department yet. Yi Mo waved his hand. Food is a crucial tactical asset, we must prepare plenty. It's unrealistic to try to produce all we need ourselves. We're spending quite some resources on the upcoming war, and we don't have enough people. So once we start the war, we need to think of ways to earn money from enduring it.
Earn money from the war?
Usually, third parties earn from the wars between two other parties, so how can we earn from our own war?
Yi Zifeng wondered. Yi Mo smiled. That won't necessarily be impossible. Our electronic interference system is the best in the world, and no one can match it right now. We can sell that.
Even though I haven't experienced modern warfare myself, I know that the focus of it is long-range battle with a great emphasis on accuracy. Fighting someone with a strong electronic interference system and a strong GPS, those countries dependent on electronic warfare would be in for a nightmare. Although we have a small population and are on the disadvantage, numbers can be made up for in modern warfare. We just need to interfere with our enemies' attacks and efficiently locate their units. If our systems really are as strong as Yixing says they are, we'll have money to earn. Yixing immediately got up to make his point anew. Marshal brother, one can doubt my popularity with women but not my ability to build things. Once we have our production line for planes, I will build the strongest electrical interference machine on Earth. Everyone understood Yi Mo's words. He meant that they would show the capabilities of their product in this war and then sell it to other countries. If Luoyu's interference machine could interfere with US missiles and other attacks, there was no way it wouldn't become famous. Understanding Yimo's idea, Yixing quickly shook his head. This isn't a mobile interference machine, though. We can only station it in Luoyu. And although it is able to stop any attack from a weapon within 1 kilometer and lock onto the weapon, it does use vast amounts of energy. You used the extreme energy stone? Yimo immediately understood Yixing. Yixing smiled bitterly. I didn't have any other choice. If I didn't make this thing, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. The power of the US isn't something we can fight against with a mere 2 years of development. I'm sure that as long as we have enough missiles, we can strike down all the weapons they attack us with. Currently, our missiles are all imported from Russia, and even the intercontinental missiles were modified after import. We're still assembling our own missile production line. Yimo could understand why Yixing had used the stone. Although it was precious, they couldn't just store it and not use it. It seemed like these stones were more precious than spirit stones. Yimo sighed. It looked like he would have to go to Northern Sand to get the other 4 as well, so that means we can't sell our interference system? Yimo was disappointed. Of course we can sell it. We can modify it and change the energy source to fuel. This way, the range would be greatly reduced to only a few hundred meters. But at least then we could attach it to planes. Yixing smiled. Okay, then we'll sell this modified plane idea of yours, Yimo said. That would earn money for sure. That sounds good, but there are 3 other issues to it. First, the system needs our own engine to operate. Our engine is currently the best in the world. Of course, I can simplify it down, and even the simplified version will shock the world. Second, we don't have a plane production line. Third, if we sell our interference system, it won't take long for it to be analyzed and understood, Yixing said. Yimo smiled. I'm not afraid of that. No one can analyze or understand how our Luoyu seals our pills, as I have the ability to make those things unanalyzable. Likewise, I'll just inscribe a sealing formation at the most important part of the interference machine. That way, if one tries to open the internal structure of the machine, the formation will destroy it, so we'll do it. CEO Zhang, you can assist Yixing in assembling a plane production line. This is very important. Try to import things from other countries and modify it. That'll save some time. Big brother, do you want the countries who intend to buy the interference machine to first admit Luoyu's independence? Yi Zifeng asked. Yimo nodded. He wasn't afraid of the US, but if he wanted to survive on Earth, international status was very important. If no country helped him, then no matter how strong Luoyu was, they wouldn't be able to live well. The US president gathered his cabinet and held a meeting. This was their second time having a meeting due to Luoyu. Luoyu took over Sina and is amassing a population from people all over the world. They are now mass buying weapons. I think that if we weren't so far away from them, their Russian missiles would already be at our feet. I'm regretful about Senator Harry's suggestion to let them develop. The naval commander stood up and said, Luoyu is massively developing their naval power, and if they were to fight, the first battle would be at sea. Chapter 578, the war about to begin. I think General Derrick is right. We shouldn't have let Luoyu develop. We should have attacked Sina at first notice. I think that now, our main task is to attack and take back what is ours, the Minister of Defense said. Harry frowned and didn't say anything, but the person next to him did. Harry's decision was right at the time. The reason why we didn't succeed was because those cunning bastards saw through our intentions and used the time we gave them to quickly develop. That's what caused the situation we have today. He's right. I knew a lot of people would see through what we were planning, but I didn't expect the merchants from Luoyu to be able to see through it. This was my error. Since they already know about our plan, I don't think we need to keep waiting. I suggest we take action immediately, Harry said. I agree, Sina has countless treasures, including the new element we found. I suggest we immediately take military action and take back Sina and kick those criminals out. That place doesn't belong to them. Have we been planning for it for decades only for them to silently take it away? Someone else said. 80% of the people at the meeting agreed to immediately declare war on Sina. The president frowned. It's not that he didn't want war, but there had been another even bigger discovery. Everyone, I'm also very regretful about Sina, and this is our fault. But according to the FBI, Luoyu isn't as simple as we thought. Mr. Liu, please explain the situation.
The president looked at a fat white man who was the head of the FBI. Usually he didn't come to these meetings, but he did today, which meant that there was indeed important news for everyone. Leo shook his flab and said seriously, 1 year ago, we sent 5 people to China to retrieve a certain woman from the plane the Black Sun Empire hijacked. Only she knew about our men on the plane, yet a year later, we haven't gotten any news from any of them.
None of them ever came back. The men we sent were 4 mutants, one of them even being a level 3 lightning mutant. Leo looked around and continued, then, we found the Black Star Island the Black Sun Empire abandoned. This seemed like just some private island, yet we found that that place was their main base for technology. On the island, we found a sealed vault. After testing it, we became certain that it had been meant for the storage of gold, but all the gold was gone. We found some of the most advanced technology on the planet in and around the vault, yet still all the gold had been taken away. I'm sure they didn't do it themselves. They wouldn't have to dig underground and break through walls to access their own gold.
Leo, you mean that Luoyu did that?
Someone asked in shock. Leo nodded and said, yes, we suspect them strongly. That chase from the Pacific to the Indian Ocean also seems to have led to Sinai. The president said very seriously, many of you here might not yet know that we lost more than 4,000 tons of gold from our reserves in one night. And the US banks all lost a few $100 million in one night as well. The hole at the site was very smooth, in exactly the same style as the ones we found in the gold vault at the Black Star Island. What? Our gold reserves have been robbed. The meeting room immediately burst into chaos. If Luoyu really has such a potent weapon, I think it could inflict a huge blow on our Air Force and Navy, Leo said. Before, it was just a suspicion. We also doubted whether Luoyu could make such a powerful weapon. Perhaps the route of the chase ending close to Sinai was just a coincidence. And although we lost our gold, it didn't have to have been caused by Luoyu. It wouldn't be easy for anyone to ship away that much gold, much less from a heavily secured fortress. I carefully interrogated every troop that guarded the fort, and it's very unlikely that it was an inside job. The hole was supposedly made from the underground, so I checked the earth there, and there was indeed somewhat of a loosened up path to the outside. The robber might have used a high-tech way of getting in. In any case, our surveillance systems were tricked and our gold stolen. If this technology really belongs to Luoyu, then the weapon that sliced the patrol boat might have been made by them too. If their weapons are that advanced, I think we would be facing a very hard battle. Leo, if the FBI suspects Luoyu, why don't you send people over to investigate? Luoyu is taking in people from all over the world. Don't tell me you can't get in.
Perhaps even I can go in.
Harold from the NSA was unhappy. Leo knew how Harold felt and said with a bitter smile, remember what I said before? Our mutant department sent 5 members to China to take that woman back. And recently, we sent 57 people to Sinai, yet again, none of them came back. Other than a few photos of busy construction works, we got nothing back. Aren't you the so-called most powerful investigation bureau in the world? One senator scorned. Just as the president wanted to say something, a new report was sent to him. After reading it, he immediately got up. Luoyu is moving to Sinai, and the citizens from Flowing Snake will also be moving to Sinai.
Everyone, then there's nothing left to say.
I suggest we immediately send our mothership and lock Sinai down, the naval commander said. The president obviously agreed, but they still had to make precise battle plans to ensure everything went right. It would be best if the Commonwealth Union could first announce they would investigate Luoyu and then send its army. That would be much better than the US having to send their army straight away. Harry knew what the president wanted and also got up. I agree, but we need to contact Ethiopia and Kenya first so that they seal off Luoyu's retreat on land. I think we should let the Commonwealth Union bring up this battle plan, and then we can form a multinational army. Before we fight, I suggest we tell Luoyu to move out of Sinai first. Of course, there's no way they would, although I also support going to war. If Luoyu really has that weapon of mass destruction, we would be in for some bad luck. Someone said, if they really have the capability to produce such a weapon, then we should only seize Sinai even quicker. It'd be a pleasant gift, just like their pills. Harold smiled. Chinese New Year had just passed when suddenly in only one night, Flowing Snake returned to being the barren place it had been before. A new round of war broke out in the world. Under the US's strong requests, the Commonwealth Union gathered a multinational army to kick Luoyu out of Sinai. The US believed that Luoyu had taken their land and were bringing great instability to world peace by buying weapons en masse.
Every member of the Commonwealth had the responsibility to put in effort for world peace and kick Luoyu out of Sina. When this statement was made, the whole world was shocked. Chapter 579, Luoyu's stance. The International Federation was an international organization made up of all the countries in the world, with peacekeeping being just one of its functions. When the US proposed to kick Luoyu out of Sina by force, they didn't expect that the International Federation wouldn't completely pass their proposal.
Of the 5 greatest countries, China simply passed on voting, but Russia actually voted contra any military action against Luoyu. As long as there was one vote contra, the proposal couldn't be passed. Like that, the US wouldn't be able to send troops to Sina blatantly. Russia had only gotten some weapon deals from Luoyu though. Were they going to get on the US's bad side for a few $100 million? It wasn't the Cold War period anymore. There was no need to get on the US's bad side for a mere Luoyu who only had 200,000 inhabitants. The way Russia did things was very strange, but 3 days later, because of the US's strong request, the International Federation held a vote for the second time, and what surprised everyone was that Russia also passed on voting this time. Like that, US could legitimately send an army to Luoyu. No one knew why the Russians had changed their decision. But that wasn't too important, and a week later, an alliance with the US as the head of it declared war on Luoyu in the name of freedom and democracy. 26 countries and a total of 120,000 troops, with the US's army forming 90% of it. Most countries hadn't voted and had sent their troops only after being given some special conditions by the US. There were 50,000 ground troops, 30,000 Navy Marines, and Air Force counting 10,000 men, and 30,000 men's worth of special assault squads. There were 380 tanks, 600 armored vehicles, 350 jets, 200 helicopters, and 70 ships. According to the battle plan they had made, the Union Army would come to Sina from the Indian Ocean. Meanwhile, the ground troops would attack from the border with Ethiopia and Kenya. This would result in 2 battlefields and was called the swing tactic. Its purpose was to make the enemy unable to deal with the attacks on both sides and force them to the middle. They wouldn't be able to get away, and so eventually they would have to surrender. The reason why they used this tactic was because the US didn't want any of Luoyu's high-level technical personnel to escape. Perhaps, surrendering without conditions was the best choice of action for Luoyu. The day the Union Army was mobilized, the greatest betting organization opened a bet for the war. The bet was on how long it would take for the army to take over Sina. The odds for Luoyu winning were 1:100. No one believed Luoyu would win, so even if the odds were 1:1000, no one would bet on Luoyu. Yet randomly, a certain piece of news shocked the world. An anonymous person had bet 500 million on Luoyu winning. This caught the attention of the media and made Luoyu and this anonymous person a bit more mysterious. What shocked the world even more was Luoyu's reaction to the war. Luoyu declared war on the US. Su Yuehua said on Luoyu's news channel that Luoyu had nuclear power and was going to test their first warhead close to South Africa. If anyone dared attack Luoyu, Luoyu wouldn't mind using their nuclear weapons. With Luoyu's declaration, the US grew furious. They didn't expect Luoyu to grow this troublesome in such a short while. For some stupid extra gains, they had allowed Luoyu to grow so strong. At the same time, they were also worried. Even if they could blow Luoyu to pieces, if Luoyu dropped even one bomb on their country, it would be catastrophic. The US also suspected that Luoyu's nukes had been supplied by another country, either China or Russia. The whole world was shocked. Some small countries that had also joined the war were scared. They weren't afraid of the US having nukes, but they sure were afraid of Luoyu having nukes. If they cornered Luoyu too hard, Luoyu really might just throw a nuke at them. Even if Luoyu was eventually annihilated, they wouldn't be able to handle the losses. 9 countries quickly left the Union. The second day, a huge mushroom cloud appeared, and the world was sunk into silence. Another 5 countries left the Union. Although the amount of soldiers in the army stayed mostly the same, this was a blow to morale. The Union quickly held another meeting. No one thought that some entrepreneurship would be able to obtain nukes in a mere year of development. Although the International Federation requested Luoyu to participate in the meeting, Luoyu refused without hesitation. They wouldn't mind coming, but the Federation would have to admit Luoyu's independence first, and their army would have to retreat. The US was angry. They couldn't possibly retreat if they were as easily scared off by just one nuke. How would they remain the police of the Pacific Ocean? So what if Luoyu had nukes? They had them too. We must wipe them clean before they can react, someone ordered. The US government was irate, but the people didn't agree. When they found out that Luoyu had nukes and had the capability to detonate it from far away, a mass protest began. The people didn't agree to sending the army to the other side of the ocean to invade a new country that had nukes and had nothing to do with the US. When the International Federation invited Luoyu to the meeting once more, EMO just sneered. This was just like the battles among sects on Luoyu continent. When a new sect arose, the other sects would gather together to pressure the new sect. If they couldn't get from it what they wanted, they would just annihilate the new sect. But if they went there and found that the sect leader was absurdly powerful, the pressure tactics would be turned into meet and greets. Power, no matter where, no matter when, was still the most important. EMO sighed. He wouldn't even be able to find a peaceful place to live without power. Although Luoyu requested for the retreat of the Union Army, the order was never made. At the same time, the Union Army undersized lead was in the Indian Ocean already, and it would be half a day before they reached Luoyu's regional sea. The whole world's attention was gathered on Luoyu, and by the time it became known that the third meeting had resulted in nothing, the first fleet of the Union Army entered Luoyu's sea. When the first missile was fired at Luoyu, the war began. Chapter 580, not a battle on equal grounds. There was no probing or any small-scale attacks. Luoyu's nuke had touched the US's bottom line. And they wrought lightning-fast attacks upon Luoyu. 120,000 elite soldiers attacked Luoyu from three sides. In their eyes, Luoyu was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. They would be taking over Luoyu in the shortest time and break all records. If Luoyu didn't have any nukes, perhaps they would have taken it slowly. The Union launched a full-scale attack. Report, our radars are being strongly interfered with. We cannot lock onto targets. Report, their interference system is jamming our systems. We cannot make precise attacks. Report, their interference system is too strong. Our electrical systems are unable to operate. Report, my plane has been locked on by their radar. The command center of the Union Army was dumbfounded. Since when could any new startup company make such strong military interference systems? Modern warfare meant electronic warfare. If the opposition's interference rendered them unable to lock onto targets, then how could the battle even be fought? And their planes were getting locked onto. What would happen next was obvious. The commanding officer at the command center was sweating. They had planned on lightning-fast warfare, the favorite tactic of Germany in WW2. Yet now, the command officer could only stand dazed. Even Russia wouldn't have been able to have such a strong interference system. Their planes were strongly interfered with very soon after they took flight. How were they to fight like that? If Luoyu had made such an interference machine, would the nukes then also be theirs? Thinking about this, Peter immediately ordered, retreat, retreat immediately. But his order was a little late. All the planes that Luoyu's radar had locked onto became blind, and they hadn't even arrived above Luoyu yet. Rumble rumble, EMO saw countless anti-air missiles light up the sky in red as fighter jets were taken down accurately all over the place. The jets could muster no resistance under such strong interference, and the pilots could only rely on their own skills to dodge the missiles. The jets had no choice but to try their luck and shoot some missiles at random, but even if they aimed well, the missiles would be stopped by the space shield defense system. The troops who hadn't reached land yet watched the fireworks in the sky in utter shock. Since when did the world have such accurate missile systems? EMO sneered. He knew he wouldn't need to worry about these planes. Although Luoyu didn't fly even a single plane themselves, Yixing hadn't been bluffing indeed. EMO was sure that Yixing's interference machine and radar system were unbeatable in this world. EMO was even more sure that Yixing was also not from this world, but the difference between him and EMO was that he had lost a lot of his memories. This electrical interference battle made the Union Army defenseless. The missiles Yixing had modified were not only faster, they also had a longer range and were more accurate. FCK, you want to invade Luoyu with this garbage radar and electronic system? I overestimated you. You wasted one of my extreme energy stones. What a disappointment. Yixing looked at the falling jets and felt bored. It would seem that my help isn't needed in this area, EMO said to himself and disappeared. He knew that although Luoyu had spent a lot of resources developing their navy, the navy was still Luoyu's weakest spot. What he needed to do at the moment was to go annihilate the Union Army's naval power. EMO knew that it was impossible to capture 80 ships. So he just sliced them open right in the middle. The nuclear submarines also didn't escape the same fate, and in a short while, EMO had annihilated 20 ships. countless soldiers struggled on the ocean surface.
They hadn't even seen their opponent and already lost 20 ships. What weapon was this?
At this moment, Luo Yu's ships neared the Union army and announced that those who surrendered would not be killed. The captain of one guard ship was extremely furious and immediately ordered to attack. But before the cannons of his ship could be raised, it was destroyed by an unknown weapon. One missile submarine was also sneaking up on Luo Yu's fleet, yet before they could fire any missiles,
it was sliced in half by Yemo.
The intense water pressure ripped the people inside into pieces. Yemo flew out of the sea and took an essence chi pill. Good thing he had concocted some, or he would have been running out of chi. If not for Yixing's help, Yemo was sure that he wouldn't have been able to stop the Union army's attack. Seeing his ships be taken out by an unknown weapon one by one, Sai's face was green.
His ship's scan wasn't finding anything within 100 nautical miles from Luo Yu. Huang Yinian felt very satisfied.
If not for Yemo telling him not to fire at carrier ships, he wouldn't have been able to resist the temptation to throw a couple of missiles over, although he didn't know why the enemy's ships were sinking one by one. He knew it was related to the mysterious city Lord Yemo and Yixing. Although Luo Yu didn't fire any large amounts of cannons or missiles, a few were still being sent out every once in a while, sinking the struggling soldiers into the sea. These people were demons.
They didn't even let the drowning soldiers live.
Sai didn't dare send out any of the remaining jets on the carrier, because he knew that they would just serve as target practice to Luo Yu. This wasn't a battle on equal levels. Before the battle, they had been sure that it wouldn't be a battle on equal grounds, but they had thought that they would be the ones at the higher level, yet the reality was exactly the opposite.
No one could have thought that Luo Yu would actually be that strong.
Luo Yu's electronic warfare power was out of this world. They had designed something beyond their age. This was humiliating.
The commander had never fought such a humiliating battle in his life.
He was sure that no one could have expected Luo Yu to be this strong. If Luo Yu had any great ambitions, then Sai didn't dare keep thinking.
Chapter 581, Slaughter. Are those captives? Are you surrendering? I'm warning you, if you don't surrender now, we'll launch full-scale attacks, you know? Huang Yinian laughed.
Then, he waved his hand, and a missile shot out from the ship. Sai watched from a close distance as that missile easily pierced through a light guard ship as it disappeared from the sea with a spin. Sai got a fresh report that all his ships had been locked onto. Sai could no longer endure the horror of desperation.
He knew that if he didn't surrender, the enemy's missiles would strike them soon.
His fleet would disappear under the power of that unseen weapon, if tens of thousands of soldiers died due to him. That would be a grave sin. He surrendered and rose the white flag. A lucky fighter jet saw Sai's surrendering flag and did a ghost-like turn in the sky. It shot straight down towards the sea. Just as everyone was shouting in a panic, it made another sudden turn and charged into the sky after barely scraping the sea surface. Then, it immediately disappeared into the clouds, flying towards Ethiopia. At the same time, a missile shot at where the plane had skid past the water and made a huge explosion. Everyone was shocked by this scene.
Yemo looked at the disappearing jet inside.
This guy's piloting skills were top-notch. He dodged a missile which had locked onto his plane purely with his own skills.
Yemo even simply let the guy go. Huang Yinian was very disappointed.
He hadn't even gotten to properly open fire before the Union army surrendered. However, they captured 4 carriers this time, which made Huang Yinian rejoice. They also got 30 other ships of different kinds. Half of the soldiers who fell in the water died, and the rest was captured alive. Compared to the easy fight the Navy was having, the ground troops had the hardest battle. The general was as expectedly Sandow, but the commander was a guy called Liang Di from the Blue Ray Corporation. He was a Chinese soldier and had survived many wars, but the army of the alliance was far from what Luo Yu could compare with in terms of quality. If it wasn't due to some geographical advantages, perhaps Luo Yu would have been defeated immediately upon contact. Even though it wasn't now, after 2 clashes, Luo Yu's casualties were still the same as the opposition's. The second battlefield was at Shitan Valley. The swing tactic involved the Navy starting their bombardment first, and then a few hundred planes would drop bombs. Luo Yu's barely 10,000 ground troops would then quickly be decimated. Afterwards, the Union army would go past Shitan Valley and take the Luo Yu highlands, yet before the planes could even arrive above Luo Yu, they were all taken out. Hence, the commander of the ground forces of the Union army could only order to force their way through in the attack on Shitan Valley.
Although they had a lot of people, they couldn't spread their troops out in the narrow valley. Due to all these disadvantages, the Union Army had the same casualty count as Luoyu. One could see that the quality of the soldiers of Luoyu was far inferior, though, but luckily, after the first bloodbath-like phase of the war, Luoyu's army might have decreased in numbers, but it increased in battle power. It was certain that if the enemy's ground forces kept attacking like that, Luoyu wouldn't be able to hold the valley for long, but watching their planes constantly fall from the sky, the enemy commander's face was pale. He knew that their upper hand would only be temporary. Once their air force was completely taken out, they would be done for. What scared him the most was Luoyu's anti-air defense. The Union Army's ferocious fleet of jets could muster no resistance whatsoever in the sky. Luoyu hadn't even had to send out a single plane to decimate their air force with just their defensive system. This was impossible. No country had such powerful air defense capabilities, yet the reality was right in front of his eyes. Luoyu did, a retreat. The commanders saw the planes decrease more and more. If their army stayed there, it would be nothing but suicide. The soldiers didn't understand why they were ordered to retreat when they had the upper hand. But as soldiers they had to comply with orders, but even then, the retreat order came a bit too late. Before the troops could retreat, Luoyu's fighter jets rose into the sky. The commander realized then that their own anti-air system couldn't lock onto any of Luoyu's planes. Their interference was too strong. This rendered all their anti-air missiles useless. A missile without eyes wasn't a missile. The Union Army could only use some simplistic anti-air cannons and machine guns to fight those jets, but those were just like mere tickles to the fighter jets. As bombs were dropped from the air, they blew the armored vehicles and tanks to oblivion. The commander looked on with a pale face. He knew they were done for, completely done for. The enemy's jets had crushed their soldiers' hopes. Surrender, there was no other way out except for surrendering. When the Air Force had been completely decimated, the Navy chose to surrender, and 1 hour later, the ground forces also surrendered. The shocking invasion of Luoyu took, as predicted by specialists, less than a day. A lightning battle amongst lightning battles. The only difference was that everyone had gotten the sides wrong. The Union Army wasn't able to last even a day and was completely annihilated or had surrendered. 120,000 troops had come, and after a day of intense battle, 30,000 died at sea, while 13,000 died on the ground. Some escaped into the forests, and the remaining 70,000 were captured alive, including Head Commander Sai, Air Force Commander Peter and the Ground Forces Commander. Luoyu also seized more than 600 tanks and armored vehicles and 130 planes and helicopters. Luoyu lost 1,600 soldiers, 1 plane, on 12 tanks. From their navy, no one had died. This was a complete victory, bound to become the most famous battle in modern warfare. After the results of the battle spread out, the whole world trembled. A certain defeat had been turned into a complete victory. No one could have expected this outcome. The most famous military theoretical specialist Jack Longher immediately came up with a new theory of modern warfare, predicting that it would from then on mostly be based on interference and anti-interference. He said in his theory that, if you don't have a strong interference and radar system, and you wish to invade an advanced country, then I suggest you might as well put away your radar and missiles. Perhaps your best hope at victory is for your soldiers to carry swords and spears. Famous American military specialist Malone also pointed out that Luoyu's electrical warfare had surpassed the current age. The nuclear warhead they had tested was also beyond the times. The fission element in it wasn't even uranium-235 or plutonium-239 but a completely new element. But what made the world truly speechless was Luoyu's spoke presence. Suyuewa's speech, Chapter 582. The war continues. After the battle, Suyuewa made a speech that was broadcasted throughout the world. I'm very regretful about the Union Army invading Luoyu and causing us infrastructure damage and troop loss at a massive scale. We've lost heavily in this war, and our economy has been greatly affected already, yet the war shall continue. It will not stop now. Luoyu is not a place everyone can invade and leave as they please. I hereby announce that if we don't get a definite answer to our demands within a week, we just might be the first to strike at some countries. I believe the citizens of all countries are friendly people. They are like us, enjoying peace and disliking war. However, some people for their own selfish interests have started a war with us, causing innocent people to die. They are criminals. We don't like war, but we don't fear it either. I'm telling those who harbor ill will towards us right now that if you still wish to invade us, come, our missiles will welcome your arrival.
due to the ravages of war, our economy has suffered greatly. In order to recover our production levels, we see ourselves forced to sell some of our high-tech products.
I believe everyone has recognized the worth of our interference system in the recent battle. It's at a top of the world standard. Due to our losses in the war, I hereby announce the beginning of our sale of this system to the world. Of course, not every country can use our interference system. There will naturally be some conditions. Other than that, I would like to mention that Luoyu wishes to be a nation of peace, so we welcome people from all over the world to come settle here. Our land is limited, though, so if you want to come to Luoyu, you need to act fast.
Thank you, everyone. Luoyu's speech made the whole world speechless. They had seized almost all the equipment the invading army had and captured more than 70,000 soldiers. It was rumored that these soldiers were doing hard labor at Luoyu, yet Luoyu proclaimed that it had suffered a huge economic loss. It was the Union Army that suffered an economic loss. Luoyu proclaimed that they loved peace, yet from their declaration it would seem they didn't want peace at all. They were holding all the soldiers captive and were saying that the war was still on, but it was indeed Luoyu who had been invaded this time. Sina indeed didn't belong to anyone before, and Luoyu got it first. The news of the war between Luoyu and the Union Army was everywhere.
Even little kids knew that Luoyu is strong.
Their interference machine was invincible, yet even though it was such a precious thing, Luoyu actually planned to sell it. Everyone would buy it unless they were an idiot. Luoyu wasn't selling without conditions, though they hadn't said it explicitly. But it was obvious what their condition would be: to admit their independence. Luoyu had the ability to stop even nukes outside of their territory, and even nuclear bombs may only cause some minor losses to Luoyu. Meanwhile, Luoyu had extremely accurate locating and lock-on capabilities. Meanwhile, the Union was scared ever since Luoyu had said the war would go on. Those who had left halfway or didn't join the alliance of countries felt lucky they didn't fight Luoyu. One could see that the Union Army had completely pissed off Luoyu this time. Meetings between countries went on incessantly. During one discussion about Luoyu and their threats, the US president couldn't control his anger and smashed a glass cup on the floor. He didn't understand how a mere Luoyu, after merely 1 year of developing, could have such strong technological prowess. Completely decimating the army of the alliance of countries and capturing more than 70,000 people. When news of the defeat reached the US, large-scale protests began. Although the president was furious, the meeting still had to go on. More than 70,000 captives and 50,000 dead. This huge loss meant that no matter how he dealt with it, he would be impeached. The people were angry that he had started the war, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the war had ended in defeat. He would forever be the sinner of the US. He knew that if he cast all concerns aside, he could probably start a second war, but Luoyu's interference machine was simply too strong. Even if he did start another war, he could easily imagine the bad result it would have. The third day after the battle, representatives of the US and the 12 countries that had participated, as well as Luoyu's representative, came to a neutral country's capital to hold a meeting. The alliance's first request was for Luoyu to release all the captives and give back all the ships. They would pay for the tanks and other weapons. This condition immediately made Zhu Miaodan laugh on the spot. She said mercilessly, "Were we the ones who invaded others and were then defeated?" The representatives knew that it was impossible for Luoyu to agree to that. But the higher they set the start, the easier it would be to negotiate. In the end, Luoyu just gave 3 conditions. Firstly, the 12 countries had to compensate Luoyu's economic losses with a sum of $120 billion.
Secondly, they had to admit Luoyu's independence.
Thirdly, the 70,000 soldiers should not have to be released. The first and second conditions weren't too bad. Although $120 billion was quite a lot, it wasn't bad when it was split up among 12 countries. One could only say that Luoyu hadn't seen the truly big money yet, but the third condition? The captives had to be released. Otherwise, wouldn't the whole negotiation be meaningless? They agreed to the first and second conditions almost instantly. But the third one was discussed for a week, before they finally reached an agreement. The captives would be sent back in return for money. Eventually, 12 countries ended up paying Luoyu a total of $300 billion, and Luoyu released all the captives.
But what the people of the world hadn't expected was that Luo Yu promised that when their first batch of interference machines came out, Luo Yu would give 24 of the machines to the 12 countries as a peacekeeping gift. No one knew why Luo Yu would give up their secret to other parties, but that didn't matter at the moment. The amount of hundreds of billions of dollars Luo Yu received was extremely crucial to them at the time. With the support of such wealth, Luo Yu wouldn't need to worry about anything in the near future. They would be able to just focus on developing their technology. Chapter 583. I'll wait for you. If there was one thing more stunning than the result of the battle, then it was that the Shalawizi Corporation went bankrupt. They had hosted a bet on the result of the battle, with the odds of Luo Yu winning being 1 to 100, yet someone had actually bet on Luo Yu winning, and the person seemed to have known exactly how much the corporation had. He bet 500 million, and the corporation barely managed to pay him $50 billion, but after that, they declared bankruptcy. It became the greatest mystery who won the $50 billion. And absolutely no one knew who it was, because Luo Yu won the war and received huge compensations, and because they had their position in the lucrative pharmaceutical industry, Luo Yu became very wealthy, and all the people in the world wanted to move to Luo Yu. A newly developed place with such strong military capability made everyone who went there feel safe. But the standards for moving to Luo Yu were getting higher and higher. Only the soldiers who had served in the army could move their family to Luo Yu without any requisites. New immigrants had to follow new rules. Many of those who had moved to Luo Yu early on celebrated their decision. Those new immigrants had to pay large sums of money. Luo Dongxing also rejoiced that he came at the right time. Not long after he arrived, the Luo Yu War happened. He thought that Luo Yu wouldn't be able to survive and felt tragic about his fate, but then, Luo Yu crushed the Union Army. Now, both his girlfriend and him worked at the management level of Luo Yu and had 10 times higher salaries than ever. He also had his own new residence. This made them feel very happy. Han Yen thought only their Guanghan sect would re-establish their sect at Luo Yu, yet unexpectedly a big sect like Lian Hangjing Temple also moved to Luo Yu. At the same time, a few other small sects also came to Luo Yu. When Liang Jun and Luna saw Yi Xing, they finally came to understand why Luo Yu's interference system was so terrifying. Many countries visited Luo Yu, politely asking for cooperation, and they all acknowledged Luo Yu's independence. Yi Mo didn't like this sort of troublesome matters, so he let Su Yuehua deal with everything. He eventually also just pushed her to the seat of city lord. Su Yuehua knew that Yi Mo didn't like those matters, and she knew that Yi Mo's final goal didn't lie with Luo Yu, so she didn't reject the role. Su Yuehua also knew all too well that those friendly-looking countries had come for their interference machines, but the ones they were selling were far weaker than the immobile version that was based in Luo Yu. But these people didn't know, so Luo Yu was able to sell lots. Each machine was sold for $1 billion, but even then, before Luo Yu could even complete their production line, they received 100 orders. Even EMO had to admit that the weapon-dealing business was more lucrative than pharmaceuticals. Large sums of money flowed into Luo Yu, and large sums flew out as well, being exchanged for ships upon ships of materials. Luo Yu grew day by day, and only those who lived at Luo Yu could properly feel it. In the same month, Luo Yu announced the establishment of their own government and currency. The world-renowned Luo Yu Immortal Hospital also went back to work. Standing atop a high mountain, EMO sighed as he looked at the Luo Yu that was changing daily. Ever since he had come there, although his cultivation hadn't progressed much, he had finally made some achievements. At least he could now say that he had built and protected his own city. A faint aroma came from behind him, and EMO knew that it was Ning Qingxue. He embraced her and started feeling a little excited. He remembered that a large part of the reason why he built his own city was due to Ning Qingxue's wish. I finally completed our wish and built Luo Yu City. EMO looked at the busy city and felt a sense of accomplishment. Thank you. Ning Qingxue knew that EMO had built the city for a great part due to her. She had wanted a peaceful and worryless environment to live in, and Luo Yu was just that. Before Ning Qingxue could finish, EMO kissed her. After a long while, Ning Qingxue panted and pinched EMO sulkingly. It's still day. At night, EMO laughed and looked into the distant sky and said, Qingxue, I want to wait until you reach foundation establishment state. If you dash, Ning Qingxue interrupted, I don't care about any foundation establishment state. I just want to be with you. Sometimes I imagine a life where I am almost never able to see you, and I feel scared. If it wasn't for you, perhaps I wouldn't have ever become happy in my entire life. Thank you for letting me know that love is so mesmerizing. Looking at Ning Qingxue as she was feeling emotional, EMO brushed his hand through her hair. If I hadn't gone to Shenong Jiao that day, would we have passed by each other for forever?
Ning Qingshua's voice was very soft, and her eyes were cloudy as she looked at Yi Mo with softness. Yi Mo was dazed. If Ning Qingxue hadn't gone to find him at Shenongjia, what would have happened? Perhaps he would have died. Even if he wouldn't have remembered anyone called Ning Qingxue. There would only have been Luo Ying in his heart. Suddenly, Ning Qingxue held Yi Mo tightly as though fearing he would disappear. Luckily, I went. If I hadn't, perhaps I would have lost you forever. I don't know what I would be like without you. Perhaps I would go crazy. She didn't know when Yi Mo fell in love with her, but she knew that it had had nothing to do with her looks. She thought of Su Jingwen and how she felt towards Yi Mo. Ning Qingshue's womanly instincts had made her easily notice that Su Jingwen also liked Yi Mo. What would have happened if it had been Su Jingwen who went to save Yi Mo at Shenongjia? Yi Mo lovingly held Ning Qingxue tighter and spoke gently. Qingxue, you and Susu are the most excellent women there are. It's my fortune that I could be with any of you. When I opened my eyes at the bottom of the cliff and the first thing I saw was you, I knew I would never be able to forget you. When I felt the wounds on your body and saw that fruit you bit, I knew that I had fallen in love with you. Thank you, Qingxue. Ning Qingxue thought of Susu and was dazed. Wasn't that her auntie? But she soon calmed down. Susu wasn't her biological auntie, she was about the same age as her. And even if Susu was her real auntie, she wouldn't want to leave Yi Mo no matter what. Deeply in love, Yi Mo and Ning Qingxue no longer remembered that it was day as they were immersed into a fiery kiss, both of them unable to relent. In the distance, Luo Fei saw the two and sighed. She worried for her little martial sister Luo Shen. She could tell that Luo Shen liked Yi Mo, but Ning Qingxue was no lesser than Luo Shen in terms of looks or feelings for Yi Mo. Furthermore, these two were with each other every day. After who knows how long, the two stopped. They just looked at each other without saying anything. Ning Qingshue's face was red, and her body was hot. She didn't mind what Yi Mo did to her, she loved him. Yi Mo was in a similar state, but he had a spirit cleansing chant and could control himself. Qingxue, I'm going out for now. But if we still can't reach Foundation Establishment State in 3 years and there's still no news of Susu, then we will hold a big wedding in Luoyu, Yi Mo promised softly. I'll wait for you. Ning Qingshue's voice seemed like it came from the edges of heaven, yet at the same time, it resonated at the very bottom of Yi Mo's heart. Chapter 584, Past Opportunity. With Luoyu on the right track, Yi Mo believed that even if some countries still coveted Luoyu, they wouldn't dare challenge Luoyu that easily. The more time Luoyu had to develop, the more powerful it would become. Hence, Yi Mo wanted to go out and take care of some of his own things. He had wasted a lot of time on building Luoyu. As a cultivator, his main focus should be on finding resources and cultivating. For one, Yi Mo needed to go find that white fox. If it could really find spirit stones and herbs, he would be earning big. Of course, the most important thing was that Yi Mo wanted to go find Luo Ying. He loved both Ning Qingxue and Luo Ying. And he didn't want Luo Ying to miss out on the wedding. Whether it was this life or the past, his master or Susu, Luo Ying's position would never change in his heart. Last time he got news of her being in the desert, he couldn't go right away due to Luo Yu's matters, so this time he would investigate everything properly for sure. At midnight, Yi Mo and Ning Qingxue went back to their home, where Han Yan had apparently been waiting for them. Seeing them come home, Han Yan immediately got up. Han Yan, do you have something going on? Yi Mo looked at Han Yan strangely. She usually wouldn't come out much, and the location their sect had chosen was quite far off. Lian Hangjing Temple had also built their sect in the same valley with Yi Mo's help. Han Yan's face wasn't relaxed. She would have never thought that Yi Mo who went to Beijing for just a few 100,000 from Li who would someday reach his current state. Did your grandfather tell you to come? Is it about the interference machine? You can just go and talk to Sister Yue Hua about it. Yi Mo smiled. He guessed that Han Yan should have come for that, but she should focus on cultivation. Han Yan shook her head. No, although it was Grandpa who told me to come, it wasn't for the interference machine. Grandpa wants to invite you to Beijing, and if it weren't for the special circumstances, Grandpa would have come here himself. Yi Mo immediately understood. Han Zixin represented the Chinese military. So it wasn't suitable for him to come at such a sensitive time in person. Yi Mo nodded. Okay, I was about to leave anyways, so I'll drop by Beijing. Old Han owes me large sums of ores, so I need to get them. Han Yan said thank you somewhat uneasily and then turned to leave. She was truly grateful to Yi Mo that her sect could have such a good cultivation environment. The Snow Fox matter wasn't too urgent, anyway. After Emo left Luoyu, he wanted to go to Ninghai and see Tang Beiwei. Although Tang Beiwei liked that small house and didn't want to leave, Emo was still worried and tried to visit her often. Emo arrived at West Lake Restaurant. This had been his first high-class restaurant. And it was Su Jingwen who treated him to it back then. Emo subconsciously scanned his spirit sense around and actually found Su Jingwen sitting by herself in the room she had eaten in with him last time. Emo had a great impression of her, so he immediately walked into the room. Jingwen, why are you sitting here by yourself?
Aren't you with Beiwei? Emo asked. Emo. Su Jingwen got up immediately.
She saw Emo smiling in front of her and subconsciously rubbed her eyes. She had just been thinking about him. How could he have appeared in front of her eyes so suddenly? Are you alright? Emo subconsciously reached out his hand to grab her wrist and check how she was, but Su Jingwen grabbed Emo's hand first.
It's really you, Emo? How did you know I was here? Are you forgetting me already? Of course it's really me.
I was just passing by here and remembered that this was the place you treated me for the first time, so I came over to have a look.
I didn't expect you to really be here. Anyway, you're getting prettier and prettier, aren't you?
Emo knew that it had to be the effect of the face-preserving pill. Su Jingwen's face blushed, and she forgot that Emo's hands were still in her hands. Thank you for still remembering me. Su Jingwen felt like she didn't know what to say. Emo could feel that Su Jingwen had feelings for him, but he already had Luo Ying and Ning Qingxue. So he was more than content. He didn't know what words to comfort Su Jingwen with. The door was opened once again, and a young man holding flowers appeared at the door. He looked in shock at Su Jingwen as she held Emo's hand and was sent into a daze. Only then did Su Jingwen realize that she was still holding Emo's hand. She blushed and quickly let go. Immediately, the atmosphere became awkward. Sorry, I didn't know you guys were on a date.
I'll be going first.
Emo just realized that Su Jingwen had been waiting for someone here and that he was being a third wheel. He had some mixed feelings, though. But then, he immediately woke up and realized that he couldn't give her anything.
So why was he having mixed feelings about her seeing someone else? He was being too domineering. Thinking about this, Emo shook his head. He wasn't happy with his subconscious reaction. By the way, is Beiwei at home? Emo asked before he left.
She said she was going to a student gathering yesterday and that she would be coming back today, yet I waited for her for a whole day and she still didn't come back, and I felt bored. Su Jingwen subconsciously answered. Student gathering?
Emo was surprised.
It seemed like Tang Beiwei had gone to Tandu. Emo would be going to the Duanhong Ranges to find the bitter 10 years and the entrance to the inner hidden sects, and he would be passing by Tandu.
Thank you. Well then, I won't be disturbing you anymore. Goodbye then. Emo was getting more and more uncomfortable. He felt a bit hypocrite.
He was just friends with Su Jingwen, so why did he feel uncomfortable about her going on a date with someone else? He shook his head and walked out of the restaurant quickly. Emo, wait, it's not what you think.
By the time Su Jingwen reacted, Emo had already disappeared. She immediately went outside to chase after him. Jingwen?
The man saw Su Jingwen run away and called out to her. Zheng Lilan, how did you even know I was here?
There is only one person I like, and it's not you. Sorry, but I'll be going now.
Then, Su Jingwen started her car and left rapidly. She was regretting. Not what had happened today but what had happened before. She had always had good feelings towards Emo and even liked him a little, but her embarrassment had made her unwilling to admit that, if she didn't have special feelings for Emo, she wouldn't have kept Emo's first present all the way until today. She wouldn't have let Emo dance that first dance with her. She had met Emo first, yet she lost to Ning Qingxue who came later. She knew Emo more than Ning Qingxue in the past, but she didn't dare admit her feelings. Now, she had lost that first unexplainable first love feeling. Ning Qingxue was more brave than her. She knew she liked Emo and chased after him without relenting. Up till today, Su Jingwen still didn't know why a prideful woman like Ning Qingxue would love Emo so wholeheartedly. Seeing Su Jingwen leave, Zheng Lilan dropped the flowers in his hands. He had always been very prideful. He was smart, handsome, and he was also the son of the mayor.
Zhang Lilan wasn't like many other young masters, he never went out and about doing bad things, and he was conservative with women.
He had been the ultimate Prince Charming in the eyes of many pretty girls, yet today, he was rejected. At the moment, Yemo was standing outside of Tandu University. He didn't think that his sister would spend 2 days on a student gathering, and it was only a 1-hour flight from there to Ninghai. Chapter 585, Treat to a Meal. It was the second time Yemo came to Tandu University. The first time he came, he annihilated Nyewubian from the Nine Moon sect. He didn't know if the current university would still be like before. Yemo walked into the university campus confidently. The guards didn't stop him, there were always a lot of students going in and out. It seemed like this place was different from before, and those domineering guards were gone. Magical Dr. Yi? Tang Beiwei's big brother, a crisp girl's voice interrupted Yemo's thoughts. Yemo turned back and saw a white-skinned girl of average looks appear before him. You're Yuan? Yemo remembered. It was this girl who lent her phone to Yemo but had her legs broken by Qianhe. Yemo had saved her in the end. Yup, it's me, brother Yi. You're here for Beiwei, right? I really didn't expect to be able to see you again. Beiwei was talking about how long it had been since she last saw you only yesterday, Chong Yuan said. Yemo was also happy to see a familiar face and immediately said, yeah, I came to find Beiwei. Where is she? Beiwei went with us to a student gathering at Shilong restaurant. She said she met someone she knew there and left early. She said she would come back to stay at my place tonight. Brother Yi, why don't you stay here for now and wait for her to come back? I said I would treat you to dinner last time, but I haven't had the chance to. You must give me this chance today, Chong Yuan said. Beiwei said she was coming back tonight? Why is her phone turned off? Although Yemo didn't really have to worry about her, she was still a girl after all, Chong Yuan immediately said. It probably ran out of battery. When we left for the restaurant, her phone was already almost out of battery. Don't worry, Beiwei will be back by tonight for sure. Do you know who the person she met was? Yemo knew that Beiwei didn't know that many people. Chong Yuan shook her head. I don't know. When I looked from the side of the room, I just managed to see his back. I think it was a middle-aged man. A middle-aged man? Yemo frowned. Brother Yi, don't worry, let's go eat. After we finish eating, Beiwei should be back, Chong Yuan quickly said. She didn't want Yemo to worry too much. Okay, let's go to Shilong restaurant then. Yemo nodded. If he managed to find the entrance to the pocket world this time, he didn't know when he would be coming back, so he had to tell Beiwei. If possible, he wanted Beiwei to move to Luoyu. Chong Yuan smiled cunningly. Brother Yi, I've decided to be extravagant today, let's go to Golden Pearl. Although it's not the fanciest restaurant in Tandu, it is the most expensive one. They say the food there is amazing. I've always wanted to go, but I didn't have a good enough reason. But now I do. Brother Yi, you must not reject this. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be able to stand up today. Yemo looked at her eyes and understood that she was speaking from her heart, so he could only say, okay, you've already started working, right? Chong Yuan nodded. I have, and my job is actually related to you. Do you remember Hu Yan, that hospital director of Tan Kong Hospital? He wanted to suck up to you, so he went to Tandu University's principal and got me a job. I'm a teacher now, as she could still see Yemo be a bit hesitant. Chong Yuan quickly said, Brother Yi, don't worry. When Beiwei comes back, she will call me right away. Alright, then let's go to Golden Pearl. Yemo knew that he could only follow Chong Yuan now. He couldn't just ask about Beiwei's phone and leave. He had waited at the university for more than an hour, and he had no other way to find Beiwei than through Chong Yuan. The Golden Pearl, although it only had the one function of being a restaurant, it was the most expensive restaurant in the entire Huzhong province. Nonetheless, it was still full of people. Chong Yuan had a classmate who worked there, and because of her, they were able to get a room. When Yemo and Chong Yuan arrived at the Golden Pearl, the car park was full of all sorts of cars. Chong Yuan's Toyota seemed very noticeable amidst all the luxury cars parked there. But Chong Yuan didn't mind. She was a person with depth and didn't care about cars. Yemo cared even less. He traveled around on a flying sword. He wouldn't care even if he was given a B-2 bomber. As soon as the two got off, some Bentley with a loud engine cockily parked next to Chong Yuan's car. It was also a man and woman pair that got out. The man looked like a young master but was quite gentlemanly when getting off. That woman looked like she was in her 20s, and she had a very curvaceous body.
Although she didn't wear tight clothes, the slightly saggy clothes still couldn't hide her features.
She had a very pretty face too, if she dressed a little more provocatively. There would be men turning their heads all over the street, yet her appearance was actually rather innocent. Other than an expensive-looking pearl necklace, she seemed ordinary everywhere else. Guillermo looked at the necklace and knew it had to be worth at least a few million. The beads weren't small and every one of them seemed natural. Of course, even though this woman was very pretty, in Yimo's heart she was a far cry from Ning Qingxue. Chong Yuan felt a bit different looking at the girl.
This was the second time she saw a girl as pretty as this.
In her opinion, only Tang Beiwei could compare with her. Chong Yuan felt a little self-conscious in front of the girl. Yimo scanned the two and looked at Chong Yuan.
Yuan, what are you standing here for? Let's go in, yes, let's go have a big feast. Chong Yuan immediately woke up. It was time to eat food, not to admire others. Hearing their conversation, the two gave them an obviously strange look, but Chong Yuan didn't care about that. She was an extroverted girl. Seeing the two walk in, the man smiled, and Ning, it's said that this restaurant is the best in the entire Huzhong province. It's also my first time here, though, so hopefully you won't be disappointed. The woman nodded and smiled. Thank you, you're spending quite a lot of effort. It's fine wherever we eat, we don't have to come to Golden Pearl. And Ning stared at Yimo's back and thought to herself, that man doesn't look ordinary. There is a certain inexplicable feeling about him.
He shouldn't be an ordinary person, but his girlfriend looked average, and they drove an ordinary car. Other than that, his clothes were also really cheap, but that wasn't the main thing Ning had noticed. The young man had just scanned her and moved his eyes away, as though she was just any random person on the street.
Chapter 586, Really Not Attractive? Eating at the Golden Pearl wasn't purely just ordering from a menu.
It was almost like renting a car. You needed to choose the kind of plate you wanted first and then add dishes on top of that. There were silver, gold and diamond plates. Silver plates were for the 10K and below price range, gold plates for 10K to 80K, and there was only one type of diamond plate which costed 88.888, depending on the plate you chose. The cheapest you could get was 2.222 and the most expensive was 88.888. Chong Yuan ordered the 8.888 silver plating and then went into a room. Inside the room, you chose the dishes you wanted from a touchscreen. Looking at it, their meal was going to cost more than 15K. And then you also had to take into account what sort of drinks you wanted. Fe high-class wine would cost a lot. There's only two of us, let's not order that much. It will be a waste if we don't eat it all, Yimo commented as he saw that she had ordered more than 15K worth of dishes. Chong Yuan smiled. Brother Yi, I finally have a chance to treat you to food, so if I don't get something good now, who knows when I will be able to treat you to food again. Yimo knew that she was grateful to him and didn't reject. Hearing this, the two behind them realized that it was the girl treating to the meal this time, and Ning frowned. She could tell that Yimo and Chong Yuan didn't look like wealthy people. But even though they didn't have money, they still came to eat good food here. This made her very contemptuous. The main thing was that the man seemed to be using his good looks to get free food. Brother, I think that since you came to eat with a girl, it's best if the guy pays for the food. It's a bit embarrassing for the girl to pay for the food.
The man could tell and Ning wasn't happy and walked up to Yimo. Chong Yuan was immediately unhappy.
She scanned the man and immediately replied, I want to pay for it using my own money. Mind your own business, and Ning didn't expect Chong Yuan to be like that, and she intervened. Miss, Ji Rang said that out of goodwill. Why are you like that? And Ning felt like the two had no manners at all. Okay, I understand.
Anyway, the cheapest dish is only a few thousand? What can we eat from a few thousand silver plate?
It's too cheap, get me a 88.888 diamond plate. The man hadn't planned on getting the most expensive dish, but those two were being rude, so he didn't mind making them lose face a bit. Yimo didn't care, but Chong Yuan was very angry. Although there were a lot of people eating there, and 8.888 was quite expensive already, those two were implying that she was being too stingy. She genuinely wanted to treat Brother Yi to food, yet like this, what would Brother Yi think of her? Humph. It's not like I can't afford 88.888. Chong Yuan was about to get the most expensive one but was stopped by Yimo. Seeing that she wasn't happy, Yimo smiled and said, Yuan, what are we, pigs?
Can we eat that much? 8.888 is enough, we'll leave it at that. What are you implying?
And Ning frowned and immediately felt uncomfortable. I just wanted to remind her out of goodwill. Are you calling us pigs? Yemo realized that the two had ordered the diamond plating, but to be honest, he really wasn't trying to insinuate that the two were pigs. I have a good temper and never harass people due to my status, but don't think I don't know how to.
Ji Rang also felt insulted.
Yemo thought that this was just a small matter, no point in making it too big. His words had been easy to misunderstand just then. Considering that, he smiled and explained, I wasn't talking about you or anything, honestly, but whether you believe me or not is of course up to you.
Anyway, Yuan, let's go eat.
I really want to know how the food is here. The man was just about to start raging when Ning walked over and smiled sweetly. It was my bad before, I was too sensitive. I'm Ning, this is my name card. Then, she took out a red name card which had a faint aroma to it. Everyone including Emo was dazed. This pretty woman changed faces too quickly. Everyone thought she was going to rage.
Yet instead she started trying to connect with Emo.
That exquisite-looking name card was obviously not one she gave out easily. Even Ji Rang's face sunk. He didn't even have her card, yet this stranger guy was getting one. Emo shook his head. The woman might have been pretty, but she was too calculating. Although her face looked cold and indifferent, there was a feeling about the whole thing Emo didn't like, but at the same time, Emo didn't have a reason to reject the name card. He smiled, took it and said, I don't have a job, so I don't have a name card. Then, he walked further into the restaurant. Although Chon Yuan didn't have any intentions for Emo, she didn't like that in Ning nonetheless. She immediately said, Brother Yi, that in Ning is no simple person, you need to be careful. Emo nodded, he didn't even look at the name card before throwing it into the garbage can at the door. Of course, he couldn't tell her that, seeing Emo and Chon Yuan leave, and Ning sneered. She was sure that young man would call her later. She would talk him down yet. She was sure that young man was just playing hard to get. She had seen too many of that kind of people and felt like she needed to teach them a lesson. She was very confident in her looks. And Ning, why did you give that person your name card? He doesn't have good intentions for you.
You need to be careful. If it were me,
I'd be getting some people to teach him a lesson, the man said, and Ning smiled. It's a small matter, and you shouldn't be casually teaching people lessons anymore. Your grandfather specially gave all you young masters a briefing that you had to settle down. That's just in Beijing, and I'm not in Beijing right now. Also, I have calmed down a lot, Ji Rang said sulkily. By the way, I heard your father say that your family is trying to move to Luoyu. How is that going? Ji Rang remembered the main reason why he had asked Ning out today, and Ning shook her head. It hasn't been done yet. The conditions for moving to Luoyu have gotten much harsher. Then maybe you shouldn't go. Ji Rang persuaded, and Ning fell into silence before saying, I'd been to Luoyu once. It's a very beautiful place. Also, I saw no injustice at all there, yet every day on the internet you see a lot of injustice happening elsewhere. I don't feel comfortable about it, but there's nothing I can do about it. It's not like anyone can do you any injustice, so why do you care? Ji Rang didn't get it, because I too live on this earth, and Ning shook her head and didn't continue. She knew that she couldn't talk about this topic with rich people like Ji Rang. He had never experienced injustice and wouldn't care. Young Master Rang. A loud voice interrupted the two, and two young men walked over. The one walking in front was less than 30 and had a square face. He looked quite heroic. The youth behind him looked a little older but was also very handsome. Han Dan, long time no see. This is? Ji Rang greeted. Han Dan with the square face walked over and patted Ji Rang on the shoulder. I really didn't expect to see you here.
Let me introduce you.
This is Zhang Lilan, he just flew over from Ning Hai. Lilan, this is my university classmate Han Dan suddenly stopped. He was dazed when he saw Ning.
What a pretty woman.
Luckily, he quickly recovered. Hello, I'm Ning, and Ning greeted. Hello. Han Dan greeted back while almost drooling. Zhang Lilan just casually said hi. Although Ning was very beautiful, all he had in his heart was Su Jingguan. This was the second time Ning had to be shocked that day. She thought the first time was Yemo putting on an act, but this Zhang Lilan's attitude was truly cold. At least Yemo had glanced at her, but Zhang Lilan didn't even look at her. Was she perhaps really not that attractive? Chapter 587. Saw it, Lilan is different from me, I'm just a rich second generation, but he's a true social elite.
If it wasn't because of an emergency, he wouldn't have come to Tandu today. But now that he came, I need to fulfill my duty as the landlord. I didn't think I'd be able to see young Master Rang at the Golden Pearl today. Let's eat together, let it be my treat tonight, Han Dan quickly said. Ji Rang patted his head and immediately reached out his hand to Zhang Lilan. Of course, I remember. You were the #1 student of 2004. Your dad, Zhang Jigua, is the secretary of Ninghai City. Compared to you, Han Dan and I really are just rich second generations. Zhang Lilan quickly reached out his hand and said, those are just some minor achievements, nothing worth mentioning. It's my honor to meet young Master Rang. The few got close very quickly and walked into a room. As they talked, they got to the topic of Ning wanting to go to Luoyu. Han Dan knew that was his opportunity to shine. If it's Luoyu we're talking about, then I really might have a way. A cousin of mine is living at Luoyu right now, and she has quite a big place, Han Dan said pridefully. This immediately caught the attention of the people there, and even Zhang Lilan was interested. Luoyu is different from China. Even if you were the head of China himself, you still wouldn't be able to casually make requests to Luoyu. So no matter what status you had in China, there was no use in trying to go to Luoyu through relations. Han Dan felt pretty satisfied seeing that everyone was listening to him intently and continued slowly, I'll tell you a secret, the head of Luoyu and my great-grandfather are truly close friends. Do you think my cousin could stay at Luoyu permanently otherwise? I'm not bluffing here. If I wanted to go to Luoyu, I would only need to tell my great-grandfather. Han Dan actually was bluffing. Although his grandfather Han Zixing could get him into Luoyu if he wanted, considering his grandfather's character, he wouldn't help out for sure. Then Han Dan, can you help me? I wish to move to Luoyu, and Ning couldn't resist it and stood up to ask. Only Ning herself knew that if it weren't for her truly wanting to go to Luoyu so much, she would never ask a rich second generation such a request the first time she met him, but she really didn't have a choice. She didn't know anyone who could get her into Luoyu. And she wanted to go to Luoyu more and more every day. Han Dan hadn't expected Ning to actually ask him for help, but now that he had said so much, he couldn't just admit that he had been bluffing. He clenched his teeth and replied, of course, I'll ask my grandfather as soon as I get home. I trust that he won't reject me. He didn't have any confidence that his grandfather would agree as he knew his grandfather all too well, but he couldn't lose face in front of Ning. Thank you, Han Dan. This is my name card. If you can, please call me on first notice. And Ning heard Han Dan's promise and felt much happier about the whole dinner. She actually got to meet someone as powerful as Han Dan. She had taken out another name card of hers. Ji Rang had seen Ning give out 2 name cards, yet none of them had been for him, and he didn't feel happy. But he really had no way to help Ning. If it was something in China she needed, he would be able to help her properly for sure, but in Luoyu, he really didn't have that power. But even good friends can't just appear in the middle of the evening and steal away your girl, so Ji Rang said bitterly, Han Dan, your grandfather's character is rather stubborn. I think this promise you're making might be quite hard to fulfill. Han Dan knew that Ji Rang was telling the truth, but he had already made his promise, so he could only say, I'll do my best to make my grandfather agree to my request. But even Zhang Lilan could hear the not really confident tone with which Han Dan was speaking, and Ning could of course also discern it, and she felt like she had been too impetuous. She got up and said to Han Dan, young Master Han, if it proves impossible, I understand. Now if I may excuse myself to the ladies' room, you guys go ahead and keep talking. Seeing Ning walk out, Ji Rang smiled. Han Dan, this time you bluffed too much. I really doubt your words. Your great-grandfather agreeing? Han Dan knew Ji Rang was right and felt disappointed. If it wasn't that he couldn't contact his cousin, he would rather ask her for help instead. Walking out of the room, Ning suddenly felt it was funny how naive she was. She had believed something so casually and given her name card. She had given out 2 name cards that day, yet most of the time she wouldn't give out even 1 in half a year. I've been too desperate. Ning murmured and suddenly stopped. In the trash can next to the door, she could see her name card. She picked it up. It was that guy's without a doubt. For the first time, Ning felt truly angry and clenched her teeth. She wanted to drag that guy out and also throw him into that bin. She rarely gave out her name card yet today, it had been thrown into a bin. That was intolerable. She didn't think any further before just pushing open the door to Yimo and Chong Yuanyuan's room. Meanwhile, Yimo and Chong Yuanyuan's food had arrived. Yimo wasn't overly passionate about food, but he had to admit that the food there was really good.
But Yemo still felt like it was too pricey. The two ate and talked as time passed by quickly. At some moment, Chong Yuanyuan's phone sounded, and Yemo stopped immediately. He wanted to know if it was Tang Beiwei calling. Chong Yuanyuan spoke a few sentences and hung up. She looked strangely at Yemo and said, "It was Jing Gwen. She's looking for Beiwei too and just got off the plane. She didn't find Beiwei at school, and she heard you were here, so she's coming over." Su Jingwen? Yemo thought, she was in Ninghai only a few hours ago. How is she here all of a sudden? Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Seeing Ning with an unhappy face, Yemo was bewildered. Why did that woman suddenly appear? Yemo thought of the name card he had thrown away and scanned his spirit sense out. The card was gone indeed. Is there something wrong? Chong Yuanyuan got up and asked normally. She didn't believe that Ning would be that interested in Brother Yi. Brother Yi had a certain indescribable temperament to him, but it wasn't to the degree where it would make women like Ning actually chase him. You really aren't a gentleman, are you? I gave you my name card, and it's fine if you don't want to call me, but why would you throw it into the garbage can? Yemo blushed. He felt awkward inside to himself. Why didn't I just throw the card into my ring? Who knew this girl liked checking out garbage cans? Maybe I dropped it accidentally, Yemo said, but he immediately regretted it. Why was he even trying to find an excuse? Oh, apparently you're really environmentally friendly dropping things too. And Ning sneered. Yemo suddenly thought, it was just a name card. So what? He had thrown away Mo Kang's name card too, with the only difference that he had memorized the content first. And Ning, what are you doing there? A voice sounded. Chapter 588, Eyes. The doors opened, and Han Dan and company saw Ning stand at the door of Yemo's room. She rang, you guys go eat first, I'll eat over here. This person said he would be treating me to a meal, and Ning pointed at Yemo casually. Noticing that Jirang still wanted to say something, she waved her hand and said, that'll be all. Jirang didn't dare rebuke her, but he still said shamelessly, then why don't you join our table? It'll all be on me, perhaps because these people were used to doing whatever they wanted. Jirang waved at the waiter before Yemo and Chong Yuanyuan could even agree. When did I agree to join tables with you? Chong Yuanyuan was unhappy that she couldn't even peacefully treat Yemo to dinner. It's you? No wonder Jingwen said she was going to Tandu out of nowhere. It was because you're here. And you're eating with another girl. I wonder what Jingwen would say if she saw this. Zhang Lilan also noticed Yemo at that moment. Jingwen, this way. At the same time, Chong Yuanyuan saw Su Jingwen and called out. Yemo noticed that Su Jingwen was very fatigued and realized that she must have come over due to him. And Zhang Lilan in turn probably came due to her. Yemo felt guilty but didn't know what to say to Su Jingwen. He had already married Ning Qingxue, and Su Jingwen knew that, yet she had still chased over. What could he say? Yemo. Su Jingwen walked up to Yemo and called out to him while her sadness was evident. In Yemo's heart, Su Jingwen had always remained the friend he could talk well with even when he was very desolate. Su Jingwen had never looked down on him and would never talk to him with such a wrong tone, yet as soon as she arrived, she expressed her wronged feeling. Yemo sighed. He only had Ning Qingxue and Luo Ying in his heart. There were a lot of good women in the world, but he couldn't accept them all. Jingwen, have a seat. I rushed over here because I didn't get news of Beiwei, Yemo hesitatingly explained, and Ning suddenly realized, no wonder this young man didn't seem to notice me. He had such a pretty girlfriend. Jingwen's appearance was no lesser than hers, and she was even better than her in some aspects, but what Ning didn't understand was that since Su Jingwen was so perfect, what reason could there be for her to feel so wronged following the young man, Jingwen? Zhang Lilan saw Su Jingwen sit next to Yemo, and his face went pale. His feelings towards Su Jingwen were genuine, but the moment he had seen Yemo there, he knew why Su Jingwen had come over from Ninghai and gone on the same plane as him. He had lost to some random young guy, and Ning looked at Su Jingwen and then at Yemo and Zhang Lilan and suddenly understood what was going on. She really wanted to spit in Yemo's face. Someone as beautiful as Su Jingwen had dropped her dignity to come chase Yemo, yet Yemo was still being hesitant. As everyone talked, the waiter served all the food. You must be tired having come all the way here from Ninghai, right? Isham, this song tree du swan liver is a bit average, but it's still edible, Yemo said. Seeing Yemo stay and talk, Su Jingwen breathed a sigh of relief. At least he hadn't left as soon as he saw her. Seeing Emo take away the most expensive dish, Jirang was quite unhappy, but Su Jingwen was a pretty lady, so he couldn't say too much. Only Ning was clearly not too happy. Since you wanted to join the table, then hurry up and eat. We won't be waiting for you, Emo said. Although they didn't mind such a small amount of money, they were still paying for the meal, so Jirang and Han Dan reached out to the food they liked. And Ning finally sat down, and only Zhang Lilan seemed like he had lost his soul. Brother Yi, I heard Beiwei say that she would be going to Luoyu in a few months, is that true? Chong Yuan said casually, but this immediately caught the attention of everyone at the table. Emo didn't care and nodded. Yes, if it wasn't for her still having some business to take care of in Ninghai, she would be going over now. If you want to go to Luoyu too, you can go with Beiwei. Why not move your parents there as well? I could go too. But I heard that after the war, it has become much harder to get into Luoyu. Could I really go? Chong Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Beiwei rarely told her about Emo. So she didn't know that Luoyu was Emo's, of course. Jingwen, you can come too if you want, Emo smiled. Su Jingwen smiled sweetly. I was planning on going to Luoyu, but I was afraid you wouldn't want it, so I didn't ask. Why wouldn't I want it? The more people I know go to Luoyu, the better, Emo smiled. Han Dan looked at Emo and suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and Ning first thought Emo was just bluffing to Chong Yuan and had a sneer on her face, but when she heard Su Jingwen's words, she felt like it could be real. Can you really make immigrating to Luoyu possible? And Ning asked subconsciously, that's our business. Jingwen, Yuan. You're both done eating, right? Let's go. The people here are paying for us, so we don't need to worry about the bill. Emo got up. Wait. And Ning suddenly stopped Emo. Emo's eyes focused, and he suddenly stared intensely at the necklace on her chest. When he first came in, he had seen it but hadn't thought much of it. However, now that Emo scanned it with his spirit sense, he felt like it was very familiar. It was a fish's eye. It wasn't exactly a fish's eye, it was two fish's eyes forming a bead. Emo was sure that it was a broken piece of that yin-yang fish eye trigram. He had two pieces already, and now he saw a pair of eyes on the necklace on her chest. He would be taking it no matter what. Emo had the premonition that the yin-yang fish was no simple thing. If it was some cultivation material and he missed it, he would regret for life. Where are you looking? And Ning took a step back. She didn't expect the young man in front of her would start staring at her chest the moment she stood in front of him. Emo? Su Jingwen also realized that Emo's gaze wasn't okay and subconsciously held his arm. She thought Emo had had too much to drink, and her holding Emo's arm was as if she was saying, I'm no lesser than this in Ning. She also meant to protect Emo and show that the man she liked wasn't like that. Only Ning was able to interpret her actions. Chapter 589, Trickery. The faint aroma and softness which touched Emo's arm made Emo realize that he had been too impolite just then. He patted Su Jingwen's hand gratefully, signaling that he got it, and Ning also realized that Emo wasn't trying to do anything to her. Su Jingwen was right next to him, and there were so many people there, he couldn't do anything to her anyway. Seeing all this happen, Jirang got up immediately, but before he could say anything, he was pulled down by Han Dan. Zhang Lilin's eyes lost their shine as he felt dejected. Emo patted Su Jingwen, telling her to wait a bit, and then said to Ning, there are some things I want to talk to you about alone. Don't worry. I bear no ill will, and Ning just realized that Emo had lost his bearing due to some other thing. He probably wasn't interested in her. She had wanted to ask Emo about going to Luoyu anyway. If he really had such power, she wouldn't mind using him to achieve her goal. Okay, and Ning immediately agreed. She went back to their original room. Han Dan, why did you pull me down? That punk dared be rude to Ning. I'm going to teach him a less. Shirang's mouth was quickly covered by Han Dan. He looked worriedly at Su Jingwen and Yuan Chongchong before pulling him to the side. Young Master Rang, do you not want to live anymore? Do you know who that person is? Han Dan questioned coldly in a hushed tone. Who is he then? Can he kill me? Jirang sneered. Han Dan laughed. Shou Zhirong, don't blame me for not being a good friend, but if you want to die, don't drag me into it. Not only can he kill you, I can easily say that even if he killed you right now, your Chiu family wouldn't dare to do anything about it. Jirang shivered. Who in China would be able to kill him and make the Cho family not dare to react? All I will tell you is that that person is very likely Emo, the very person who made your grandfather personally go apologize. If you dare look for trouble with him, I admire your balls, Han Dan said contemptuously. When Xiao Jirong heard the word GMO, cold sweat immediately started running down his back. He finally understood what Han Dan meant. If that person truly was GMO, then he could be slaughtered like a chicken. Brother Han, thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even have known how I died. Xiao Jirong wiped the sweat from his forehead. The number one person who the young masters in Beijing must not offend was GMO. He didn't think that GMO would be going around all over and even come to Tandu. He was really unlucky. Luckily, he remembered his dad's words and didn't act too cockily a bit earlier outside the restaurant. Otherwise, he would have already offended the young master Yi at the counter. No need to thank me, you saved yourself. If you were still like before, you would probably be laying outside now. Han Dan felt very satisfied about Jirong owing him now. Han Dan, should we leave right away? Xiao Jirang just wanted to leave the place as fast as possible. Han Dan patted him and said, I heard brother Zhang Ju say that young master Yi actually doesn't like to start trouble. As long as you don't mess with him, he won't look for trouble with you either. So if you leave now, young master Yi might think you still look down on him. Just stay low-key like me for now. Then, Han Dan said quietly, the other day, your Chiu family's Chiu Zhizha cockily tried to attack young master Yi's friend, and in the end. You understand, seeing Chiu Zhirang keep nodding his head. Han Dan continued, that Ning really is pretty, and young master Yi pulled her to the room next door. What do you think they will be doing that can't be heard by others? Young master Yi must want her, so you must not look attracted to her in front of him. And also that Jin Wen, don't take so much as one extra glance at her. Han Dan was using Yemo's power at that moment. Yemo's wife was very pretty, so he probably wouldn't be interested in Ning. Han Dan was the one who was really interested in Ning, so he wanted to use Yemo to stop Cho Zhirong's desires for her. Yemo closed the door, looked at Ning and said, I want the necklace on your chest, name your price. Yemo knew he sounded arrogant, but he simply had to get that necklace no matter what. You. And Ning blushed and wanted to rage. What was up with this guy? Although her pearl necklace was expensive, it wasn't unbuyable. What did this guy really want? It didn't seem like he was trying to get her. Do you know how rude it is to ask for a necklace a girl wears on her chest? And do you know how much this necklace costs? And Ning's tone wasn't as good as before. In her eyes, Yemo couldn't be that rich when he rode in a girl's Toyota. Yemo smiled, I don't know how much money you want, but if I pay 10 million, that should be the most that necklace is worth, and Ning was dazed. She hadn't imagined Yemo would be that rich. But she didn't want to sell it for 10 million. Her necklace was worth 3 million, and together with the small fish piece, it was worth around 8 million. I'm talking US dollars here, Yemo added. You're that rich? And Ning was really shocked. 10 million US dollars, even Zhirong wouldn't be able to take out that much. No one she knew could casually take out 10 million, not even if it was 10 million renminbi. Who was this person, and how was he this rich? If you want, I can even let you keep the pearl necklace. I just want the eyes of the yin-yang fish, Yemo added, and Ning just reacted and looked at Yemo in shock. How do you know that that's a yin-yang fish eye under the necklace? Yemo was dazed. Right, how did he know? He couldn't really say, I scanned it with my spirit sense, right? Instead, he quickly said, I saw it accidentally when you bent over once. What? When did she bend over? Was it really an accident? And if this guy had seen the fish eye, wouldn't he have seen other things too? Seeing Ning be silent, Yemo could only say, it's not good for girls to wear fish eyes, so if you agree, I can give you a smaller diamond instead. It's much prettier than that. What? And Ning was dazed again. But before she could come to terms with it, Yemo took out a diamond a little larger than a soybean and threw it in her hand, and Ning looked dazedly at the huge diamond in her hand. She had never seen a diamond that big. From the bottom of her heart, she felt like the diamond was much better than the fish eyes, but her grandpa had given her the fish eyes. She didn't really want to give it away. Seeing that Ning was still hesitating, Yemo spoke again, the fish eyes are yin-yang fish eyes. Don't you feel scared wearing that stuff at night? I heard these ancient things have a strange magic to them, and I might not be scared, but aren't you? Although she knew Yemo was just scaring her, she did really start being a bit afraid. Just as Yimo was about to keep speaking, and Ning took the diamond and said, "It seems like you're not that simple at all, being able to take out 10 million US dollars in such a big diamond." Chapter 590, Tang Beiwei's Encounter. Yimo made up his mind that if Ning still disagreed, he would agree to give her 20 million as well as a luminous pearl. However, Ning said, "I know you want this yin yang fish eye really badly, but there's no need to trick me. I agree to trade with you, but I don't need your dollars. I think this diamond is enough. Since you want this fish eye so much, though, I'm sure it's no ordinary thing. Hence, I have a few extra conditions." Yimo blushed. He didn't expect the woman to be so astute. Weren't diamonds supposed to be the killers of women? How was Ning still this calm? What Yimo didn't know was that his words had actually succeeded. If this fish eye wasn't as scary at night as Yimo made it out to be, and Ning probably wouldn't be willing to trade. "Tell me," Yimo said casually, and Ning said coldly, "First of all, I understand that you have quite the capabilities, so you must allow me to migrate to Luoyu. Secondly, tell me how you knew it was a yin-yang fish eye when you glanced at it from that far away. Thirdly, you must tell me why you want this necklace." Yimo had a headache because of the last two questions. He would rather have paid more money. Seeing Ning look at him like he absolutely had to answer, he could only say the first condition is fine, I can let you move to Luoyu anytime you want. Secondly, I actually looked quite carefully when you bent over, for which I apologize. Thirdly, your yin-yang fish eye is a piece of a broken hole, and I want to gather all the pieces together, and Ning blushed and wanted to rage. How could this guy be so shameless? But Yimo was already taking out his two pieces and put them on the table. "I have two pieces here, can you check if your yin-yang fish eye is a part of it, And Ning noticed that her piece truly fit the other two pieces. She took out her necklace subconsciously and put it on the table, and it fit perfectly, it really came from the same place. And Ning let go of the necklace subconsciously, before she said anything else. Yimo picked up the necklace and said, "Give me your diamond, I can fit it in here for you, you know how to do that?" And Ning looked at Yimo in confusion. Even if Yimo knew how to put a diamond into a necklace, there were no tools present. Despite that, she still gave the diamond to Yimo. Yimo switched things around quickly, and he took the yin-yang fish eye. "It's done. I used to do this on the streets, so I'm very fast. Here." Yimo gave the necklace back to Ning. "Huh?" And Ning caught it subconsciously and didn't know what to say. This was too fast. It practically looked as though the diamond had grown on the necklace, and Ning was sure that even a jewelry master wouldn't have been able to attach it that quickly. "Let's go. As for going to Luoyu, just call this number and tell her that Yimo said to take care of it." Yimo gave Yu Miaodun's number to Ning. "Looks like Beiwei is back." As soon as he gave the number to Ning, Yimo's spirit sense scanned Tang Beiwei as she opened the door with a face full of fatigue. "Brother." Tang Beiwei ran into Yimo's arms and started crying. Yimo was shocked and quickly checked her. He found that she was just a bit tired and emotionally distressed. He quickly patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry, just slowly tell me what happened." Su Jingwen and company also came out. And Ning saw Tang Beiwei in Yimo's arms and was shocked yet again. She rarely saw women as pretty as herself. Yet now two women like that stood right in front of her. The girl that was in Yimo's arms at the moment also had a certain ethereal temperament to her. It made Ning feel very strange, but immediately after, she looked down on Yimo. The people related to him were all very beautiful women, and they all acted so intimate. Little did she know that in Yimo's heart she was actually a calculative woman, a far cry from Tang Beiwei and Su Jingwen. Tang Beiwei looked up and realized that there were a lot of people, so she quickly said hello to Yuan and Jingwen. Yimo didn't keep waiting for Tang Beiwei to start explaining, because she probably had things to say that were not suitable to be said then and there. "Young Master Yi, my name is Zhou Zhirong. About today, I'm Zhou Zhirong walked up to Yimo and bowed respectfully. "Yi Chenbei, I'm Han Yan's cousin, Han Dan." Han Dan also came to bow. No wonder Yimo had recognized him. Yimo nodded and looked at Zhou Zhirong and said, "So you're from the Beijing Zhou family? No wonder you're so rich." Zhou Zhirong didn't dare say anything and just looked on as the four walk out of the Golden Pearl, and Ning watched them strangely. She really didn't understand why these young masters were so respectful. Who would be able to make the Zhou family act so fearful? Meanwhile, Zhang Lilan looked lost when Su Jingwen left, half an hour later. Yimo, Su Jingwen, and Tang Beiwei booked a room at a hotel.
Yuan had to go back early. Now tell me, what happened?
Yemo looked at Tang Beiwei and asked. Su Jingwen was also comforting her on the side. As I was with my classmates at Shilong restaurant yesterday, when the gathering was about to end, I saw Wei Yongqian.
I immediately got furious, thinking, I have to kill this animal. I quickly told Yuan I'd be leaving and followed him out. Wei Yongqian? The one who tricked you into sleeping with me at Tandu? Yemo immediately remembered the guy that had escaped. Have you already killed him?
Yemo asked. Tang Beiwei shook her head. No, although I brought a lot of fireball charms with me.
He seemed to have realized that someone was following him.
I was planning on giving him a fireball at some far-off location. He was very cunning and called a taxi at a busy place.
Nonetheless, I still kept following him, but the car drove very fast, and I couldn't attack. It went all the way to Mount Xian, where he got off and went into the forest, and I followed him. Then, he went into a temple. This temple was very old, so I thought Wei Yongqian wouldn't be able to escape, but when I came to the door of the temple, I saw an old Dao nun appear there. Tang Beiwei's tone turned shaky. She was obviously still scared. Yemo sat down and grabbed her hand. Tang Beiwei calmed down a little before saying, I told the nun to move aside and said that Wei Yongqian had enmity with me. But that nun sneered and told me to leave or she would kill me, but I hate Wei Yongqian to the bones, so I wasn't going to let him go. I shot a fireball charm at him, but that nun easily grabbed the charm, and it turned into dust. Chapter 591, Battered Temple, Yemo's heart sunk. There was a nun that strong?
The fireball charm he left Beiwei had been made when he was at stage 3 of Qi gathering. Although it wasn't very strong, it could still easily kill a yellow-level primary stage. And even though it could be easily avoided, it was too absurd that nun had been able to catch it with her hand and turn it to dust. You saw it with your own eyes? Yemo's face turned serious. Tang Beiwei nodded yes, I really did. Then after a long time when she finally spoke, she said that my charm was good and that she didn't want to kill. She told me to leave all the charms behind and leave. I didn't leave the charms behind and just ran. I knew I was no match for her, but if she chased me, I would just throw all my fireball charms at her. She didn't chase you?
Yemo asked strangely.
That nun didn't sound that good-hearted. Tang Beiwei shook her head and said, I was also confused after seeing that she wasn't hunting me down. I ended up getting lost because I was so worried, and I only found my way out the next day. I have let an enemy run away from me again. I'm really useless. Tang Beiwei started to cry in Yemo's arms again. Yemo patted her shoulders. Beiwei, don't worry. Now that you found him, I won't let him go. I will help you get revenge. It is weird, though. Since that nun was so strong, there was no reason for her to let you go. Anyway, think carefully, Yemo comforted her. Yeah, Beiwei, Mount Xian is only that big. How did you get lost? Su Jingwen commented. Tang Beiwei just thought about it at that moment and realized that indeed, Mount Xian wasn't that big. How could she get lost there for a whole day? Yemo nodded. I checked your Qi and Dantian, and it is true that you didn't receive many injuries. Right, I remembered something. During the day, I felt like I hadn't gotten very far, so that none could have captured me easily, Tang Beiwei replied. Yemo said, although it's a little hard to believe, the following might be the truth, that none must have set up a formation outside the temple and trapped you inside of it. As for why she didn't attack, I don't know either. Beiwei, you weren't attacked in the formation, Tang Beiwei replied after a while. I didn't get attacked, but I did feel dizzy and sleepy after walking for a bit. I then immediately started running Qi cycles and stopped feeling tired. But after a while, I felt tired again and had to do the same. Yemo finally understood. It had been a close call, though. If he hadn't taught Beiwei some cultivation method, she would have been done for last night. What he didn't understand was that with that nun being so strong, why did she not capture Beiwei personally? Tang Beiwei had also understood and asked full of fear of what could have happened. Brother, you're saying that person wanted to wait for me to fall asleep in the formation? Yemo nodded seriously. That's probably it, but you did very well. Luckily, you didn't fall asleep. I think the formation probably needed someone to control it, and because that person saw that she couldn't do anything to you for the whole night, or because of some other reason, she decided to let you go. Beiwei, let me look at your necklace. Yemo pulled the necklace from Tang Beiwei's neck. It still had some warmth, but Yemo could tell that it had been attacked for more than once. However, in her worry, Tang Beiwei hadn't even noticed that she had been attacked, other than that hypnotizing formation. You have been attacked many times, but it was all blocked by your necklace.
If I'm not wrong, it's not that she didn't want to properly attack you, but that she couldn't for some reason.
Perhaps because she was heavily injured and wouldn't be able to handle all your fireball charms, she hesitated when attacking.
The attacks you received weren't very strong, Yemo said as he put the necklace down. Oh really?
If only I had known, I would have shot out a bunch of fireballs at once.
Tang Beiwei expressed her regret as she felt the necklace.
She felt gratitude towards her brother.
If her brother hadn't given her the necklace, she didn't know what would have happened. Yemo shook his head.
It was right of you not to use the fireballs continuously. That old nun was probably injured and unsure whether she was a match for you. If it turned out she could deal with the fireballs, however, then once you used them up, you would be in danger. Sometimes you don't have to use your weapon to threaten others, but it's a bigger threat to keep it instead. Brother, I remember now. When I shot off the first fireball, although that nun caught it with her hand, her face was very pale.
And I understand now. She really was heavily injured. Tang Beiwei remembered something. What is it?
Yemo immediately asked. Tang Beiwei reminisced. Her face was scarily pale under the moonlight.
I didn't dare look too long, so I retreated subconsciously.
Then, I seemed to see her shadow moving on the ground.
I was very scared and thought it was the wind. But now that I think of it, how can the wind make a shadow move?
She must be heavily injured yet still have forcibly caught my fireball charm and then used her inner chi to suppress her wounds.
Yes, that must be it. Yemo and Su Jingwen also believed that Tang Beiwei's guess would be right. The three talked a bit more before Tang Beiwei and Su Jingwen went to rest. Tang Beiwei was very tired and fell asleep as soon as she got in bed.
But Su Jingwen tossed around and around, unable to fall asleep. Su Jingwen suddenly thought that it seemed like Yemo would be going away for a while soon.
So she suddenly wanted to talk to Yemo privately.
She thought about how she had the courage to hold Yemo's arm today, and her heart beat fast. In the past she wouldn't have had that courage for sure. But as she saw Yemo less and less, Su Jingwen felt at a loss. Looking at Tang Beiwei, who was already asleep, Su Jingwen got up like a thief and carefully walked to Yemo's door. Yemo's door was a little open, so Su Jingwen pushed open the door and carefully called out, "Yemo." Su Jingwen suddenly got tense.
What if Yemo hugged her or something?
It was the middle of the night, and she was in her pajamas.
She just wanted to talk to Yemo as there were many things she had been wanting to ask Yemo about. But ever since Yemo left Ninghai, she hadn't had the chance to talk to him privately. Su Jingwen felt like something was wrong.
She knew of Yemo's sensitivity, he wouldn't possibly not be able to hear her call. Su Jingwen turned on the lights and found the room to be empty. She subconsciously went to the bathroom, and there was no one there either. Yemo had gone out. Su Jingwen felt disappointed yet also relieved at the same time. It was so late, though, where could he have gone? Su Jingwen sat on Yemo's bed in deep thought and fell asleep. Of course Yemo had gone to Mount Xian. If he didn't get back at that nun for harming his sister, he wouldn't be able to sleep. It was just as Tang Beiwei said, there was a tattered temple on the mountain.
Yemo walked in, but there was no one there. He could only hear the occasional howl of some animal and nothing else. Yemo scanned his spirit sense around the temple, and there was some dark blood marks, so it seemed like whoever lived there was heavily injured indeed. Just as Yemo wanted to go outside to check if there were any signs of a formation set there, a white, ghostly figure slowly floated towards the temple. Chapter 592, Careless Man and Woman, a Ghost? Yemo was standing at the door as he watched the white figure approach the temple. From a distance it looked like it was floating and it shone brightly under the moonlight. He was dazed. There weren't many manifested souls, and those who manifested had some basic offensive capabilities. Ghosts were usually invisible, but Yemo could scan them with his spirit sense. These beings usually lived in special environments, such as the heavenly ditch or tombs. This wasn't a ghost. Yemo's spirit sense had scanned clearly that it was a man under a white sheet. It was just that the way he was walking was strange. Moreover, he had covered his head too. Yemo didn't know why he was doing this in the middle of the night at an abandoned temple. Was that necessary? He seemed younger than 30 and he had lost a finger on his left hand. Not here, the man said to himself after seeing there was no one at the door. But after this, he pulled out a dagger from his waist and scanned the temple. Then, he kicked a broken mat and cursed, "FCK, I came here for nothing." Afterwards, he took out a phone and called someone. Not long after, another person came there. This person was like the man before, carried a knife and a white sheet, but this time it was a woman, a robust woman. "What happened?" she asked. "Ran away." "What a loss," the man cursed. "I told you to come earlier, but you wanted to come at this time." That man looked rich. He must have been forced to stay here because of an enemy. "Look at the things he bought in Mount Sien, it's stacks of red notes," the woman complained. Yemo immediately realized that they were probably talking about Wei Yongqian. He probably left during the day and bought some items in the city at Mount Sien, hence, the couple had seen that Wei Yongqian was wealthy and wanted to rob him. They followed him to the mountain, but since they couldn't really make a move during the day, they came at night. However, Wei Yongqian was gone. They probably used the white sheets to scare him too. The woman had stayed down there to catch Wei Yongqian in case he tried to escape. "FCK, we lost a great deal. If we had managed to get him, we could have lived freely for a long time. FCK, Demi, let's have some fun." The man put the sword away and laughed at the woman. Emo felt disgusted. This guy was really careless. He felt like doing that in such a place. The robust woman sneered, "PSS off. We didn't get the money today, I'm not letting you." "Hee Demi, why are you being like this? You know every time I give you the best. When we get more money in the future, I will still give you the best." Then, the man grabbed the woman towards him. The woman didn't reject him this time. The two of them quickly took off their clothes. They went onto the only table in the temple and started panting heavily. The man looked ferocious but finished very quickly. The woman said unsatisfied, "If next time you will only do this, don't bother touching me." Then, she kicked the table unhappily. Emo, who was going to leave, suddenly stopped. He had heard the kick on the table, but it sounded hollow underneath. Emo reached his spirit sense down and found that he indeed had missed something before. There was earth under the table, but under the earth there was a lid. Emo reached his spirit sense down even more and he found a hole under the lid. This meant that there was an underground room. The two finished up and started getting dressed themselves. Then, that man suddenly shivered and said, "Demi, why do I feel like there's someone blowing cold air on my neck? It's so cold." The woman was putting on her pants and sneered, "You're too useless, leaving me hanging like this. Don't touch me again if you're scared of the cold." Emo heard the man's words and scanned his spirit sense over. He was dazed. He really did find a ghost this time. There was a faint ghost standing behind the man. It was clenching its teeth, but it was too weak, so it could only blow some cold air. Emo saw the ghost and knew that ghost's death was related to the man. If one did too many bad things, they would encounter ghosts indeed. Emo wouldn't intervene. He wanted to see what the ghost would do. "It's real. I felt cold air blowing onto my neck again." The man's tone was shaky. The woman was about to reply, but then she saw the white cloth slowly raise in the air, as if picked up by an invisible person. There was no wind. CLO cloth. The woman couldn't stay calm anymore. She pointed at the cloth and wanted to run, but her legs weren't moving. "Cloth? What AR dash?" The man turned around and saw the white cloth coming at them. "Yeah." The couple dropped on the floor unconscious because of fear. Emo shook his head. If they had been bold enough, they could have just ignored the cloth. If the two of them ignored it, the ghost wouldn't have been able to do anything to them. However, the ghost was a victim and Emo didn't intend to burn it. He walked out and kicked the couple out of the temple. Emo ignored the ghost and approached the table in order to open the tunnel, but the ghost floated over to his side. So Emo turned around and said coldly to the ghost, "I can see that you're pitiful, so I will let you go, but if you get in my way then I will certainly do something about it." Emo felt the ghost shiver after he said that, but he still didn't leave. Instead, it emanated a feeling of gratitude. "Do you know me?" Emo didn't know why he would get that feeling from the ghost and asked. The ghost nodded but couldn't speak. Emo thought about this and decided to send his will with his spirit sense. Emo rejoiced when he realized that the ghost could convey his thoughts back to Emo through his spirit sense. "Shenbei, you are a powerful person indeed. I didn't think Joha, could meet you twice, although I'm a ghost now." Emo was dazed after understanding the message. Emo remembered the name. He was a middle-aged man and a very generous person. He had met him at the Luotsang magic artifact meeting. When he couldn't see a single magic artifact, he had brought his two daughters and paved the way. "How can it be you?" Emo was dazed. Joha gave him a very good impression. He couldn't have imagined that he would be harmed by that couple. He must have exposed his wealth coming to Mount Sien. Chapter 593, Re-encounter with the Sutra. Ijoa soon conveyed how he had come to Mount Sien for business and started being targeted by the two criminals. Although he told them he could give them even more money, the two just took his cash and killed him. Okay, you're a nice guy, and you helped me out last time, so I'll help you too this time. Yemo threw out 2 fireballs, and the 2 people outside were immediately turned to ashes. Ijoha looked at Yemo's power in a daze, while his ghostly form started to dissipate. If he hadn't known the Qianbei in front of him and this Qianbei threw a fireball like that at him, his soul would have been turned to nothing in an instant. Yemo sighed. He wondered what could have happened to that protection artifact Ijoha had had. If he had worn it, he might not have died. Qianbei, thank you for helping me get revenge. I feel that I'm about to disappear from this world. Please help me, I'm worried about my wife and 2 daughters. Now that something has happened to me, my 2 brothers will try to steal my fortune. I've left a will, it's in my best friend Jiang Junshin's hands. You want me to bring this will to your family? Yemo frowned. He didn't really want to do that, because he was very busy, but Ijoha was a good person, so Yemo would go if he had the time. He did think Ijoha was worrying too much, though. His wife and daughters were still there. How could his fortune be taken by his brothers? Thank you, Qianbei, now I feel assured. If you see my wife, tell her to give you the rainbow rock. Jiutang City's Joha Corporation is mind-dashed before Ijoha could say everything he wanted. He dissipated. Yemo sighed. He did have the Insha bead, but he didn't have any ghost cultivation method, so he couldn't help Ijoha. The only reason why Ijoha had been able to last so long was purely because of his will. The moment he relaxed, his ghostly form couldn't stay in this world, bar any special circumstances or other people keeping the ghost in existence. It was very hard for ghosts to stay in this world. Moreover, the ghosts kept by humans usually weren't capable of conscious thought, and only ghost cultivators would have their own will. Yemo collected his thoughts and opened the passage under the table. As soon as he opened it, he immediately knew that there must have been people living there. There was a flow of wind in the place. As he walked a few meters in, Yemo saw a room and scanned it. There were a crooked wooden bed and a new-looking rug in it, and other than that, there were also a normal table and chair. Yemo carefully scanned around with his spirit sense and quickly found that the wall was different in one spot. He walked over and noticed that it was possible to open that spot. After opening it, Yemo found a big wooden box, and as he opened the box, Yemo found 4 thick books covered in silk inside. 3 were actually of the Tao Te Sutra and 1 was even older and didn't have a cover. Yemo was dazed, because he knew the books quite well by then. Those were really 3 Ni Luo Sutra books. Yemo opened a book and was able to barely recognize the words Ni Luo on a yellow page. What disappointed Yemo was that the 3rd book's golden title page was missing. Yemo owned 2 golden pages already, so the 3rd must have been taken by the person who hid those books in that place. The person who hid it there must have also found out about the secret of the golden page. Yemo sighed. He had obtained the 3rd book, yet the most important part was gone. How did that other person realize that the blank title page was special? Yemo thought for a moment and suddenly came to realize that that person most likely must have had all 3 books. But since 2 of them didn't have such a blank page, the person only had to think a bit to know that the blank page was very important. But even then, there was no point in leaving the 3 Ni Luo Sutra books in that spot. Suddenly, Yemo remembered what Luoyin had said. It was a martial ant from their sect who probably took the Ni Luo Sutra, and she was halfway the Great Heaven State. Factoring in Tang Beiwei's encounter, it would seem that the old nun Beiwei had met was most likely that martial ant. The 4th book Yemo found looked very thick and had some images on it, all of bare women. Each image had red lines showing the direction and method of qi cultivation. It was probably an ancient martial arts cultivation method. Yemo gave it a look and saw that it was much more powerful than other methods. The 4 books had no meaning to Yemo, so he casually dumped them in his ring. Yemo then looked around, but there was nothing else. Yemo could only leave and reseal the entrance to leave it the way he had found it. It seemed like that nun was injured and had left those books behind. But the books didn't take up that much space, so did she find it dangerous to keep the books on her for some reason? Was there someone hunting her? Also, why would a half-step Great Heaven Master from the inner hidden sects be together with someone like Wei Yongqian? Yemo didn't understand that as they were people from 2 different worlds.
In the meantime, it had become almost daylight, so Yemo quickly left the broken temple. Yemo came back to the hotel only to find Su Jingwen laying on his bed. Why was she sleeping there? Ah, you're back. Su Jingwen heard the sound of the door closing and woke up, and when she saw Yemo look at her strangely, her face blushed as she thought about what happened the night before. She quickly started to explain, I came to talk to you last night, but you were gone, so I ended up falling asleep here. Yemo understood and smiled. Go ahead and keep sleeping then, I'm not tired. Su Jingwen quickly said, it's already day, I'll be leaving.
When Tang Beiwei got up in the morning and didn't see Su Jingwen,
she called for her but didn't hear a reply. When she walked out of her room and didn't find her in the living room either, she thought, where did she go this early in the morning? And why didn't she wear her coat? At that moment, Yemo's door opened, and Su Jingwen walked out of his room in her pajamas. She saw Tang Beiwei and smiled. Morning Beiwei, ah, yum. She just realized that she was walking out of Yemo's room in the morning, and Beiwei was seeing her like this. What would she think? Sister Jingwen, you slept with my brother last night? Tang Beiwei asked subconsciously. Wa Beiwei, it's not what you think. Your brother wasn't there last night, I slept. Su Jingwen stuttered. Yemo walked out at that moment and stood behind Su Jingwen. Su Jingwen didn't keep explaining but quickly ran back into her room to change clothes. At Beiwei, after we have breakfast, I will send you and Jingwen back to Ninghai. Yemo didn't feel safe about having them there with that old nun nearby. Brother, I'm really surprised. Tell me, last night, did you and Sister Jingwen? Tang Beiwei uttered quietly. Yemo smiled helplessly. Beiwei, don't say that, nothing happened between us. Brother, you with slept Sister Jingwen, so you need to take responsibility for her. You live in Luoyu anyways, so it's fine if you have more than one wife. Sister Jingwen is so pretty. It's not like you're losing out. Tang Beiwei suddenly raised her voice. Su Jingwen heard her by the door and felt embarrassed. She wanted to hear what Yemo would say, so she didn't open the door. Yemo sweated. He never knew his sister had such a side to her. Yemo didn't want things to get more complicated, so he cut it off. For now, Beiwei, don't speak about it again. I'll explain to you later. Chapter 594, Will Case. Jiutang City was the biggest city in Yidong province. Yemo went there right after sending Su Jingwen and Tang Beiwei away since he had promised to help Ijoa. Although he was very busy, he truly approved of Ijoa's character. There were a lot of wealthy people, but not many of them were generous. When Ijoa bought his necklace, he hadn't known the true value of it. He bought it in the first place due to his love for his daughter, but also to help out Yemo. As for going to Beijing, Yemo called Han Zaixin and found out that it was something concerning the search for the Spaceflower blueprint. He immediately lost interest. Before Han Zaixin could persuade him, he said he had no time and put the phone back in his ring. Yemo didn't know where Ijoa's home was, so he could only ask people on the road about where Johua Corporation was. It turned out to be really easy to find out, as they were the biggest corporation in that region. However, the person he asked smiled and said, it's the third time they're holding a court hearing about the will case. You won't find anyone responsible at the Johua Corporation at the moment. What will case? Yemo asked strangely. That person replied, brother, you must be a foreigner. Everyone in this city knows about the Johua Corporation will case. The owner of the corporation, Ijoa, disappeared, and soon after, they found his remains. His fortune is cause for a lot of conflict after his death. The third court hearing is taking place today. Yemo asked surprised. He only had his wife and daughters, how could they fight over that? Yes, but he also had 2 brothers and his father is still alive. The main problem was that he left a will, but it's a bit weird how the fortune is to be divided according to it. That's all I've heard. The person left. Yemo analyzed the situation. It seemed that Ijoa had expected this, but didn't get to deal with it before he died. Furthermore, his death was very strange too. How could someone like him be killed by 2 robbers? Yemo stopped at the steps of the courthouse and suddenly thought of something. The 2 robbers from the previous night must not have been easy to handle if they could kill Ijoa, but then how could they have let Wei Yongqian escape? Since they thought Wei Yongqian was wealthy, they wouldn't have let him leave their sight. With their experience, how could they make such a low-level mistake? Moreover, the temple was quite old. How could they be sure that Wei Yongqian would spend the night there? This meant that they had a person keep watch at the bottom of the mountain, and since they didn't see Wei Yongqian leave the mountain until night, they decided to go up. But then, how did Wei Yongqian and that nun get away? there was definitely something wrong there. The couple was horny and just wanted to have sex, so they didn't think about how Wei Yongqian could possibly have left, but GMO had been to that place, and he knew that if Wei Yongqian and the nun wanted to leave, they would have had to go through the small path. Another weird thing was that he hadn't found any signs of the formation there last night. No, he had to go back and see. After all, it involved the golden page. Thinking about this, Yimo no longer was in the mood to go to the court. He could ask someone to help with Ijoa's case, but he had to go and look for the nun and the golden page himself. Just when Yimo was about to leave, the door opened and people got out. Yimo immediately saw Ijoa's 2 daughters. They were helping a stressed-looking middle-aged woman walk. Next to them, there were 2 middle-aged men. One looked like Ijoa's wife and the other one wore glasses. Since he had seen them, he thought he might as well go greet them. "You're that person who sold us the magic artifact," the older daughter saw Yimo and said in surprise and joy. Yimo smiled and said, "Hello, yes, I am. I'm also your father's friend, Yimo. I was passing by Jiutang City, so I decided to come by and say hi. My dad already passed away." The girl's eyes turned red. Yimo nodded. "I have already heard. Don't worry, I will take care of this." "You'll take care of this? You sure talk a lot of trash, but I see little action," the man in glasses sneered. Yimo sneered and studied this man. Even if he couldn't really deal with it, there was no need to use that tone. "Yen yen, he's dash." The woman looked at Yimo in confusion and asked her daughter, "Mom, remember when Dad, big sister, and I went to Luo Tsan's magic artifact auction together?" "He's the person who sold us the necklace," the other girl said. Yimo just realized that the woman was wearing a necklace and understood. Ijoa was a family man. "Hello, Joa's dash." The woman couldn't continue speaking. "Sister-in-law, what do you even know? It's the Yi family's fortune, but you want it to belong to the Lu family. I already promised that you and your 2 daughters will live without any worries, but you decided to take us to court. What's the result going to be? Do you think Joha didn't know his surname is Yi?" A middle-aged man approached them with a judge and said, "You're shameless." Yen Yen said in anger. The middle-aged man sneered, "Respect your elders. If it weren't for Joha, I would have already kicked you 3 out of this city. How dare you try take away the fortune? Bastards, sister, don't bother." The younger daughter pulled Yen Yen away. "What? Was Joha's fortune taken away from you?" Yimo asked with a frown. It seemed the case was about to be closed. Joha's wife sighed and didn't say anything. The middle-aged man behind her said, "Although the results haven't been announced yet, they are decided. Xiao Dai and Yen Yen won't get any part of Joha's fortune. Joha said he left a will. Do you know about it?" Yimo asked strangely. He was angry. How could Joha's wife and daughters not get any part of his wealth? Uncle Junshan also died last week. The will he had his dash. Xiao Dai looked around. She didn't dare say it was fake. This sounds fishy. Yimo shook his head. He would definitely not allow this to occur in Luoyu. "Who are you, anyway? You have no business here. Piss off." The middle-aged man's face sunk as he looked coldly at Yen Yen. Joa's wife stopped Yimo and said, "Since you're Joa's friend, we can talk on the way to my house." Disloyal woman, the man cursed. Yimo was sick of him. He kicked him up in the air and threw him onto the concrete stairs. His head immediately started bleeding. Everyone was shocked. That young man dared to attack someone in front of the courthouse. Soon, people gathered around him. "Great Judge Chen, Lu Lin got someone to brutally attack people at court," a man blamed as he went to help the middle-aged man Yimo had kicked. Seeing this, Shaddai quickly walked to Yimo and said, "Brother Yi, leave quickly. If you get captured, you will go to jail for sure. The man you knocked out is my second uncle, Yi Zhu, and the judge is on his side. My dad's will is fake, yet they say it's real." Chapter 595, So violent, what's going dash? Great Judge Chen walked outside and frowned as he looked at Yi Zhu, but he only got to half of the sentence and immediately stopped. He opened his mouth wide open in shock. "Great Judge Chen, my brother was beaten at the door of the courthouse. If the perpetrator won't get dash." Ichihai also stopped talking, looking in confusion at Great Judge Chen. Great Judge Chen quickly walked up to Yimo and bowed. "Young Master Mo, I didn't expect you to come to Jiutang City. It really dash, who are you?" Yimo looked at the man and asked. He had seen the guy before when he helped Xiao at the Wutong restaurant. He was Wu Zei's friend. He was probably an official in Beijing. The man quickly said carefully, "Young Master Mo, I'm Wu Zei's friend, Chen Huichang."
I was moved to Jiutong City to be the citizens' great judge.
I had the honor of eating with you at Wutong restaurant.
Yi Mo nodded. So, does that mean you're responsible for the Yi Johawol case?
Yes, I know this case. Another judge is responsible for it, Chen Huichang said carefully. He hadn't expected Yi Johua to have such a powerful ally. He knew that case for too well. He was indirectly helping them. Then, this means that you knew this case was dodgy and that Yi Johua's will has been switched, right?
Yi Mo's words shook everyone. Who dared to speak to a judge like that?
Especially in public, this Chen Huizhan was sweating. He knew that if he replied yes, then his career would be over. However, if he didn't reply, Yi Mo wouldn't have mercy on him. If you don't reply within 3 seconds, you won't need to reply at all. Yi Mo's voice sounded cold. Chen Huichang thought about the situation carefully. If he replied, he would lose his job at most, but it was still much better than losing his life. Yes, the will is fake. In order to frame Lu Lin and her daughters, Yi Qihai plotted with other people to make a fake will. Bastard.
You knew it was fake and you still dared support them. Yi Mo slapped him.
Chen Huichang spun on the spot before falling onto Yi Zhu. Everyone was dumbfounded.
Who was that young master Mo?
He had dared slap a great judge in front of court. Even the great judge didn't dare to lie in front of Yi Mo and told the truth. Yi Qihai suddenly felt cold.
He could tell that young master Mo was no ordinary person.
He must not let him stand on Lu Lin's side, so he would fix the situation before that young master could counterattack. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Qihai walked up to Yi Mo and took out a cigarette. Before he could say anything, he was kicked to the side by Yi Mo, so violent. Everyone was looking at the scene. What shocked people the most was that Chen Huichang crawled up, wiped the blood from his mouth and ran to Yi Mo, as though waiting to be hit again. 2 policemen who were about to go capture Yi Mo immediately stopped on the spot. Young Master Mo, please tell me what to do. Chen Huichang tried to make his tone sound calm. He cursed himself for not investigating Yi Johua properly before doing this. Judge this case again and make sure to send the people who made the fake will rot in prison. I don't have time to stay in Jiutong, but I will come back and check. If I'm not happy with what you did when I come back, then don't blame me for what I might do, Yi Mo said coldly. Chen Huichang breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly said, yes, I will judge this case fairly. Chen Huichang seemed to want to say something else, but eventually didn't. Lu Lin's 2 daughters and the 2 middle-aged men were completely dumbfounded. They had seen ferocious people before, but never someone as ferocious as Yi Mo. Yi Johua's wife reacted quickly. She knew this friend of her husband's was not ordinary at all. Her body shook with excitement. Ever since her husband had died, they had been simply toys about to be kicked out of the city. Lu Lin saw Chen Huizhang's hesitation and after thinking about it, she soon understood why. Lu Lin approached Yi Mo and said, Joa's second sister-in-law's father is the secretary of Jiutong City. I think she didn't finish the sentence. Yi Mo immediately understood. Chen Huizhan was hesitant, because he wasn't sure if he could beat that secretary. After all, he had only been there for a short while, and Yi Mo said he was leaving. I'll find someone to help.
Yi Mo took out his phone and decided to call Li Chunsheng.
He didn't know many officials, but Li Chunsheng was in Yifeng City of Hedong Province, so he should be able to help here. Li Chunsheng had been doing very well lately. He had been getting promoted quite fast thanks to his own capabilities, but because he didn't have support, he had to share his political achievements with others. Once he met Yi Mo and received help from the Li family as well as taking care of big issues in Yifeng, he got promoted again in a short time. He was now the secretary of Yifeng City, a Hedong Province senator, and vice political secretary of Hedong Province. This meant that he was going to be the next secretary of Hedong Province. Li Chunsheng, who had risen like a rocket, was just eating with other senators after a meeting. At that moment, Li Chunsheng's phone rang. Only his family and a few special higher-ups could call his private number, but what shocked everyone was that as soon as he picked up, he immediately got up and seemed very respectful. Everyone was trying to guess who the caller was. It could only be a higher-up from Beijing. Yes, Li Chunsheng kept agreeing for a while, and then finally hung up. No one usually asked about these kind of calls, so Li Chunsheng decided to say, someone called to tell me about a will case in Jiutong City. Someone changed the content of a will in order to win over a fortune. And what is more, the judge confided with these people to frame the innocent. I need to go to Jiutong personally. What? For a mere will case, Li Chunsheng was going there personally? Who did this case involve? Seeing Li Chunqing apologize and quickly leave the restaurant, everyone was shocked. He had given up the opportunity to talk with all of these province-level leaders for a case in Jiutong. Emo put down his phone and looked at the man in glasses. He said, "Who is he?" Lu Lin quickly said, "Let me introduce you. He's our lawyer Wang Yi and this is my brother Lu Mang." Emo nodded, "I suspect that there might be something wrong with your lawyer. Chen Huichang, check if he's clean." "Yes, young master Mo." Chen Huichang had heard Emo call Li Chunshang. He knew that Li Chunshang had become quite powerful, thus he spoke even more carefully. The man in glasses' expression turned bad, but he didn't dare say anything. Emo left things to Li Chunshang. He was confident he would be able to deal with it. The first thing he did after leaving Jiutong was going back to that temple. Emo searched the place carefully. There were indeed marks of a formation, but it had already been removed. When Emo got back to the underground room, he immediately realized that he had missed some details the first time he came. Chapter 596, The 7 Stars of Beidou. The room was still there, but the wooden box Emo had left on the ground was gone. He realized at once that people had come back after he left and just took the box. Emo carefully searched around the room with his spirit sense. 10 minutes later, he finally spotted something. There was something protruding at the head of the entrance. Emo pressed it and something rumbled behind him. He turned around and saw a door appear on the stone wall. Emo realized he had missed his best chance. When he first came there, perhaps Wei Yongqian and that nun had been hiding in the stone cave, but now it was too late. When he walked inside, he found out that it was a tunnel. Without a doubt, Wei Yongqian had gotten away through there. Emo started looking around and after a while, the door closed itself. He continued walking down the tunnel. 10 minutes later, Emo had pushed aside a big rock and was standing at the end of the tunnel. It was a cliff, and below it there was river. Emo was uncomfortable with the fact that Wei Yongqian escaped in front of his eyes. The main thing was that the golden page has been so close to him, however it was now gone. Emo remembered that the nun was from the Ci Hangjing temple, and Ci Hangjing was one of the 3 big sects of the inner hidden sections. Emo then decided to go to the inner hidden sects, since he really wanted the last golden page. If he could gather the 3 of them and form a world, his accomplishments in the future would be unlimited. Perhaps, not even the strongest person on Luoyu continent would be a match for him. Although Emo didn't understand a lot of things, it didn't mean he hadn't heard of it. His master Luoying had told him before that masters that cultivate to the extreme all have their own worlds. Those who cultivate to the extreme can ascend to the immortal realm, and they have worlds that exceed Luoyu continent itself. He was at stage 5 middle level now. Excluding those top-level Great Heaven Masters, he should be able to face any Ren Pingchuan level master. If I had a world, Emo's heart was burning with desire. He didn't dare to keep thinking. At the Duanhong Ranges, in the Sea of Clouds, it was the second time Emo went there. He had come there before to find the Duanhong 7 Stars. Luo Xian had told him that the entrance to the inner hidden sects was at the Tiankou position of the Duanhong 7 Stars. Duanhong was one of the younger ranges in the world. Emo had been searching the ranges for 5 days, but he still couldn't find the 7 stars, much less the Tiankou position. There were too many peaks there and they were too similar. Moreover, they were hiding in the clouds, so it was really hard to find 7 peaks that looked like the 7 stars. On the 6th day, Emo decided to stop looking from the air. He went into the valley and started searching on the ground. On the 6th night, Emo found a motorbike in a bush with some fuel still inside. There were some footprints in front of it. Emo looked at them closely. They belonged to 2 people. He followed the prints for 10 minutes and eventually found a huge natural valley. The entrance was very small. After walking inside, Emo immediately felt something was different. It was as though the valley was an entrance. Emo looked around him. Although there were seas of clouds everywhere, he was shook. He clearly saw that under the sea of clouds there were 7 not very tall peaks. The valley had a spoon-shaped distribution. Duanhong 7 stars? Emo said subconsciously. No wonder he couldn't see it from outside, one could only see it from the inside. Emo saw this and couldn't help but admire the wonders of nature. Now that he had found the 7 stars, it was very easy to find the Tiankou position. He climbed to Tiankou's peak, where he found a stone with a 3-meter diameter in front of him. There was a person in the middle of the rock, to be exact, a dead person. It was a middle-aged man. His body was dry. There was not a single bit of blood in him. It was as though all of his blood had been sucked away.
Yemo walked to the body and took out an identity document from it. He immediately knew who the man was. It was Wei Yongqian. So he had died there was no doubt. Yemo knew his death was related to that nun. It meant that she was returning to the sect, and made Wei Yongqian take her there before killing him, but even if Wei Yongqian had to die, there was no need to take out all of his blood. Was that nun a psycho? Furthermore, Luoyin had said that the formation to the inner hidden sects had been closed. Hence, why did the nun bother making Wei Yongqian take her there? Yemo looked around. He had come from the cultivation realm and knew about formations, but he really didn't understand how the Beidou 7 stars worked. The large rock also didn't have anything special to it. Yemo walked to the middle of the big rock and stepped on it. It wasn't hollow inside, it was just like a normal rock. He scanned his spirit sense down but couldn't reach very deep. He subconsciously inserted his cultivation energy inside, but as soon as the two touched, his energy started getting sucked away uncontrollably. Yemo was shook. He wanted to leave the rock, but he was completely stuck. He couldn't move his arms or legs. Qi flowed like a river into the rock. Yemo started to sweat. If this continued, he would be sucked dry. Yemo looked at Wei Yongqian. Had he been sucked dry to death because of this? Yemo thought desperately of a way to escape. The only thing he could do was to use his remaining qi to charge at the rock and break free. But that way, he might get heavily injured due to the backlash. That bastard old nun. If she hadn't taken the third golden page, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Yemo gritted his teeth and knew that if he didn't try it now, he wouldn't have the chance to try it all. With these thoughts in mind, Yemo gathered all of the qi in his body and blasted it at the suction force, forcibly stopping the draining of his qi. The huge repulsion came, and Yemo flew back into the air, spitting blood before crashing heavily into a rock. Chapter 597, The Road is Narrow. Yemo couldn't help but curse. FCK, he had smashed onto a rock, and not only was his left leg broken, but his chest was also smashed in heavily. The main thing was that he couldn't use his qi. Yemo's heart sunk. Something had even happened to his dantian. He had wanted to escape that huge suction force, but the first part of his body to face the repulsion force was his dantian. Luckily he had quite a bit of lotus life pills on him, but as Yemo subconsciously wanted to take one out from his ring, he immediately felt cold sweat. He couldn't use his spirit sense. A broken leg was a small problem for Yemo, and the dantian damage was a major issue, but compared to his spirit sense, both were nothing at all. If he couldn't use his spirit sense, wouldn't that make him completely powerless? Realizing the state he was in, Yemo began to worry. He had seen a black bear before. What if some other beast comes? He would only be able to wait for death. Luckily he was a cultivator and figured out reality at least somewhat on time. His state was much better than being sucked dry. He looked at Wei Yongqian and suspected that he was sucked dry, because he inserted his inner qi inside. Or maybe that old nun had found him for the express purpose of getting him sucked dry so that she could enter the formation. If that was the case, there were people everywhere. Why take this Wei Yongqian? Yemo suddenly thought of something. The old nun was heavily injured. Did she not know about the danger of this rock before and try to manipulate it with her inner qi? In the end, getting injured like him? And then maybe as she wanted another way to enter the formation, she let Wei Yongqian feed it. If that was the case, then it still wouldn't explain why she had to take precisely Wei Yongqian. Yemo thought about another point. He was stage 5 middle level already, and that nun was only half-step great heaven. So how come he was injured so heavily yet that old nun could still go all the way to Mount Xian? Did she have a better way of escaping than him? There was one more possibility, which was that the nun wasn't injured there, but that she was injured by someone else. But Yemo didn't really think much of that theory. There was really no one who could injure that nun except for Rin Pingchuan. But he was already dead. Yemo rested for a while and recovered some strength but still couldn't use his qi. He struggled up and found a stick to use as a walking stick. He slowly moved on top of the big rock and looked at it carefully. However, he couldn't find anything special about it. Yemo sighed. Even when he had his spirit sense, he hadn't managed to see anything. Yemo walked to Wei Yongqian and searched his body, finding a few $100, but he didn't find a phone. Yemo thought that if he could find a phone, he could call Ning Qingshui or Tang Beiwei. If they knew he was here, they could come and open his ring, as they both had spirit sense, for the first time. Yemo felt tragic. Even back when he fought Rin Pingchuan, it wasn't as bad as today. Yemo found some herbs and tied his broken leg to a stick. Before he applied the herbs and then rested easy, before he managed to take out the things in his ring, he could at least try to go back to Ninghai as long as he recovered the strength of a normal human.
but as Yemo walked to the entrance of the valley and was prepared to go out, his face looked extremely bad. He noticed an old nun in blue clothes carry a small bag. As she walked in, and the nun also noticed Yemo, the two stared at each other for a long time without saying anything, but Yemo reacted fast. He pretended to be shocked and asked, "Master, I was on an adventure with a few friends in the Sea of Clouds, but we encountered a bear, and I was chased in here. How did you find this place, Master?" Yemo looked at the nun and knew that she might possibly be the old nun Tang Beiwei had talked about. He didn't expect her to still be there. Yemo cursed. If he had gone there 3 hours later, this nun would be a meal on a platter. Yet now, he was her meal. The nun also reacted and breathed a sigh of relief. No matter whether this guy's words were real or false, it seemed that only he knew about the place. It wouldn't be good if too many people knew about it. There was indeed a bear in the area, and she had seen it more than once. But she was still doubtful of Yemo's words. It was too coincidental to be true for Yemo to have found this place while running away. "Oh, I'm from Yanjing Mosque, and I need to gather some rare herbs, hence I came here. I didn't expect to be able to see anyone here." "Did you encounter a black bear?" "That's really dangerous," the nun said with a worried face. Yemo studied the nun carefully. She was at most 50, and her skin was very pale, but her brows looked good. If it wasn't for the few wrinkles on her forehead, Yemo wouldn't be able to tell her age at all. Although he didn't have his spirit sense, he could tell that she was heavily injured like him, but she was still in a much better state than him. If they were to fight, Yemo was sure that he wouldn't be able to survive even one move. "Where is that bear? Would you meet it again if you were to leave?" the nun asked as the worry on her face got more intense. Yemo said with a bad face, "I don't want to risk it and go out now, but at the same time, I see that this place is also very eerie. I saw a dead person laying on a stone just now, so I don't dare stay here. I would rather face a bear than a dead person. By the way, Master, what is your name? It's very dangerous to pick herbs alone in this place, so I think we should leave this place together. 2 is better than 1 after all." Yemo acted as though he was thinking for the nun. The nun's eyes flashed with coldness at the last part, but when she saw the worry in Yemo's eyes, she smiled. "It's fine, our mosque knows some simple martial arts, so we can deal with some basic dangers." "Yeah, I know you can," Yemo thought, but then he noticed the coldness in her eyes and was afraid he had spilled the beans somewhere. Although, he had been very careful when he spoke, but then her tone obviously contradicted her expression from before. He immediately figured out what he needed to work on. He immediately looked up in surprise and joy. "Master, do you really know martial arts? Can I learn? I heard a lot of masters live deep in the mountains. Is your Yanjin Mosque also like that?" "Deep in the mountains?" Then, Yemo gave the nun an expectant look, and he saw the nun give a look of acceptance. She had been testing him. In China, there were a lot of tales of masters deep in the mountains, and many people wanted to meet such a master and be taught unimaginable power. Yemo suddenly realized why Wei Yongqian must have been together with this nun. "My Dao name is Jiesun. If you wish to learn from a master, I can introduce you, but we take in disciples very strictly." The nun smiled and said, "Master Jiesun, I'm willing to take the test as long as I can learn." Yemo looked desperate on the outside, but he was contemptuous of himself on the inside. Perhaps he could win an Oscar with his performance. Chapter 598. Using each other, Yemo saw that there was something off when she smiled, as though he was being stared at by a hungry wolf. But since she had said that, it meant that she didn't plan on killing him for now. Yemo thought of Jingxi. Compared to that pale-faced nun, he would rather face him. At least Jingxi was much prettier and younger than that old lady. Her chest was much better than that chest as flat as an airport. Thinking about Jingxi, he remembered her red belly cover. She was rather sexy. After realizing he was thinking of that woman, Yemo shook his head inside. He had punched her off a cliff. She should be dead no matter what. If it hadn't been for that woman, he wouldn't have had to be separated from Luo Ying. He knew that Luo Ying still missed him, otherwise she wouldn't have gone all the way to the desert and taken away the pool. It was just that, in her mind, she couldn't pass that moral barrier. The nun gave a milky white stone to Yemo and said, "Hold this stone tightly and tell me how you feel." Yemo looked at the stone and held in his heart. Was that a spirit stone? Where did she get this? He had been looking around for one all over, yet she just casually took one out. Although he couldn't digest the spirit chi, Yemo felt comfort and happiness as soon as he grabbed it. Before he could react, the nun took the spirit stone away. Yemo looked at the stone in the nun's hands.
He wanted to steal it and say, letting you have it is like letting rats eat wheat. Don't waste food, but GMO knew that it was best not to do anything. Do you feel very comfortable and happy? The nun's eyes looked happy. GMO thought about what to reply. The nun had seen his expression, so he could only say, yes, I do feel like that. What is it? What is this rock? Master Jiesun, can you tell me where you found this stone? I also want to look for it. It's very hard to find this stone, but since you have that feeling, it means you have a talent for cultivating ancient martial arts. In that case, come with me. Don't worry, it's not my first time here. Even if we see a black bear, I can take care of you. Jiesun nodded. Emo was breathing heavily. He had tried his best, but the nun was still going to take him in and kill him? Should he run? Even if he did, he couldn't escape. However, if the nun was planning on killing him, she could do it now. There was no point in taking him down the valley. Emo could only pretend to be overjoyed as he walked with her towards the big rock. She stood on the rock and then said to Emo, use your foot to step here. Let me see your martial talent. Emo looked at where she pointed at. It was the place he had stood on not long ago and almost died at. Now the nun wanted him to do it again. So Emo wanted to run away immediately, but he knew that as soon as he would start running, he'd be dead. Hence, Emo knew he had to do what the nun said, and so he did. He thought that if he didn't use force, nothing would happen. As soon as Emo stood there, the nun hit the place where his foot touched the rock with her palm, which was full of inner chi. His heart sunk. It was over. The nun was using her inner chi to catalyze the suction force of the rock, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to resist at all, but Emo didn't feel the rock suck away his blood. In fact, there was no movement at all, although he didn't know why. Emo rejoiced. It seemed like that place wouldn't suck him a second time. No way, Jiesun said subconsciously. Emo pretended not to know anything and asked, Master Jiesun, what's impossible? Jiesun cursed. Emo had no value anymore, so she didn't want to waste her breath. Emo saw the killing intent in her eyes and quickly realized things weren't going well. He immediately said, Master Jiesun, is my talent not good enough? If it isn't, I still have a few cousins. Should I bring them here for you to meet them? I could even help you test them as long as you teach me how to do it. Emo's words made her hesitate. She looked at Emo and said, we don't take in disciples that easily, they must be tested many times. But you can try if you want. Emo quickly said, I have a few cousins who all want to learn from a master, but they've never had the luck to meet someone like you. It's my fortune to be able to meet a master. If my talent isn't sufficient, I can just learn a few moves from them. I can help you test the rest of the people in town. There's bound to be someone who is truly talented. The nun actually nodded. Okay, in that case, I'll go with you. It's not that your talent isn't enough, but it's not great either. I'm scared that the mosque will be too strict, and I don't want to give you false hopes. By the way, what is your name? Where do you live? Emo was now sure what it had all been about. The woman had no good intentions. Her spirit stone could test a certain trait, and she would take those who had it along to have the formation suck their blood. That might be the secret to activating this formation, but he still didn't understand it. Emo looked at Wei Yongqian. He had been the last target, but his blood hadn't been enough, so Jiesun went looking for more people. Was she using the stone to sense and track down people with spirit roots? Emo shivered at this thought. Qingshuan and Beiwei all had spirit roots. They must not meet this monster. But he also had a spirit root. Why wasn't he hurt then? He was the first time, but not the second. This didn't make sense. He didn't have time to keep thinking, because he had to reply to the nun's words quickly. He didn't know the names of the villages nearby. If the nun saw through that, he would die immediately. He could only say, I'm quite ashamed, I'm from Huiyin town, and I've never heard of Yinjing Mosque. Emo was worried about the old nun asking him to lead the way. What would he do then? Chapter 599, The opportunity is here. The nun heard Emo's words and was expressionless. She took out a black pill and gave it to Emo. It'll help with your wound, take it. Emo took this pill, but his expression immediately turned angry. He could tell the black pill wasn't going to cure anything. Because it was poorly made, Emo could smell the Bingshire grass scent. It's pungent and highly poisonous. After eating it, it can block out one's 5 senses. And if one didn't get the antidote within 49 days, one would lose their 5 senses forever. But Emo had the lotus life seed.
he could cure it even if it was 49 years later. The nun was so cruel. She was giving him such a thing. Did she not want him to help? Master Jesen, I only have some mild injuries. This leg will be fine in a few days. I don't need to take a pill. Guillermo glanced at the nun's cold eyes and continued, this pill is too precious and I should save it for later. It's fine, I have a lot of these.
You can take as many as you want.
The nun's face was calm, as though she really had a lot.
But Guillermo knew it was very hard to get the Bingshire grass. She couldn't have a lot.
She was forcing him to eat it. Did that mean she suspected him? Thinking about this, he said, I should leave these good things for master. I'm not used to eating these things. You say you want to learn from a master, but still suspect me.
Who are you? Huiyin Town doesn't exist at all. The nun's expression looking angry, Guillermo was shook. No way.
When she mentioned Huiyin Town, he realized that she never planned on letting him live. She wouldn't name a fake place. Wait.
The nun was tricking him. Realizing this, he faked astonishment. Master, how is that possible? A lot of people know about Huiyin Town.
In fact, all of those who come looking for adventures to Duanhong Ranges stay there. In that case, take me there first. I do need some people with martial talent. It was as though the old nun hadn't accused him a few seconds ago. Guillermo cursed that old fart for being shameless.
If he hadn't withstood the test, perhaps he would have been tricked.
One could see that the nun was already suspicious about him.
Guillermo could only act as though he didn't know anything and follow the nun with joy, but he secretly put the pill away. What? You don't trust me? Why don't you take that pill? Don't you want to get better sooner? Jiesun looked at Guillermo with intent. Guillermo cursed.
He was being threatened by an old woman. Despite so, he had no choice but to eat the pill. He knew what the nun wanted, which was to make him unable to call for help.
Guillermo realized that the nun wouldn't relax at all around him for at least half a month.
As soon as she did, he would escape to Bayway and eat the Lotus Life pill, but if he ran away, the nun would find out. If she couldn't find him on time, perhaps she would be the one running. However, if she managed to get away, he wouldn't be able to get his golden page and spirit stone. Guillermo suddenly thought of the motorbike he had seen. If he used that, could he escape? Do you know a lot of people at the Huiyin Town? The old nun suddenly asked. Yeah, I know most of the young people there. They would all like to train martial arts. If Guillermo still wanted to say something else, but the nun stopped him. I need you to help me out big time. I don't need you to know a lot of people. Just put up a board saying testing martial talents. The old nun waved her hand. Where this? The old nun suddenly took out a thin object and gave it to Guillermo. Guillermo cursed again. How did that nun have so many good items? This was a one-time use mask and the materials were very expensive. A normal person wouldn't be able to take it off in his life once it was worn. He really suspected that the nun had found an ancient cultivation home. If he recovered his power, he wouldn't have to worry about the mask. Once you put it on, don't try to take off at any random moment. You can only take it off when I help you. Her tone was calm, but Guillermo could feel the killing intent. He sighed, but he could only agree and put the mask on. The nun nodded satisfyingly when she saw Guillermo wasn't resisting at all. He felt a light breeze blowing with a faint smell of blood. He immediately knew that it was the black bear. It actually came to them. Guillermo knew that this was his chance. Master Jisen, let me see that stone again. It's very strange. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Guillermo had an idea. For some reason, the nun actually gave it to Guillermo. You can have a look. When you use the stone to test them, I will be looking on the side. If they meet the requirements, I will tell you. If I don't say anything, it means they didn't pass. Guillermo quickly thanked her and grabbed the spirit stone excited. The stone was much bigger than the ones he had gotten in the Mayani Snow Mountains. Guillermo fell a few steps behind, and then they heard a roar. A huge black bear saw the nun and him and charged at them. Guillermo rejoiced. The bear had come just at the right time. He turned around and ran without thinking. Master Jisen, I was chased here by this bear. It came again. I will retreat. Don't worry about me. Guillermo jumped onto a branch and ran rapidly. Jisen tried to grab the spirit stone and throw him to the bear. But she missed. The reason she had kept Guillermo was indeed for him to get more people, but it was mainly to find out why Guillermo could feel the stone but not be sucked by the formation. However, when she had to face the threat of the bear, she cast Guillermo's life aside. Although she could get rid of the bear, if she did, she would have to use a lot of chi and the young man might escape. Moreover, the stone was in his hands now, but GMO was already more than 10 meters away. Jiesun cursed, but took out her horsetail whisk broom and whipped the bear's eyes. GMO looked back and confirmed it, the nun was also heavily injured. If she hadn't been, he wouldn't have been able to run away. She could have killed the bear with one kick, after all she had half-step great heaven power, but it wasn't the case, and when she took out her whisk, her reaction had been too slow. The whisk managed to hit the bear's head, but the bear's hide was thick. The strike made it furious, and it charged at the nun again. EMO was running to the motorbike, but he was in no rush. If the nun was no match for the bear, then he wanted to try and take the nun's bag and see if the golden page was in there. Just when the bear was about to ram the nun, she hummed something and kicked the bear's throat. The bear rolled downhill many times and managed to stand up, but he didn't dare go up again. EMO immediately realized that it was the bear that was no match for the nun. It seemed like he should start running. Seeing EMO run, the nun got furious and started chasing him. The bear saw the nun run and thought the nun was running from it. It instinctively charged at her again. Chapter 600, Run Through Water. The nun pulled out a dagger and used it to stab at the bear. A deep gash immediately appeared on the dumb bear's hide, and it ran away whimpering. The nun wasn't interested in chasing the bear. She had seen EMO get on the motorbike and chased after him immediately. Although she was fast, EMO had already started the motorbike and left earlier than her. Stop or I will kill you right now. Jiesun called out. She had to expend a lot of the inner chi she had managed to gather after a long time, because it was definitely hard for her to try to chase up to EMO. She didn't expect this kid to be so sneaky and run at the perfect moment. She regretted not dealing with the motorbike earlier. However, she believed that it would only be a matter of time before she caught up. Suddenly, Jiesun thought of some details. Had this kid already found out that she wanted to kill him? If not, why would he be running? Also, he chose such a perfect time. Did he know that the bear was coming? But how, strangely, he had also taken her chi stone away. If he knew everything beforehand and this was all part of his calculations, then he was too scary. She had to kill someone that's scary or she would suffer greatly one day. Was he a hidden sect cultivator? Considering everything, it did make sense. He had probably also gotten her due to that formation, just like her. Upon realizing it, she hated herself for not figuring things out earlier. The kid might perhaps have even come there for the Ni Luo Sutra. If it wasn't that she had to go back to look for Luo Xian, perhaps she wouldn't even go back to the inner hidden sections. Luo Xian had been the first to have the sutra, so she must have been involved in the other pages going missing. Luo Xian, that horny little bitch, always looked like she didn't understand anything. Yet as soon as she arrived in the outside world, she was tricked. If she didn't keep the 2 pages for herself, then she probably gave them away. She should have killed those 3 martial sisters from the very beginning. Luo Fei was no saint either. Luo Fei had also wanted the Ni Luo Sutra for the man who tricked her, but she couldn't find Luo Fei now. She really didn't understand why the younger generation was so shallow. Did all of them have to find a man, even daring to lie to their sect for them? Although she lied to her sect too, it was for herself, not for some man. A man was only useful for that business. Was it really worth so much trouble? EMO heard the nuns howling and sneered. He wasn't an idiot. It would be suicide if he stopped now. EMO had made up his mind to travel to Ninghai as soon as he reached the city and have Beiwei help him. Once he recovered his power, the first thing he would do would be to teach that nun a lesson. But soon EMO couldn't laugh anymore, because the fuel meter of his bike was in the red zone. EMO looked back and saw that the nun was still chasing him. Although he was worried, he couldn't do anything. Seeing the woman get closer and closer, EMO knew he would be dead meat if he didn't think of another way. How would he stall for time with this nun? You have the 2 remaining golden pages, right? And it was also you who went to the underground room, right? If you stop now and give it all to me, I can promise I will let you live. However, if you keep running, I will catch up. And the first thing I'll do when I go back will be to kill Luo Xian. Her words almost made GMO fall off his bike. He didn't think this woman would be so smart. She had guessed everything. But he had no intention of stalling time with her anymore. Since she had found out all that, if he fell in her hands, he would be dead for sure. The fuel was about to run out, so at a turn, EMO hit the throttle all the way and used the momentum to charge down a cliff. EMO knew the nun would catch up soon, so he resisted the pain and crawled down the cliff. He wanted to hide somewhere she couldn't see him and make her think he fell off the cliff. But the pain from his leg combined with his lack of chi made him unable to stop himself, and he really started falling down. Emo's heart sunk. In Shinnongjia, Xingxue had been there to save him, but now he fell below the Duanhong ranges.
No one would know about it.
Perhaps he was even falling to his death. Splash Emo found himself in a pond after falling through branches upon branches. Emo might not have fallen to his death thanks to things cushioning his fall, but he was covered in wounds. As the cold water cleared his head, Emo realized that it was only more dangerous in the pond, because that none would get there very quickly. Looking at the flowing water, Emo allowed himself to get dragged along by the current. If he was washed away by the water, he might at least still have a chance to live, but if he fell in the nun's hands, he wouldn't have any chance at all. Luckily, she was heavily injured and it would take her some time to go after him. By that time, he would be washed away by the water. The water kept brushing against Emo's body as Emo twirled forward. He kept crashing into rocks in the river, and not a single spot of good skin remained on him. Emo tried to avoid hurting his eyes and focused himself the best he could. He didn't dare relax at all or let himself fall unconscious, as that would mean certain death. Luckily, his will was very strong, and he managed to stay conscious. After a long while, just when Emo thought he wouldn't be able to hold on anymore, the water slowed down around him, and he floated to the water's surface. He saw that he was in a not too wide river as the water continued flowing downstream. He had finally made it. Emo breathed a sigh of relief instinctively, but he then immediately tensed up again. He realized that he couldn't hear much and that, without a doubt, he wasn't able to speak either. The pill was starting to take effect, that damned nun. However, Emo couldn't do anything about it, and he was still in danger. The nun would find the place in a very short time, so Emo planned to swim downstream and see if there were any boats. But as Emo swam a few hundred meters, he knew that wasn't going to work. He had lost a lot of blood and was full of injuries. He couldn't even properly swim, but even if he could, he wouldn't be able to escape from the nun. It wasn't realistic to hide somewhere nearby either. Just when Emo was unsure of what to do, a loud song was audible in the vicinity. Emo subconsciously looked around and saw a bamboo raft come from upstream. A man in his 50s on board with 4 baskets full of herbs. The raft was fast and could be a great help to Emo, but Emo didn't call for help. Instead, he waited for the right time to dash under the raft and grab the bottom. "Big brother, wait a moment." Just as Emo stabilized himself under the raft, he heard Jiesun call out from the bank.